Alright, testing, testing. See if properly. Looks like it's good. Hopefully. It's got a... I have to... Oh, I got it. Sworn. What are you doing? Hello, William Lewis. Good to have you here. As you can see, I am still doing setup for the run itself. I hope... Can everybody hear me all right? Obviously, it's going to be different, so if you... for different videos or streams, it's going to sound a little different, but hopefully it's not bad per se, and that you can still actually understand what I'm saying. Just experimenting with an mailbox is not at all. That's making it quite difficult to actually do the setup. Been running into a few snags while doing preparations. To the point where I'm actually just going to have to skip this part. Something. Gotta love World of Warcraft. Does not. So. Crumbs over here. I need to. Else. My voice seems to be cutting off. Is it? My voice is cutting off. Okay. Is that any better? Hopefully, I mean, it's kind of hard to say if it's going to be cutting off. I don't actually know necessarily where it's cutting off. You're right about that mic quality difference. I mean, so is it bad? Like, is the mic bad? And is it still cutting off now? That's the main thing I need to know. No more clickety-clack, yes. That much is a given. It's around stuff. Sounds like you're talking in a Discord call. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what that means. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm assuming it's a bad thing, but I don't have a frame of reference because, I mean, Discord doesn't change your mic quality, right? Like, I've heard my exact same mic quality on Discord calls, right? And is the mic cutting out thing better now? Because I've been tweaking the noise gate just to make sure it works. Hello, Kristaps Edwards Clavins. Don't know if I said that right. Hello, Bretman Bruh. Good to have you both here. Phantom Fire. Let me just go ahead and... grab another 20. That's a lot of money. Yeah. Okay, should be fine with this. Should be fine with this. Gun shoes, sure. Food, I guess I'm still going to be using Bear Tartar for the vast majority of the run. I have healing potions. This is going to be interesting. But yeah, let me know if there's still problems with it cutting out. I'm tweaking around with the settings. As far as I can tell, based on looking at the noise, it seems like it's fine now. Tweaked around with some stuff. I don't see it dropping off as much. Because when people were telling me it was cutting off, I could see the mic shutting itself off, etc. Now it doesn't seem to be doing that. But I mean, the mic quality is fine, right? Obviously, you know, it's not going to be perfect. There's really nothing I can do except getting a very expensive microphone to make it both perfect and not pick up any background noise. Like, honestly, I looked into it, right? And there's like, people are like, okay, well, if you have like one of those fancy mechanical arm things, doesn't seem to be cutting out, and the mic quality, for lack of a better reference, sounds a bit better version of some of your older videos. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it should be in similar ways to the older videos, like in terms of how it sounds, kind of, without any of the staticky background noise or anything like that, which was the main issue with the audio quality. Yeah, so basically, yeah, the way that a lot of people said you need to, like, in order to fix your like your mic problems. I looked up tutorials and stuff like that. The TLDR, and it looks like I'm just kind of fucked right now because the mailbox, for whatever reason, this is retail, by the way, because I'm, you know, in order to actually set stuff up on the PTR, I need to buy it first on retail and then copy over a character because, you know, you can't buy anything on the PTR. There's nobody on there, which means I've basically dumped. Okay, yeah, postal is something that wasn't making it work. Was running into issues on the PTR because of that. Okay. Where the fuck are these potions? There we go. Oh my god, I'm getting frustrated. I've been doing this for about an hour. It's getting to be a bit much. I'll be real. But I'm almost done. I got all of my crafted gear set up. I got a lot of the consumables set up. And now I just need to make sure the rest of it is properly set up. This is where it gets a little bit tricky, though. I think augment runes, these ones, I mean, I might as well use, right? Because I can just mail them over, or copy them over. But yeah, anyway, so as for mic quality, there's like basically nothing I can do without spending a ton of money. Let's be real here, I don't have money, right? I just bought a new computer that was like basically the last bit of money that I have. I can't really afford to sink another few $100s into getting a fancy microphone setup to make the quality a bit better. It kind of sucks, I will say. One of the frustrating parts, I guess, about a lot of this stuff has been how expensive it can be to get set up. And you know, you see all these people like making tutorials like, oh, you know, if you want to make your stream better, you should be able to like drop money into it. And I'm like, I'm a fucking college student, right? Like, how am I gonna be able to afford this like fancy microphone setup? So it is what it is. But it also makes it sting a little bit when I get like YouTube comments on like, oh, you know, the audio quality isn't like perfect or something like that. It's like, what do you want from me, man? I'm doing the best that I can with what I have, that kind of stuff. So basically, I thought about it, right? You know, the other mic I have has much clearer quality. Obviously, you guys have all heard it. The problem with that clearer quality is it picks up everything. So it picks up my voice just as clearly as it picks up, you know, my keyboard tapping. And despite the fact that actually my keyboard tapping really isn't that loud, it basically sounds like every time I click one of my keys, a nuclear bomb is going off because it picks it up that much. And, you know, people have said, oh, why don't you tinker with the noise suppression? And it's like, it doesn't work like that. Noise suppression, if there's a faint sound in the background, like if there's like a car driving by your house, for instance, noise suppression will take care of that. If you want to make it so like background noise, like people talking in the other room, doesn't activate your mic, you can put a noise gate on. That's all well and good, but it's one thing to filter out very light background noise, and it's another thing to basically act like, oh, let's just make the microphone drop the noise that it picks up from one of these things. It doesn't do that. I'm sure you probably could if you had like really fancy special effects or something like that. You can't do that with like a regular OBS slider, right? I'm not in a guild. Which character was I on that had it? This one, right? This is my banking alt. Wrong druid. Rest in peace, the click clack. Yeah. So, and that's the problem, right? Because my microphone is basically magnifying the noise of the keyboard taps, I can't filter it out because as far as it's concerned, a lot of times it registers the key taps as louder than my actual voice. So I can't filter that out. If I try to filter out the keyboard taps, it filters out my voice as well. It's just kind of a really weird position to be in. And there's just unfortunately not really anything I can do about it. I wish there was, but there just isn't. And yeah, it kind of sucks, honestly. Let me... What do I need for this run? Because I'm trying to think about, like, what consumables I would want. I suppose I'm looking for Darkmoon Faire quest items is probably the main thing right now. That was, like, the last thing that I didn't have properly set up. More gun shoes, I suppose, wouldn't hurt. So more gun shoes, Goblin Glider kits. I have like 1,000,000 swiftness potions. Yeah, okay, so, Zeus, I appreciate you letting me know that, but here's the thing. That is the common misconception that a lot of people have. I am using stuff like that. People, basically, the way that people like to think about it is that they look at it and they're like, oh, this just filters out any sort of non-voice noise. Oh, yeah, sure, so why wouldn't it work for you? The problem is, the reason why it's able to filter out your fan is because your fan isn't right in the mic. Your fan's probably in the background. It registers at a lower decibel volume than your actual voice. So you're able to let it distinguish between a low decibel volume sound and filter that out, where it can only keep your voice in there. It can do that. Software can do that. What I'm saying is the problem is because of the way that my mic is positioned, and there's really no way I could change it unless I change the physical setup of where my computer is located. Basically, it registers the keyboard noise as the same volume, if not louder in some cases, as my actual voice, which means it can't filter that out. It just doesn't work like that. I get that people have experience with that, and I've been able to filter out a lot of background noise. But let me tell you, as somebody who has been messing with this for like almost a year now, there is nothing that actually works. The only thing that would work is I would need to position my mic in a different way. I would basically need to position my mic in a place where it's closer to my face, where if you look at a lot of like big streamers, the reason why they have their mic your mic above your keyboard. Exactly. Exactly. I can't do that. I don't have a way to position my mic like that. If you have your mic like dangling above your keyboard, right? Like if you have one of those like mechanical arm things that like positions it like in front of your face, that kind of thing, or even like close to your face, then yes, you can do something like that. You can basically have it filter out your voice. But what I'm saying is the distance that I can put my mic at, because I don't have any of that fancy stuff, it just doesn't work. Just take my word on it, I guess. Trust that I've done the research and I've tried a million different things. And unfortunately, without changing the actual physical setup that I have, there is nothing I can do. You can choose to believe me or not, but that's it. But all I can say is I think this much goes without saying. If I had a method to magically fix all the noise problems, I would use it. And I've basically been killing myself, spending hours and hours and hours looking into ways to do that. There's a reason why I haven't had a video out this week. One of the things I've been looking into is that stuff, because I got a ton of people leaving comments saying, oh, the keyboard noise, the keyboard noise, the keyboard noise. And when every single time you get a notification that says the keyboard noise, it kind of drives you a little bit insane, to the point where you're like, oh my fucking god, fine, I'll try to fix the keyboard noise. So that's literally what I've been doing this entire week. I've literally been doing shit tons of research into how to fix it, testing out lots of different things. I've been trying that for a while, but I made another concerted effort today. And, take my word for it, there is no way to fix it. Not that I have managed to find. Unless I get a new setup. Hello, Danielle Camilleri. Don't know if I pronounced that right. You don't even pay attention to secondary stuff. Yeah, I know not everybody cares, but That's the problem, right? This is one of the frustrating things. I know, honestly, on one hand, I should probably ignore it, but you do have to remember that, like, the people who go out of their way to leave YouTube comments a lot of the times are the ones that, like, shit talk. So, you know, there are probably tons of people out there who, you know, basically don't give a shit about mic quality and stuff like that. But the ones who do are the ones who leave a nasty comment basically saying, your audio quality sucks. Or, oh my god, that background noise is so annoying, or something like that. So that's the feedback that I basically hear on a daily basis. And I'd be lying if I said it didn't get to me. So I have been working about it. Can get rid of a jackhammer. Yeah, I mean, okay, so here's another thing. There are very easy ways to, like, filter out audio, specific audio, with, like, editing software. But doing that during a stream is not easy. I don't really think it's as easy as you're making it out to be. Without fancier equipment, right? Okay, so I need Darkmoon quest items. So I have Moonfang's pelts, and I have the Grimoire. It is, honestly, I mean, hey, if you want to message me on Discord, Harlden #2316, and send me links to all the stuff you're talking about, feel free. If there is a magic way to fix it, then I would love to see it. If there is some way to just magically filter out literally any sound on the fly, yeah, sure. I just don't really think that's how audio works. But hey, you know, like I'm saying, prove me wrong. Definitely, I'm willing to admit that I am wrong on this. But all I'm saying is, obviously, I can't check that right now, and all of the research I've done suggests that is not the case. Let's see, captured or fallen adventurer's journal. Okay. Banner of the Fallen. Well, at the very least, I'll be able to get, like, multiple speedruns out of this, because I'm basically using the last remaining bit of gold that I have to actually do this. But because I'm basically making a copy of all these items, I will actually be able to effectively reuse them for future speedruns. I think a lot of my future speedruns will probably be on PTR, just because it does make the golds a bit easier to get. If it's like a character that I actually want, then of course I'm going to do it on live servers, or if it's an official run, then it needs to be on live servers, but at the same time, I don't have any plans on doing official runs anytime soon, because I'm just not really terribly interested in doing that anymore. Okay, let's grab this. I think that's it. Obviously, now all I need to do is just, you know, copy over my character and make sure. But this seems to be everything. I have the Darkmoon items, I have 1,000,000 gun shoes, 1,000,000 consumables, I have all my armor sets. Yeah. Alright. Should be good. Should... I just thought of something. Okay, one last thing I'll do if I haven't done already. Eternal Skirmish. Oh, I'm selecting quest items, right. Eternal Skirm 1, and then what else? I think that's it. Yeah, should be it. Fortified Speed. Why not? Hello, Nakora. Good to have you here. Trying to think. What else? What else? I think that's it. The reason I'm buying an extra 2 enchants. Have I actually tried speedrunning on threads without dungeons? Yes, I have. Casually. Okay, so Daniel, I know that you've basically popped in here a lot to try and tell me that I'm wrong about this. Believe me when I say I have tested it. Now, what I'm going to be doing on here, I'm not going to be doing pure Threads of Fate. I'm not going to be doing pure campaign. I'm going to be doing a mix, what I believe is the fastest route. I have tried Threads of Fate. I've tried it actually on stream a few times, and I've also tried it while casually leveling. The first few characters I actually ever leveled in Shadowlands, I did entirely Threads of Fate with, and it was really, really slow. If you don't do dungeons, Threads of Fate is slow. That's just a fact. I've tested it. Now, you could argue that maybe it's not that slow, but yeah, the zone quests, I mean, you said apart from getting the 4 quests, I mean, obviously, no matter what you do, the reason stream is black, by the way, is I'm hopping over to the PTR, so it'll be back up in a second. The reason that you know, do Threads of Fate is to do those 4 quests, whether you're doing dungeons or generic threads. But, so what is Threads of Fate, right? Threads of Fate is side quests, world quests, bonus objectives, and dungeons. That's it. Those 4 things. So, what about that is actually efficient? Well, it's simple. None of the stuff except dungeons. Side quests sometimes, but side quests you can do in campaign or you can do in threads. So if there's a side quest that's really, really good, well, you just integrate it into the threads route, plain and simple, or into the campaign route, which I've done. All of the really efficient side quest lines I already have done in campaign. They're how I basically fill the gap in between the actual campaign quests. So realistically, that just leaves dungeons, and that has been the meta Threads of Fate leveling route for a while. Hello, Simply. So there is that. Now, what else is there? World quests and bonus objectives. Now, bonus objectives, I can 100% assure you, were garbage before 9.1.5. Having tested them thoroughly, they were absolute trash, and you cannot convince me otherwise. However, I have done a lot of testing, and the main change that I'm going to be making in this speedrun is I'm going to be integrating bonus objectives. Because the new bonus objective changes... New bonus objective changes are really, really good. They are much faster. They are actually significant enough to be worth including in the speedrun route. So they will get integrated, they will be used, but world quests are still absolute garbage. There is just no advantage to doing world quest leveling. Like, why would you do it? They take forever in most cases. Some world quests, like 1 or 2, are really fast. Sure, if they happen to be up, but it's complete RNG, do them. Otherwise, why would you do it? It's not efficient at all. There's just no point. Okay, so Raccoon, black screen right now. Yeah, I just got onto the PTR, so changing it. Testing. There we go. Yeah, takes a bit. Whenever you swap from WoW PTR to, you know, or World of Warcraft to the PTR, it counts as a different game. You got a 6-hour time. I mean, that's great, but that's like exactly around the campaign time, right? So. Yeah. And the other question is, how much rested experience did you have? So, did you do dungeons at all? You know, there are a lot of factors to go into it. Hello, owner. But I can tell you, Daniel, I mean, if you got a time, that's good. But there is no mathematical way that you can get a 6-hour time just doing world quests. It doesn't add up, right? World quests, there's a fixed amount, right? Look at this. What, are you going to do every single one of these world quests? All of these? All of these? And all of these? Do you think that's going to get you to 60? It's not. It's going to get you to like 52 from 50. You relog... Okay, that's different. That is a completely different story, right? Now, nobody's arguing that Threads isn't potentially faster if you do relogging stuff, but that's not speedrunning, right? That's a completely different story. In fact, if we're talking about relogging, there was actually a method. I remember somebody told me about this for... Ah, fuck me. So there was a method, right, where people did the Veil of Eternal Blossoms dailies over and over and over, and some guy basically said he got a 2-hour 10 to 50 leveling time because he went to Veil of Eternal Blossoms, he did the dailies every day for like 32 days in a row, and he was like, oh, I got 10 to 50 in 2 days of slash played, so I beat your time. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. What do you mean you beat my time? It took you 32 days to get to level 50 just because you did dailies every day? Like, and here's the thing, some people enjoy leveling like that, right? And if that's how you prefer leveling, sure. But that's, let's be real here, a bit unrealistic. If I want to level a character, I'm going to level a character in one sitting. I would say the vast majority of people probably do that too. Uh, Generally speaking, having to log in every single day for like 5 days in a row, minimum, to get all that stuff done is a bit weird. Thank you, Zeus. I appreciate it. They should make something like a quest for each dungeon while leveling, and after that, gives like 1 renown per boss as a reward. There actually is a quest for each dungeon. The only quest that technically you can't get in threads, you can, but it takes a bit, is the Halls of Atonement one. But there is actually a quest for every single dungeon. You just need to basically go out of your way to get it. So the quest for Necrotic Wake is right outside. It's right here. The quest for whatchamacallit, Plaguefall is in this area. You have to do 1 quest to unlock it, but it's a very fast quest. Then the quest for Mists, you just go to Heart of the Forest. It's right outside. And the quest for Halls of Atonement, you have to do a quest line in this area. So it's like you do a bunch of quests and then you get it. The only reason it's not practical is because this quest line is kind of slow, but it does exist. So you will actually see me during this run go and pick up. I will still be doing campaign through Bastion because Bastion's fast. Also Maldraxxus, because Maldraxxus isn't the fastest, but it's like not bad and we kind of need to do it. Then when I get to Ardenweald, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the intro to Ardenweald. Then right around here, I'm going to stop. So after I do all these quests around here, swap the threads. Well, I'm going to grab this quest, then I'm going to, head to Oribos, swap the threads and stuff like that, and finish in threads. So that's how I will be doing that. Halls of Atonement chain, it's not a efficient experience. It's not bad, but it's not like efficient. It's an okay quest line, but I did test it actually. Daniel, if you want to go back to one of my streams, I did actually test it on stream. It's not the worst thing in the world, right? I'm not going to say it's a terrible quest line, but there are more efficient ways to get experience, right? So that's the thing, it's all well and good to say that this is a good way to level. But there's a difference between something being a good way to level and something being the most efficient way to level. That's the problem. So there's always going to be a more efficient method. The reason why it's acceptable to grab the Mists of Tir Scythe quest is because it's really easy to grab the Mists of Tir Scythe quest. You just run over and grab it. There's no lead up to it. Start the speedrun? No. I'm going to do all the setup that I need to. The speedrun starts when the speedrun starts. Okay. If you haven't figured that out by watching my other speedruns, then I don't know what to tell you. That is not how I do things here. I don't just start because people are impatient. Speedruns take time. I have to do setup. If you don't like that, you don't have to watch. But I am absolutely going to be doing the setup required to get the speedrun done. Bonus objective right in the middle. Yes, I do that bonus objective. It's the earlier quests. The chain is a bit longer. I mean, you're welcome to test it out. If you want to do it in your run. But, I tested it. Didn't feel fast to me. I'm going to go with what I think is fast. Okay. 6 hours without dungeons just means you got dream levels of RNG, but yeah. When MOP started, I think 1 to 2 groups in your server just farmed a giant crab and Krasarong. Yeah, there are definitely like cheese strats that you can do for pretty much any level bracket to make it really quick. But a lot of people don't realize that these cheese strats are not practical. So, I don't know. It's one of those things. Everybody always has their speedrun route that they're like, this is like the fastest way. And I mean, if that is, in your opinion, the fastest way, I'll say what I tell everybody who contacts me with something like that. Record it. Record it, post it to YouTube. Hey, do exactly what I did, right? If you can make a faster route than me, then I'm sure people would want to watch that. I'm not even saying this sarcastically. I'm dead serious about that. You know, it's one thing to suggest stuff, and I think it's also important to realize that some of the stuff that may work as a, what did I need? Don't need that. Yeah, it's important to realize that some of the stuff that might work as like a leveling strat for day 1 leveling when you have like full consumables and stuff like that, or full gear and pre-made. Yeah, there's strats that work, I guess. Doesn't always translate well into actual speedruns. Because the purpose of speedrunning is to be a practical thing that people can actually replicate. So, if you're doing a run that nobody could actually replicate on a real character in a, 1 to 60 setting, what's the point, right? It might be cool to watch, but it doesn't really help anybody. The reason that I do these is to find the most efficient leveling route. The reason that I'm leveling a character on the PTR isn't just because I want to level a character to 60 in the fastest possible time using all the really cheese strats that nobody could ever replicate, just because I think it would be fun or something like that. No, I'm doing this because I know that people would actually get a benefit out of knowing when 9.1.5 hits, what is the fastest way that I can get to level 60? Because a lot of people are going to want to level alts. So I'm approaching this with the practical mindset of, how do I find that most efficient method? That's what I'm trying to do. Haven't destroyed any of my heirlooms. Right, okay, so I did some testing. I found what was best. Now, this doesn't matter. So, put this all away. Dread Pirate Ring. Actually, this can stay. When does 9.1.5 hit? We don't know. That's the thing. They haven't given us a release date. So, nobody really knows. I have no idea if this is actually the final PTR build. I think it might be, because they, generally speaking, don't make too many changes. So they went ahead and made this big sweeping change to leveling and Legion time walking and stuff like that. I guess it's not really that big, right? But for Blizzard, it's big. So that leads me to believe that, oh, this is actually what they're going with. But I could be completely wrong in that. It's entirely possible that we haven't seen the last of the changes. I can't say for sure. I can only guess, but... Bridled Fury. Yeah, okay, we're good. Don't need this. I guess doesn't matter. It's PTR, I can just copy it back over. Gun shoes, I have that. I technically don't need lemon herb fillet. Or tartar. Now, the reason that I'm basically removing a lot of this stuff, or changing a lot of this stuff without starting the timer is, so for people who don't know, this was the character that I did a speedrun on, I want to say like almost a year ago. This is, if you look up my anniversary percent world record, I think is what I called the video, you will find this character's run. So that's when I did this. Actually, I don't need this many gun shoes, come to think of it. So this is an older character, and the end result is that I I effectively am coming fresh out of a 10 to 50 speedrun, which hasn't changed at all. The route really hasn't had any major shifts since that time. But now I have a realistic benchmark for, okay, this character is fresh, level 50, right out of a speedrun. Obviously, I do have a tiny bit of rested experience, but it's very, very minor. If you want, you can basically add 10 minutes onto the end of the run whenever that happens, if you want to get like maybe a perfectly accurate measurement, that kind of thing. So I've gone ahead and gotten everything that I need to get. Basically, if this was actually a run that I was doing in the present day, if you watch my Alliance Druid speedrun, I had all of this stuff mailed over to me already, so I was able to really easily like swap to it while the Chrome ERP was happening. So in theory, what I would be doing in an actual speedrun is I would already have everything set up, everything ready to go, and I'd be sitting here right in front of Nazgrim. So I'm going to try to replicate that by doing all the setup first, you know, and then getting all that stuff going. I also deleted all my Darkmoon top hats for some reason. I can't remember if I actually leveled this character during Darkmoon Fair. It's been a while, obviously, since I did this run, so don't know for sure. It's not terribly important, but I am moderately curious. I can put the potion here. This would be... Where did I have potion? Put it there. Now, I'm debating, do I keep Minari Training Amulet? I honestly think I might, but that is a lot of stats. It's hard to say. I don't really think I would, actually. Because in this case, yeah, I'm gonna unequip it. Mark of the Hidden Satyr doesn't scale properly. Ah, that makes sense, Nakasadu. Darkmoon top hats delete themselves. Okay, fair enough. Unless the other changes that have to still be applied and are the quality of life choices working properly and or more things need to be desexualized, yeah. Well, one thing that I will say does mean that 9.1.5 isn't coming out really soon. The Mage Tower does not work yet. So I have been sitting here waiting, dying to test out the Mage Tower. And I can't. Mage Tower is still not enabled, which is really frustrating. I really wish it was, but alas, it has not been enabled yet. So because of that, it's not something that I can currently test. I must be level 57. Oh, okay, I clicked the wrong one, I guess. Yeah, Minari Training Amulet just doesn't seem good enough right now. I'll hold on to it. So I have upgraded all of my heirlooms on the PTR. I am going to be testing how well the new heirlooms scale. So one thing I will be doing, actually, at various points, is I'm going to be stopping the timer. And once I stop the timer, I will test out or I will compare the scaling, I guess, so to speak. I do need to start very soon, because I actually do have somewhere to be eventually, and the run's going to take around 6 hours, so I can't dilly-dally. Just realized that. Yeah, I don't have a lot of time, come to think of it. Okay. Either way, fuck it, I'm not going to need this. And just delete it. Delete. Remember, this is the PTR, so I'm not just throwing stuff out. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and run with this. Can enchant this stuff. Tenet of Crit. That's what I'm going to be going with. And... I guess... What else do I need to do? I still have my drums. Can delete that. That's Space I don't care about. Delete. Exactly what I needed. Thank you for streaming this live. Don't think you'll need the swiftness pots since they don't work in Shadowlands. That is true. That is actually a very good point. I forgot that they get disabled. I was thinking of Minari Training Amulet, but then I realized I just took that out. But good call. They absolutely do get disabled. You are correct on that. Then I need to put Phantom Fire on my bar here. There is... looks like still Unbridled Fury lurking in my bags, but I can't spot it. Oh well. I think that's it. So I have gear at level 53. Yeah, okay. Can destroy this. My level 54 gear. Put that up here. I do want to at least get that much organized, so I'm not scrambling to get it all in the middle of the run. Am I counting the Maw intro? I am skipping the Maw intro. I do not think the Maw intro is efficient, so I will be skipping it for this run. That is one of the changes that I am making. Now, I may backtrack on that change, right? I may decide after testing it that, hey, the Maw intro actually is kind of fast. Maybe I should include it. Who knows? For this specific run, though, no Maw intro. Maw intro is not going to be included. Now, where was... okay, yeah, so all of this is my level 56 gear. I only have bear tartar, not fried bonefish. I did forget to grab that, didn't I? I don't think it's a big deal. I should get it. You're right, Nakasadu. I forgot. Knew I was forgetting something. Fine. Okay. One last thing. Gotta copy my character over again. Thank you, Nakasadu. Good call, though. Are you going to use Renown level 40 as soon as you get into Shadowlands? Goose Comics, thank you. I meant to do that. I literally would have just forgotten had you not reminded me. I've been doing so much other prep, I completely forgot that I was intending to do that. Yeah, I tested that out on one of my previous runs, and I was ready to start the run without actually thinking about that, so good call. You're just keeping the game installed so you can do Mage Tower on PTR, then uninstall until either 9.2 or 10.0. I feel that. That's actually an interesting decision. Doing it on PTR just for fun, but not actually giving a shit. And also, the screen's going to be black because I'm literally buying one item, then swapping back over to PTR. So by the time I actually had OBS reconfigure, fried bonefish, let's go with 20. Requires level 55, so I actually shouldn't have... okay. 20. Woo! This is a great big mess of a start, huh? Okay. Exit game. Then back to PTR. Am I using max heirlooms? I'm going to be experimenting with them. I have them upgraded. I will be messing around with the heirlooms. Right now, I have... whatchamacallit? Copy character. Right now, I have all of them upgraded, but I have crafted gear as well. So I'm going to be mostly using crafted gear. If I notice that the heirlooms are outscaling it, I will swap to the heirlooms. But that's why I prepared both, because for all I know, they fuck the scaling on the heirlooms, but that is partially what this run is going to test. It's going to test how useful the heirlooms actually are. Does that mean we get conduits while leveling? You do not, no. Conduits and stuff still cannot be used while leveling, unfortunately. Okay, so... raccoon... got this. Might as well mail over my gold. 1, 2, 3. Delete this character, then hop over to my other warrior. So fun fact, I guess. If you want to do Legion time walking, I am actually going to be running Legion time walking tomorrow on the PTR. I'll be forming a group for it. So if you're not in my Discord already, add me, Haraldin, #2316. I'm going to be putting together a pre-made group for that ahead of the stream. So we already have a few people, but we're definitely not 100% full yet. So if that's something that you're interested in, add me on Discord. Once again, Haraldin, #2316. That way we can get the full group set up for Legion Mythic Plus time walking tomorrow. That is what tomorrow's stream will be. Today, just testing the leveling. Okay. Now, let's see here. Why did I... I'm trying to remember where the hell I needed to go. I need to go to Oribos. Right, that's where it is. It's off the vendor in Oribos, the PTR one. So I need to mail over Broker's Mark of Distinction. I think this is it. I might lose a little bit of time, in theory, having to do all this setup. If so, it's whatever, you know. I just want to get a general sense of what the route's going to be. So, I'm not obviously submitting this because there, first, is no category, and second, it's a PTR run. But would still like to have it be realistic enough that I can get a personal idea. It's the one by the Flight Master, right? Lord Siegfried, they actually did change that. It's near the Flight Master. Yeah, I couldn't remember at first which one it was. But thank you for that. So yeah, Lord Siegfried, if you look on Wowhead, there's an article where they talk about how that was actually a recent change. Very recently, they did make it so the tank mechanics no longer require active mitigation. They also scaled it down so it no longer affects, or it no longer feels like a +20, basically. Definitely felt a little bit too aggressive on the scaling at times. Okay, we should be mostly good to go. I think I have every heirloom still. So what are all of the heirlooms that I have? Yeah, it looks like all of them are set up and stuff. The only thing I would need to change, right, is fortified speed on the cape, and then eternal skirmish on the chest. Okay, so we can see right now, at level 50, crafted gear is still better. So I still think that you should definitely get a set of crafted gear specifically for that. Alright. Put this, if it works, it's here. And then, yeah, heading to the Darkmoon Fair. Fastest way, as always, is this. Gonna grab my top hats, and then once we get back to Bolvar, we'll start the run.
Baladash Malanore. Time is of the essence.
Referring to those changes and see if they're working now as intended. If the first boss... Oh, yeah. They should still be working. I don't see why they wouldn't be. Don't think that actually did anything, come to think of it. I just realized I haven't picked a covenant yet, so that actually did nothing for me. That was really stupid. Crap. Why did I do that? Okay. Whoops. Level 40 with all covenants? Oh, that would be sick. I don't think it works like that, though. I'm pretty sure I just need to mail over another one. Honestly, though, I'm not sure. Okay, I'll do it, just because I know people will want to see how much renown I can actually get. Okay. So, always get the XP buff first before handing in everything. And, oh, obviously, I haven't upgraded heirloom trinkets because heirloom trinkets are crap. So, heirloom trinkets aren't something that I would use even if I did have them upgraded, so yeah. Definitely don't recommend them. Any trinket that I get while questing is going to outperform it, right? Like, you look at the heirloom trinkets, right? The Legion ones are better, but I generally don't like to use those. I feel like it's cheating. Obviously, it's probably a bit of a stretch, but you look at something like Swift Hand of Justice. It's just a haste stat stick, and it's a crappy haste stat stick. The scaling is very, very bad. Okay. Increases all damage by 6%. That's another thing I've tweaked with the runs. I don't know if I showed that before.
Off and away.
Then we go back to Dalaran. Oh wait, no we don't. We grab the top hats because, you know, almost forgot. Would not have been good. That would not have been good at all. Suggest that you should not be able to use that item until you
Hey, how you doing?
pick a covenant. Yeah, you're right. That actually is probably something that they should fix. I didn't really think about that, but you are correct. Now,
Have a good one.
don't have a ton of time, but I will... Why isn't the timer started? Because this is technically... I mean, you can add this to the timer if you want. It's 5 minutes. It's hard to gauge this because, in theory, this is time that I would have already gotten. So this is time that I would have gotten at the start of the run. If this was a 50 to 60 thing, so I guess if you want, add time to it. The reason that this is all technically set up, this is stuff that in theory I would have done before actually getting to 50. Once again, this is not an official speedrun. This is me testing out the routes. This is me testing to see how the new revised route actually works. So, not competing with anybody. As a result, you know, it's not really important. What was I going to do? Right, I need to mail over the other thing. Yeah, so just to be clear, I guess I'll reiterate it once again. Speedruns on the PTR, not official, can't compete for anything. 50 to 60, not actually a category, not something that anybody actually submits runs for. This is purely for testing purposes. This has absolutely no competitive value. So, you know, there is no rule set for it. The reason I'm doing this is so that I can get a good gauge on what the fastest way to get to 60 is, because I'm going to be making a guide for this. I'm going to be making a 50 to 60 guide in 9.1.5, and I just want to do personal tests to figure out what is the fastest method so that I can make an accurate assessment. And I'm not including in my personal testing the Darkmoon Fair quest experience. I'm just trying to record what the most efficient method through Shadowlands is. Presumably, if you do Darkmoon Fair, everybody would do that, but I do that in every single one of my speedruns, so that is basically, it's part of the baseline, effectively. Is 50 to 60 threads faster? No. Campaign as a whole is faster than raw threads. Threads dungeon spamming is about the same speed. The fastest method overall, which is what I'm going to be testing, at least in my, opinion, is going to be the fastest method overall, is a combination of the two. It's campaign, and then after that it is threads. Shouldn't be usable at level 50 when you haven't selected a covenant yet. There we go, bug submitted. Alright. Start the timer.
Nothing shall stand in our way.
Skip to Orbos. Okay, so this all requires... Oh, that requires level 60? Eh.
What do you
I need to choose my fate, replay storyline.
Agent of the
Yeah, so
Maw is attacking
story is still faster early on.
the Arbiter.
What you want to do is start with the story, and then when it's efficient to do so, you swap to threads.
Overseers at once.
Okay.
The reports from our scryers were unmistakable. The Maw shuddered for a moment.
No, you can't, Akasadu. When I eventually swap to threads, I'm going to use it. So I'm just holding on to it until then.
Omen to be certain. Overseers, this stranger appeared at the city's edge.
I know for a lot of people it may seem like, how is this faster? This seems so slow, but just... No. First, that is what we're testing.
Another unexpected development. We shall see to their reception.
Every attendant in all
It is always possible that maybe I am wrong, and this is not the fastest way.
that bag is full.
Okay, this is bugged.
The purpose brought you to us.
I speak.
The Arbiter sees
Every attendant in all
wondrous news.
There we go.
Honor.
I love how that quest is still bugged.
Mere moments ago, there was a
Ah,
disturbance
man.
at the boundary.
Blizzard
of the
polish.
Maw. Then this mortal appeared, claiming to have broken free of it.
A living mortal. Surely their presence here serves the purpose. If the Arbiter reacted to their arrival, perhaps they are the key to waking her.
Is this mortal worthy of such an audience?
Bull rush. Okay, everything seems to be in order.
The jailer.
Trying to
It is
see if
the
I've missed
Arbiter's place to judge souls, Kasher, not ours.
Everything looks
I will bring
good.
this mortal before her.
I think I have it all set up. I think I'm set.
Have I spoken?
Hello,
Blessed
Scott.
be her voice.
It's kind of funny that the most efficient route starts at the longest RP session. I mean, hey, look at Silverpine Forest. I think I've been able to convince most people by now that Silverpine Forest is really efficient for 10 to 50. And yet, look at how Silverpine starts. Silverpine starts with like more RP than any other zone.
She is unchanged.
It doesn't really matter as long as it's followed up by really good quest density.
When you arrived in Oribos,
And you still get decent experience from this, right? Like, it's not like terrible, but you're just kind of chilling here, and then you pick up a lot of these quests. You have to set up the portals, you get XP for that. It's like,
and
eh.
resume her blessed purpose. Mere words cannot describe the glory that was. Step
Generator
forward,
Shadowlands.
that I may show you. All. Come forth.
Ready to
and be
return.
judged.
Pretty sure I've done it all on Leatrix Plus automation. Here automatically. System. Okay. Just making sure I have all the settings. Fix the Helm of Domination. Go. Bolvar.
I will aid you as best I can.
Hello?
You need something?
Is my quest turn-in not working? Automate quests. That's weird. Weird. Sorry if you've already answered, but do you plan to try out New World? No. No. I'll really quickly recap. And unfortunately, Gamer Unknown, I know that you said sorry if you've already answered. I get that, and I'm not giving you shit. But yes, that is actually something that people ask me literally every stream. I'm not interested in New World. I think it looks like a fine game. It is just not something that I personally enjoy. I mean, let's be real here. New World is not made for players like me. New World is made for people who really enjoy open world PvP. For an open world PvP game, it looks fine. I know a lot of people who are really enjoying it. I personally do not like that type of gameplay. That is the kind of thing that as a supplementary form of gameplay, like when I'm bored, I'm okay with. And that's why I could see myself maybe enjoying New World, like, as a, yeah, I'm kind of bored, let me play New World type of thing. But I'm not going to spend money on a game that I honestly don't think I would enjoy that much outside of like a every now and then when I'm bored type of thing. It has terrible PvE. That much is just honestly a fact. I know a lot of people who play it, and they've all told me that the PvE in it, like the dungeons, and I don't even think there are raids, but any sort of like player versus environment combat stuff is abysmal in New World, and that's fine. You know, you don't need to have your game based around that, but that is the stuff that I enjoy in MMOs. That is the reason that I play MMOs. Like this speedrunning thing, a lot of people think that this is why I like World of Warcraft. I hate speedrunning. I'm not having fun right now. I'm doing this for a practical reason. I'm doing the speedrunning because it helps other people. Because in many ways it helps me as well. Everybody needs to level characters in World of Warcraft. It's something that, you know, everybody's going to have to do eventually. If you want an alt, you need to have, you know, you need to effectively level it, right? Unless you boost. But, you know, what the fuck is the point in that? So everybody's going to have to do this at some point. So I test the speed leveling because it means that when I eventually need to level alts, I can do it in the most efficient method possible, and I can help teach other people to do it in the most efficient method possible. That's the only reason I do this. I had fun with the speedrunning once, but, you know, you do enough things that aren't necessarily, like, super exciting or adrenaline pumping or whatever enough times, and it starts to lose its luster. Speedrunning for me was fun the first, like, few times I did it. You know, just the fun for me was in the routing. The fun for me was in figuring out what the fastest path to get to max level was. But once I had already theory crafted that, once I had already proven by getting world record that it was the fastest method, it really stopped being fun, because let's be real here, leveling the character itself isn't necessarily fun. The fun comes from figuring out what the fastest way to level a character is. So at this point, I'm doing this 100% for a practical purpose. The stuff that I enjoy in World of Warcraft, the reason why I play World of Warcraft, and this is why I really hate when people say, oh, why do you complain about this, this, and that, and WoW? If you don't like the game, just quit. It's like, there are a lot of things that I dislike about WoW, but raiding in World of Warcraft is honestly second to none. The only thing that comes close to it is Final Fantasy XIV. And I love Final Fantasy XIV raiding, which is why when Endwalker comes out, that's what I'll be playing. But right now, I don't really have enough people playing FF14 to actually raid. But for me, World of Warcraft Mythic raiding is the reason that I play this game. That is what I enjoy. That is what I enjoy in any MMO. And New World does not have something like that, plain and simple. So it's just not something I would enjoy. There's nothing in New World to actually, you know, really sate my appetite for, like, you know, enjoyment in games, right? I need a challenge. Speed leveling is not a challenge for me. Leveling in New World or PvP isn't necessarily a challenge. PvP gets boring for me. It's hard to describe, but I feel like a lot of MMOs have this problem with PvP. I don't enjoy curb stomping people. When I do, like, a random battleground with friends, and I'm just stomping on some, you know, enemy, like, pickup group, I'm not really having fun. And then, if the same thing happens to me on the inverse, I'm also not having fun. I don't enjoy just, like, shredding noobs, lol. I don't know, it's not fun for me. Some people really get their rocks off to that, you know? to them, the most fun thing they can do in WoW is go into some like random battleground and just shit or shit all over people. I don't know. And that's like the way that they enjoy playing the game. And I mean, more power to you, I suppose, but that's just not my type of thing. And New World has a lot of that. New World is a lot of world PvP, and that is inherently what most PvP and MMOs are, especially world PvP. As somebody who did a lot of world PvP back in Emerald Dream when I played on there, I can tell you that there is basically no skill involved. Honestly, just how it is. It's all Zergs, right? It's all who has more friends. And there's always going to be some build that's really broken. On Emerald Dream, I played a Guardian Druid at the time, and I would walk into 40-man raids, pop all my cooldowns, spam Thrash, and kill like 30 people. Did that make me a good player? Fuck no, it didn't. Guardian Druid was just really fucking broken. Did I feel good after killing 30 people as a single Guardian Druid? Not really, because I knew that my class was broken. I just was like, alright, that happens. All I can say is basically it's just, it's not something I enjoy. The only PvP that I think has any merit is arenas. So I'm not shit-talking arenas. I think rated battlegrounds at a very high level have merit, but let's be real here. Most rated battlegrounds up until really high rating are exactly what I'm describing. It's one team just getting stomped by the other. You have to get to a much higher rating in RBGs to actually get to a point where you actually have any sort of real competitive back and forth. And I have done that a few times, and it's okay. It's probably the only time I've actually had fun in PvP. But it's just not really fun for me. I kind of come out of it like, that was alright. But I never get that rush. I never get that feeling of like, yeah, I just had a blast. Once again, not knocking people who enjoy it, because if that's something you enjoy, if you get the same like adrenaline rush from doing PvP that I get from raiding, that's awesome. More power to you. I just don't. It doesn't do it for me. So, just not something I have fun with. Plain and simple. Level like 20 tunes with your Silverpine to Hillsbrad route. It's so damn good. It's actually your favorite zones to quest through. Yeah, I agree. I enjoy leveling Silverpine and Hillsbrad more than any other zone. I can stand leveling through it. The fact that I can actually level characters at this point is a big thing, because I hate leveling. I still don't enjoy it, though. For me, it's like I can level through it and not hate my life. But, you know, it's nothing special for me. Yeah, your local MILF, the Worgen in the Closet cutscene definitely does get a bit janky. I feel that. You've been having fun, not so much speed leveling, but completely min-maxing with like stacked gear, alchemy potions, engineering. Yeah, I mean, that is in many ways like speed running. That's kind of what I do for speed running. It's min-maxing like your character and the route, both of those. That's kind of what goes into it. It's fun shredding people in 1v1, but in RBGs, team stuff, it's pretty boring. Yeah, the reason that I don't like RBGs is because in most team content, there's gonna be people holding you back. It's just a fact. There's almost always going to be that one guy who is the weakest player on your team. And it's really difficult when, like, you lose to something, and whenever I lose in, like, in a PvP game, my first thought is always, what could I have done better? And then I sit there and basically hyper-analyze my play, and a lot of times I come to the conclusion of, honestly, I did really all I could have done. It's just this one guy, and that kind of sucks. Because I always do try to second-guess myself, and I like when there's something I could have done better. Like, one game that, until it got a bit too RNG heavy, I actually really enjoyed was Hearthstone. And the thing about Hearthstone is it's 1v1. So 1v1 stuff... 1v1 basically PvP, if there's a game like that, which a lot of card games are, which is why historically the only player versus player games I've really liked are card games, because they're one of the few 1v1 scenarios. I like because after I lose a game of Hearthstone, I can usually say, could I have done something better? And the answer is yes, because if I lost, I've usually only myself to blame. The problem is Hearthstone got a bit RNG to the point where I'm like, did I play that perfectly? Yeah, it just, RNG happens. But I would say early on in Hearthstone, there was usually something that I could find to say, yeah, I played that poorly. I should have done better. But in a team game, 99% of the time, you might be playing your absolute best, and there's just somebody holding you back, and that's frustrating. So you can only, or at least maybe you can have fun. I can only have fun in a PvP setting in a team when I feel that my entire team is actually contributing. And then you might say, well, but in Mythic Raids, you have a team as well. And in Mythic Raids, there's somebody holding you back. Yeah, guess what my least favorite part about Mythic Raiding is? It's the other people. It's the other players on the team. I hate when I'm in a Mythic Raid team and there's that one guy, that one Holy Priest in your guilds, or actually, no, 2 Holy Priests in your guild and an Elemental Shaman, who every single pull on Soul Render Dormazane Mythic keeps standing in the the white swirls. And every single time you wipe to Mythic Soul Render Dormazane, it's because at a random point in the fight, both Holy Priests and the Shaman decided, hey, we're going to eat mechanics for the 5th fucking time in a row, and we're going to wipe, because now we don't have any B-reses, and we still have like 30% to go. So yes, that is my least favorite part of Mythic Raiding. This is not a random example if it wasn't obvious. This is something that I've been having to deal with for the past 2 weeks. The fucking Holy Priests just are fucking magnetically attracted to those fucking swirls on Soul Render Dormazane, and I fucking hate it. Oh... So, that is my least favorite part about Mythic Raiding. It's also the reason why I'm constantly looking for new guilds in Mythic Raiding. But at least in Mythic Raiding, if you wipe, you can just pull again, right? There is no punishment. I am not punished as a player because somebody else fucked up. The only thing that I'm really punished with is my time. I effectively lose out on... Oh, one thing I meant to do, talents...
Make haste. What? That fool. We have little time.
I have a plan. So the only thing that I really get punished by when my raid wipes on Mythic Soul Render Dormazane for the 20th time in a row is I lose out on time. Basically, the time that I just spent is wasted, and now I have to pull again. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, that sucks. But we can always just pull again. And the nice thing about it is, after I've really memorized the Mythic Raid boss, I just put on music, and I zone the fuck out. I don't pay attention at all. Because once I actually have the muscle memory down, I can basically kill, like, any Mythic Raid boss on autopilot without actually focusing. You know, it's not hard. So while Tweedledee and Tweedledum are still, 100 pulls in, learning how to dodge obvious mechanics, I'm just sitting there, like, with the fight down completely, just coasting through and whatever. Like, hitting my buttons as normal, doing mechanics as normal. It's easy for me. So there is definitely an element of raiding where it's a little bit frustrating, but I'm not actually punished. Like, there's no raiding or anything like that, like, oh, if you wipe or something like that. It's one of the reasons why some people care a lot about, like, clean guild kills or raiding on Warcraft logs, and I don't care, because, like, every guild I'm ever in is dog shit, so it's like, why would I care? But I've also never had any serious attachment to my guild, so there's that, I suppose. Maybe if I was in a guild that, like, I really had the sense of camaraderie and whatnot, maybe I would care. Who knows? I should probably Phantom Fire. I'll save Phantom Fire. I can't even use it until 54. Never mind. Yeah, so it's just not really something I've cared about. But my own personal performance, which is gauged through my damage logs or my healing logs, if I'm a healer or something like that. Healing is definitely a little bit weird, but generally speaking, damage logs, for instance, your damage logs are not going to be, like, adversely impacted if your raid is, like, wiping a bunch. If your raid happens to get a kill on a really scuffed pull, yeah, that can kind of fuck it. But provided that doesn't happen, as long as at the end of the day you get your nice parse that you're happy about, and you get the kill and you get the loot, it's like, alright, wasted a bit of time, but whatever. in RBGs, what I'm trying to say is if somebody fucks up, you lose rating. If somebody fucks up, you as the player get punished, even if they were the ones who made a mistake. And that's what's really frustrating. That's what really makes me not enjoy... oh, can't forget to set my Hearthstone. That is the main reason why I get frustrated doing PvP content. You like watching Rextroy break the game and finding new ways to one-shot people? As good as Rextroy is at finding exploits, those are also things that not even 1% of people use in the world, and it doesn't make you skilled, you're just abusing systems. Agree and disagree. I agree in the part that it is just abusing systems and it doesn't make you good at the game. I disagree that nobody uses it. If you go to an actual dedicated world PvP server, which doesn't really exist anymore since War Mode's a thing, but I can 100% assure you that when world PvP was really big on Emerald Dream, everybody and their mother was doing Rextroy shit on the daily. You had people that there were, it was always a Guardian Druid, right? Because like I said, Guardian Druids in Legion, when I played there, they were broken. There were a bunch of Guardian Druids that were absolutely notorious for doing really dumb bullshit like that, where they would find like really broken buffs, like Rextroy level shit, and they would use that to just camp flight points and dump on people because it made them feel like they were good at the game. I can absolutely assure you that there are people who really do enjoy doing that, and their enjoyment in WoW comes from finding broken shit that they can use to kill their players and then teabag their bodies. I've personally met and had to deal with a lot of those people. Definitely not something that just Rextroy does. These days, maybe, because World PvP isn't so much of a big thing on like servers like Emerald Dream. But it absolutely has been a thing that has existed in the past. Fighting games have... I've never really played fighting games. I can't really say why, just not something I've ever really enjoyed. I've played Smash in the past, I guess. The problem that I have with fighting games, I guess, is I don't really enjoy it. Like, there definitely is an element of, you're correct that fighting games are definitely truly competitive one-on-one stuff. It's just never been something that I've really had fun with. Like, I've tried a few fighting games in the past. Smash is the only fighting game that I've ever really enjoyed. And even then, I haven't played it in years because I don't own a Switch.
Did I not tell you?
You used to play on ED, that server's trade chat was fucked? Yeah. You're definitely correct about that. It was something. Emerald Dream was...
That is up to them.
Whew.
First,
Yeah, Xander, I assume if you played on Emerald Dream, have you heard the Andrew #1 spam in trade chat before? Or do you know about Andrew?
Did you make a list, Seeker?
Because that is something that I've heard a lot of people mention that they remember from Emerald Dream. Andrew #1. I forgot to pick up the quest. What you call it? It's possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not weakness, that is life. Jean-Luc Picard. Yeah, no, absolutely true, right? You know, I'm not saying that you should beat yourself up if you lose like a game or something like that. You know, it happens. It's just one of those things where I don't like to put myself in positions where that can happen to me by my own choosing. Like, if I'm going to choose something to do for fun, it's not going to be something where I could potentially lose despite making 0 mistakes. You know? Obviously, that is going to happen enough in life, right? Why choose to do that for fun as well? At that point, it's kind of defeating the purpose. But I do understand your point. That is actually a good quote. Obviously, I know it's a Star Trek quote, but yes. They're trying to cut down on RNG in Hearthstone. I have noticed that. I'm going to be real here. They kind of lost me with the whole new, like, Hearthstone cycling cards and whatever. The moment I looked and I'm like, wait, they removed Eaglehorn Longbow? What? What was it that... Maybe, did they remove Eaglehorn Longbow? I think they did, but something else. All I know is I remember looking at, like, all of the Hunter cards and being like, wait, every single one of my favorite hunter cards is gone now. I think I'm just not going to play Hearthstone. So, yeah. And honestly, they still haven't fixed Warrior being, like, garbage. So, last I played Hearthstone, Warrior was still, like, absolute bottom tier. And especially the only viable Warrior decks are now control decks, because for some reason, even though, like, Paladin is still allowed to be hyper aggro, Warrior, if Warrior ever has, like, a viable aggro deck, Blizzard's like, no, 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 can't have that, nerf it into the fucking floor. And, I mean, I have Golden Garrosh, I have almost, Shock Corrupted Garrosh, and I just have no motivation to actually play Warrior anymore, despite it being historically my favorite class, because they've just been nerfing it nonstop over the years. And it's really depressing for me, honestly, because I loved Aggro Warrior. First time I ever hit Legend was with a homebrewed Pirate Dragon Warrior back in Whispers of the Old Gods. And I know that that was a meta deck, but it was a homebrew because I was running it before it ever became meta. In fact, obviously I don't know if I'm the reason that it came about. I'm sure some people probably stumbled into it, but I played that deck a lot at Legend at the time. And a lot of people added me and asked me for the list. Like, I gave that list out to at least like 20, 30 people at Legend rank because everybody was like, what the fuck is that Dragon Warrior deck? And then a month later, it started being run in tournaments. Now, for all I know, somebody else just happened to stumble upon it themselves. But when Whispers came out, I loved Aggro Warrior for a while. And I was like, you know what? Every single expansion I do this. But every single expansion, I'm always like, all right, I'm going to find a way to make Aggro Warrior viable. And that time, I decided I was going to try Dragons with Alex Strauss's Champion and some of the new stuff. And what do you know? It ended up being one of the most broken decks of the entire game. So, yeah. And yeah, obviously Patron Warrior was something. Hearthstone's getting better, but they're not nerfing the right things. Oh my god, fuck Quest Mage. Yeah, I forgot. I did play Hearthstone semi-recently, and the moment I saw how broken Quest Mage was, I was like, fuck this game. Especially, Quest Mage is like the exact wrong type of broken. It's broken with zero counterplay. There is absolutely nothing that you can do to stop Quest Mage once they really get going. It's like, oh, they decided that they were going to combo you? Well, I guess you're fucked. Should have put like 5 different cards in your deck that counter that exact playstyle, idiot. Guess you just lose. It felt like the most bullshit thing I've ever seen.
Hold the armor steady now. This is the most delicate part of the process. Precision is key.
Just noticed you hit 51 at about 20 minutes in. To be fair, this is not faster than the Maw because I did get some XP from Darkmoon quests. It is faster than the Maw, right? But it definitely isn't going to be immediately faster. Like, I would say if you do the Maw, you're going to get to 51 slightly faster than I have done here. But you're going to lose the time later on. Because at some point, if you do the Maw, you're still going to have to do all of those Ouroboros quests. But basically, what you're going to effectively have happen is you're going to get a faster, slightly faster 50 to 51, and then you're going to get a slower 51 to 52. That is what skipping the Maw does. And then, of course, over the course of the entire run, it ends up being slower to do the Maw.
Challenge accepted. I will use level 1 training protocol.
Blizzard's still scared of Patron Warrior, yeah. The problem is Patron Warrior was like combo. The reason why Blizzard nerfed Warrior into the ground wasn't Patron Warrior, it was actually Pirate Warrior. It was specifically, whatchamacallit, Mean Streets of Gadgetzan. Ever since Mean Streets, Warrior has been nerfed into oblivion. It was specifically Patches the Pirate, Pirate Warrior. That era, when they nerfed it into the ground, and ever since then, they have been nerfing it nonstop. Even when it has been a bottom tier deck, they still nerf it, which is unbelievable to me. Like, if Warrior ever stops being a bottom tier, like, or if Aggro Warrior ever stops being bottom tier, and it ever becomes even remotely viable, and I mean like mid-tier viable, not even good, they nerf it. Which has honestly made me stop playing Hearthstone, because, like I said, even since Whispers of the Old Gods, every single new expansion, I would come back and I would try to make Aggro Warrior work. I would try so fucking hard. The craziest one that I ever did was I actually made an Aggro Warrior with the Death Knight. So, Worgen OTK, yeah, who can not remember Worgen OTK? But I made basically an Enrage deck with Garrosh, or what was it, Deathbringer Garrosh? Whatever the Death Knight was. He was considered to be arguably the worst Death Knight, because he basically had no competitive value. And I used the Whirlwind and some hero power resets to basically set up these like ridiculous Frothing Berserker OTKs. So I basically, it wasn't really much of a true aggro warrior, but I built this like mid-range kind of combo Enrage Warrior. It was such a janky deck. But I think I got to rank 5 with it. I didn't get to Legend with it because obviously it wasn't like a very powerful deck. It was a very gimmicky deck. And, you know, the, whatchamacallit, the Garrosh Death Knight was not that good. But I was honestly pretty proud of myself for even being able to take a homebrew that was that absurd to rank 5. To me, that's like still pretty fucking good. Nice. Priest is like, hey, nice card, mine. Yeah, I fucking hate Priest. Priest is my least favorite class in Hearthstone. It's, in my opinion, not very fun to play. Some people enjoy it. I don't enjoy it at all. I think it's boring. And it is by far the least fun class in Hearthstone to play against. Playing against a priest who actually knows what they're doing is just fucking miserable. Obviously, like, yeah, it requires skill to play a priest. I'm not saying it doesn't, but, you know, anybody who has to play against a good priest will end up hating their life. It's just not a fun time, really. Did I buy extra Eternal Skirmishes? I meant to do that, but I think I might have forgotten. Oh well. Okay, so we can see how the heirlooms have scaled. Honestly, at 51, I would say that's worth it. That's worth it. That's worth it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so heirlooms have been scaling pretty well so far. Minari Training Amulet. 40 and 40. That's actually worth it. Very good scaling. Okay, Minari Training Amulet is back. Awesome. Okay, yeah, heirloom scaling seems pretty nice. 98 item level already. That's above what it should be at 51. So the only ones that I don't think are worth it are rings still. So rings would be 51.
If you succeed, you will have proven yourself to the Ascended.
Here, let me enchant this. Oh, fun fact, actually, come to think of it. So, heirlooms, they changed the way that these heirloom rings work. I forgot to upgrade this. How did I forget to upgrade that? I could have sworn. Oh well. Basically, all heirloom rings now don't have primary stats on them. They're all purely secondary stats. So you can use the strength ring and the agility ring. You don't need to farm Dread Pirate ring anymore. That's actually a pretty significant change. Why am I still stunned? Holy shit, that stun lasted way longer than it's supposed to. Okay, there we go.
This is the moment you must overcome.
Gotta keep track of my buffs, make sure I'm not fucking anything up. Okay, nice.
It is finished.
Yeah, Corrupted Healbot. Ah, I forgot about Corrupted Healbot. That was definitely a bit cancer. I'll give you that much. Okay.
You are a sign of the winds of
Okay, my current boots are actually better.
State your purpose. You arrived in Bastion with dire news, which I have shared with the Archon.
So I realized that Eternal or Emerald Slumber is actually kind of nuts.
She wishes to offer you a gift.
Because there's so much forced cutscenes in the story. You can just, while waiting for that cutscene, pop Emerald Slumber and recharge the cooldown on Berserk. So it's actually up for the next pull. Oh, fuck Shudderwalk. God, now everybody's reminding me of all these really cancerous Hearthstone things. Yeah, that was definitely not a fun time. Okay.
The Archon said nothing of Kyrian serving the Maw?
Perhaps she does not
Let me
believe
Hearth
it.
here.
We have but the word of a single aspirant, though one would think that would be enough. We will help however we can. The drought holds strong. We must find a solution.
Okay.
Guard yourself
It's this,
against your
right?
doubts. All is not well.
No, it's this quest.
It could not
That's
have
Altered
worked
Sentinel.
since
I didn't
was
fuck it up this
dead.
time. I actually got it right. Fuck. I didn't realize that had a cast time. Okay, either way, I'm a Guardian Druid. Guy can't do shit to me. They would make difficult content with an easier mode for people with physical disabilities. That's fair, yeah. What is the fastest way, 50 to 60? I mean, I do have a guide for it that you can read in the description. I'm testing the fastest way on PTR. What I will say for retail right now, the fastest way is campaign. On PTR, we're testing that. So if you want the answer to PTR, you're gonna have to watch the stream. I don't mean that in like a sarcastic way. It's just that is literally what I'm trying to do right now. I can't tell you for sure. I can tell you what I think it is, and that's why I'm trying to test this, but I can't say for sure, right? On retail, though, it's campaign is the easy answer. There is obviously a lot more complicated answers, right? But, you know.
You have my ear, Clea.
The average player doing campaign will get a faster time than the average player doing threads, right? You need to basically have a very, 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 very specific setup for Threads of Fate to make it even comparable. You can do this, I believe in you.
Is there no hope?
Trust in your teachings.
Please, help me.
Do this, I believe in you.
Your deeds precede you.
This
Trust in your
can't be right.
teachings.
I feel
Do this, I believe in you.
doubt.
I need to target something first.
Alright. Just pick
That went
threads.
well. Certainly better
If
than
you've
my
already
last
picked
quest.
threads, my best advice is dungeon spamming.
I can't let go.
So if you're already locked in the threads, just spam dungeons. It's
Help me.
going to take,
Why must I do
get through this together. It's going to take longer if you don't have a 5-stack, but it's like, okay. It's not terrible.
Are we all lost?
Trust in your teachings.
I feel
You can do this, I believe in you. Come on, move out
I
of the way.
don't know what to do.
Trust in your teachings. Okay, nice.
Bear your soul to me.
So yeah, anytime there's an unskippable cutscene, throw on Emerald Slumber, and boom, that just shaved like 30 seconds off the cooldown. It's actually insane. I literally just discovered that right before starting the run. I was like, wait, how did I never notice that? But I think it's like a Shadowlands PvP talent, so I guess I just never tested it before. Because admittedly, a lot of my runs in Shadowlands have not been Guardian Druids. But that is actually really nuts. It's a really good PvP talent. Because the other ones, like Malorn's Swiftness, absolutely you're still going to want to run. There's a lot of really good reasons to run Malorn's Swiftness, even when you're not doing, or when you have flying, so you're not doing a lot of stuff on the ground. It's still a really good talent. Obviously, Sharpened Claws. I hope I don't need to explain why increasing the damage of Swipe and Thrash is really good. Those are your two go-to. But this one right here, so I can't mount up yet. So I get to do Malorn's Swiftness for a few seconds. That saves like 2 seconds, right?
Temple of Loyalty is trying their best to bring them back to the path.
Thanks for the advice, no problem. What does the new PvP talent do? So this is basically, you go into like a slumber for a few seconds. I think it's like 10 seconds or something. While you're in that slumber, you, I believe, heal. Yeah, you heal nearby allies, and all of your cooldowns recover 400% faster. So, just a neat little trick that you can do as a druid. Definitely, any druid spec can use that, and I honestly, like, you can already see it's good, but I hope I don't even need to tell you why that's really broken. Like, that's so good for leveling. It's insane. Hello, March. Good to have you. The character isn't an alt you can plan on waiting for 9.1.5. Yeah, true. Definitely, leveling in 9.1.5 is going to be a lot faster. I don't know if I would say a lot faster. It's going to be a good bit faster. So, there is that. Emerald Slumber is Guardian only. Oh, well, good thing that Guardian is... good thing Guardian's really good. Yeah. I mean, I recommend to anybody, if you're leveling a druid, it doesn't matter what you plan on maining. My opinion is you should level as a Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid is so good for leveling. So I guess the rich get richer, right? So Guardian Druid has an insane PvP talent as well. Holy shit.
The choice is yours.
That's actually nuts if it's Guardian only. Oh, man.
Come, I would have words with Iridia. What you
Anything I need to refresh? I think I'm good on everything. Need to refresh Bear Tartar and Dark Moon buff
just look at the state of
soon.
all these aspirants.
And then I don't need to change gear until 53.
I cannot bear the sight of this suffering.
Soft prep for rogues? Yeah.
Even my own doubts grow.
The main thing is there's nothing else worth running for Bear. Like, what I was running here before was Charging Bash and Overrun, which, I mean, for PvP is good. Frenzy, or Raging Frenzy is, like, not bad also, but you don't really need that much rage. So, it's not really going to save you that much time.
Iridia, she can help me.
I would say, honestly, yeah, like, you could argue maybe Raging Frenzy in exchange for Malorn's Swiftness, but Guardian Druid is already effectively unkillable. So having more rage, like, you're not really going to need it. You could use it for mauls, right? But on AoE, it's just going to give you more Iron Furs, I suppose, which... Malorn's Swiftness, in my opinion, will save you more time overall. In Emerald Slumber, I would say the damage increase that you're going to get by having your Berserk up for more overall pulls is going to be really good. So here, yeah, I can actually, I'll pop Berserk, whatever. I should have done that at the start. But now, Emerald Slumber.
She can save me. She can save me.
Come on.
Disciple, what is wrong? Go in service. Pelagos, mind the stewards. Aspirant, come with me. We will put this disciple's pain to rest.
Thank you.
That's not worth it. Yeah, I would actually say my old gloves are better, come to think of it. Okay, while she does the RP, I can actually clean up my bags.
I have many wares.
We will begin when you are ready. What
Farewell,
troubles
friend
you?
of the Grummels.
Oh, shit,
Our
wrong
temple
one.
I have
bring you
many
peace,
lucky
if
do's
you
come
like.
you like.
You know the ritual, disciple. Open your mind. Let the Vesper cleanse it.
I will. Why does it hurt?
Okay. That first thrash just missed. Interesting. Okay, I think...
Remain calm. Trust in the process.
It is the process that grinds our aspirants into dust. How can I trust it?
There is only
Need more
one
plus hit
path
gear.
for you to
Yeah.
take. That is forward, through this pain.
How can you endure this? How can you watch them suffer, unmoved?
Come on.
Our faith binds us all. This is the path we were chosen to walk.
One interesting thing about Emerald Slumber is it looks like you can't cancel it.
That is where the path leads.
So I guess you need to make sure that you want to be doing Emerald Slumber before you actually activate it, because you're locked into it. Which would make sense. Like, if you could just activate it and then immediately cancel, that would be kind of broken. Ah, shit. Okay.
I cannot save them.
You said you're a Red Sox fan. I don't watch... I am a Red Sox fan in name only, right? I don't actually watch baseball or really any sports. Just not something I've ever really been interested in. Like, if somebody asks me, you know, whatchamacallit, I need to talk to him. If somebody asks me which baseball team I like, I answer Red Sox because,
Truly the only way.
for reasons that I can't really say without, like, giving away personal information, it's usually really funny. So I say that I'm a Red Sox fan as a joke, but I guess without the full context of why it's fucking hilarious, I can't really explain it on stream, so it doesn't make sense. But yeah, I don't watch baseball. I don't watch any sports really. Just not something I really enjoy. I also say I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan because that usually just pisses people off. My dad likes the Dallas Cowboys, but I know that so many people really hate the Cowboys. So if somebody like who really likes like American football and stuff ever asks me, "Oh, what's your favorite like football team?" I'll be like, "Oh yeah, a big Cowboys fan." And then they're just like, "What the fuck? You're a Cowboys fan? Oh my god." I don't really know why people hate the Cowboys. It's just, you know, it's fun to piss people off. You know how it is. Where is this thing? Oh, it's the big extra action button. I am stunned. That's not good. I am feared. Okay, it's not very good. What's that? That's my trinket. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Thank you, PJZ, for stopping by. Hope you're doing good as well. Does Mark of the Hidden Satyr scale? It did like no damage. I literally saw it proc, so I know it still works. I guess it just doesn't really do anything. Nice, leveled up. Okay. Can I hit from here? Yeah, I can. Okay. Gonna pull as many things as I can. Remember, in the PTR, there is reduced whatchamacallit, AoE caps, so this actually shouldn't be as bad as it would be on live. Which is nice, because this is actually going pretty well. Speaking of old removed stats, do you think removing those old stats was good for the game? Yes. I think that there's an element of nostalgia, and it's like kind of amusing having to get plus hit gear, like on Classic, but I think for the modern game design of WoW, I think having like hit and expertise doesn't actually meaningfully contribute anything to the game. Once again, I'm not saying that I think it doesn't work in Classic. I think for the style of game that Classic is, it's perfectly fine. But I definitely don't think that plus hit or something is something that should ever be re-added to World of Warcraft. Okay. Nice. That worked out. Okay, now
Be embraced. Resist and you will be swept aside.
I just need one more of these sermons, which grab here. And we're good.
Order has come. We must all decide where we stand. What troubles you?
Stand aside. I would have words with your leader.
We will allow you to pass unharmed. For now.
Come on, leash. There we go.
Take the others to safety. Go!
I would know you.
I need to change my drums keybind.
Loyalty.
We have taken your temple.
Sure.
Paragon will soon meet her end.
Is something on your mind?
And we may fly together
What
once
is your
more.
purpose?
Never.
You can leave your burdens
So be
with... I
it.
have an idea.
The forsworn
Hold on.
will prevail.
Okay. It's a good stat at the time, but doesn't make sense in modern WoW? Yeah. Definitely what I think about it.
I cannot fight them all, but perhaps we can restore the Vespers while they are preoccupied.
Alright.
I do not wish to kill you, my soulbind, but I will if I must.
Why are you doing this?
You know why. You need only accept the truth that lies before
I will keep the Forsworn at bay. Use my hammer to purify the bells. Let their mighty voices ring true once more.
There we go.
What truth could possibly justify this slaughter?
We all suffered 1,000 little deaths at the hands of your temple, Iridia.
Yeah,
The
Iridia.
process of purification is not meant to be easy, but we are better for it. You were better for it.
I must get closer. Only one left. Stay focused.
Alright, now we wait.
And yet, I cannot remember my past life, my family.
We must forget in order to ferry souls without judgment. You know this.
The path is broken.
I
If
am
you
out of
follow
range.
it blindly, I will force your eyes open.
You
Random question. If you could have any race class combo in the game that is currently not in the game, what would you choose and why is it Night Elf Paladin? I actually, literally was going to answer Night Elf Paladin before I saw the end. It actually would genuinely, no bullshit, be Night Elf Paladin. I think somebody actually asked me that on a previous stream. It was a while ago, but I do remember answering that question at some point. Where somebody asked me if I could add a race class combo, and it 100% would be Night Elf Paladin. I really don't know why, because it's literally in the game already. There already are Night Elf Paladins, and for some fucking reason, they're not actually playable. Now, don't get me wrong, I like Lightforged Draenei Paladins, but I would play the shit out of a Night Elf Paladin. Oh, I'm stunned. Yeah. Definitely think that Night Elf Paladins would be sick. Tarn Paladin and Dwarf Shaman's kind of stupid. Tarn Paladin, I wouldn't say it's stupid. It definitely was a bit of a reach. Dwarf Shaman is definitely not. Dwarf Shaman was in the lore for a long time. If anything, Tarn Paladin was a bit more of a stretch. I would say it's definitely well established in the lore at this point. But even before Dwarf Shaman was a thing in Cataclysm, it had been kind of hinted in the lore. Specifically, they're based off Wildhammer Dwarves, right? They had been hinted in the lore to have, like, shamanistic stuff. It's like a different kind of shamanism, right? Like, it's weird, but definitely I don't really think it's that much of a stretch. Fly with Persephone. I say, I will fly with you, and then I just book it down here. Do I think they're holding back a Night Elf Paladin so they can give either Nightborn or Blood Elf a new class? I mean, if they give something a new class, it should be Nightborn. Because allied races, the one issue I have with them is they have very bad class selections, usually. It's very hard to actually pick an allied race if, like, I want a tank for the most part. Because almost every allied race is just like, oh, they can be warrior or they can be monk. And then, obviously, Death Knight. Now, everything can be Death Knight. But then, only some of them can be Paladin. Only some of them can be Druid. And, like, High Mountain Tauren. Okay, so it's basically just Tauren. Like, I don't hate High Mountain, but the fact that it's like, oh, they can be Druid doesn't really count to me because it's, well, Tauren can already be Druid. Like, Kultiran is fine because, like, humans can't be Druids. So, it's kind of neat that you can kind of be a human Druid. Lightforged? Yeah, definitely. And yet, Blood Elf does not need new specs or new classes. I know a lot of people really want Blood Elf Druid. I mean, I don't hate Blood Elf Druid, right? I would play a Blood Elf Druid. I'm going to be completely honest about that. But I don't think that they should get Druid, considering every other class has been, or every other race has been neglected, and Blood Elf has gotten everything. Like, imagine the outcry if they, like, added a new, like, race class combination, and it was Blood Elf Druid. Everybody would be pissed off. Even people like me, who play a lot of Blood Elves, I would be pissed off. Like, I would love to play Blood Elf Druid, but I don't want to play Blood Elf Druid until more, like, cooler, or, no, I wouldn't say cooler, but, like, other unique races get cool combinations. Because, I don't know, there's a lot of things that I would probably play if Blood Elves didn't have, like, every fucking combination. One thing that, honestly, I would really like is for Demon Hunters to be expanded to other races. Now, I am perfectly okay with Demon Hunters only being Night Elf, Blood Elf when Legion came out. It made perfect sense. I'm not one of those people who thought, like, oh, there should have been, like, a wider race pool. I think it made perfect sense lore-wise, and I was actually really impressed by the fact that they stuck to their guns on that, and they said, no, only Night Elves and Blood Elves, because, yeah, a lot of people were probably pissed off about that, and I think it was a good decision, because it made sense. In the lore, that was the only things that were ever actually Demon Hunters. But now that we've seen, you know, I wouldn't say other races have become Demon Hunters, but now, like, you know, Demon Hunters have been well established as a I guess, archetype that people fight as, it would make logical sense that some races would want to become demon hunters. I could honestly see a Draenei demon hunter. I could honestly see Draenei that are like, you know, basically they learn that demon hunters are a thing, and they're like, well, I hate demons. Demons basically killed off like most of my race. I want to dedicate myself to learning this so that I can efficiently hunt demons. That could absolutely be a logical thing that exists. So I don't think it's really far-fetched to say that since demon hunters became a, like, basically staple fighting force in both factions, that it's something that other races would learn to do. So I think it's perfectly acceptable for new races to, you know, become demon hunters now, after the fact. Gnome Druid? Oh god. Coltierin says Druids make sense because of the Drust. I'm not saying it doesn't, yeah. I'm just saying, yeah, because of that, it is pretty cool. It's cool that they have this unique thing. So even though it does make sense in their own reason, it is effectively human Druids. So what I mean by that isn't necessarily that, oh, humans should just be Druids too. What I'm saying is it's cool because for people who ever wanted to be a human Druid, they now have ways to live out that fantasy, even if it's not exactly human Druid. But High Mountain Tauren, you know, I guess some people might swap to High Mountain Tauren because they want the moose horns or whatever, but nobody's like, oh yes, I've always wanted the fantasy of being a Druid that has moose antlers. What? Nah, that's not a thing. You'd like Volpera Druid? That's fair. I could see Volpera Druid. I mean, it makes sense. They're already like a furry race, right? So I don't mean that in a derogatory sense either. I just mean that in the literal sense of that is what they're inspired by, I guess. So it would make sense for them to be Druids, which can shapeshift. Only good reason to go High Mountain? Well, faster mining and the fact that they're the only Horde allied race that can be a Druid. So they are effectively the fastest Horde race in the game for the 10 to whatever category, or the level 10 to something category. This is awkward. Hello? Why is this not working? Does it not work in combat? Because if so, that's really dumb. Never had that bug happen before. What is going on with this? Oh my god. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. That was really stupid. I've never seen that happen. Done this how many times? Why is it canceling it? I'm gonna lose my fucking mind! What is happening?
How long ago did you endure this?
I swear to God, if it cancels it. There we go. Fuck me, man. What is going on with this?
Such reckless insistence on the path at all costs. It will destroy us in the end.
You did it again! Oh my god! I don't know if this is a bug, like an actual bug with the quest, or just something happened. I've never seen this before. I've done this quest how many times, and I've never run into that bug before.
Too long have we given up the things that make us who we are. The things that gave us strength. We claim the temple of purity in
how do I...
our name.
There's no way to submit a bug about a quest. Blizzard doesn't listen to... Oh, okay, that's frustrating. Lag, maybe it's not lag. It's not lag, it's just, it's canceling it. And here's the thing, I know I'm gonna get, like, comments that are like, are you moving? Are you interrupting the cast? And, it's just canceling it on its own. Not saying anybody here is saying that, but...
I do not believe you are authorized to leave this memory.
Okay, that was really frustrating. Can submit quest bugs when turning it in. I just noticed that as I turned it in. I'm gonna move past it. Just gonna ignore it. Maybe it canceled because he moved. Yeah, exactly. I know you're joking, right? But that's the thing. Like, whenever there's something happening like that, where it's just, it looks like, oh, maybe it's user error. Like, I know everybody's immediate assumption when you're watching, like, obviously you can't tell that I'm standing completely still. It's just unfortunate. That is definitely really weird. I know you're joking. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I know you're joking for sure. I'm just like, why? Okay. We're gonna do this bonus objective just because it's supposed to be relatively quick. It's a bit slower on or without Threads of Fate because there are certain things that I can't actually interact with, which is interesting. I can still do a big pull here. I think this is the one that I remember scales really poorly. It's one of the spells. The Steel Memory spell scales ridiculously aggressively as you get higher levels. This one. So I need to interrupt this cast. Panda Druids? Yeah. Panda Druid would be cool. Also, I will say, the inevitable fact of doing a speedrun, at least when I'm trying to go semi-seriously, if I'm doing a casual speedrun, I'll read every message in chat. It's a bit harder for me to read every message in chat when I'm actually trying to do it quickly. And I am trying to do this somewhat quickly, right? I'm trying to get an accurate gauge of how fast this actually is, so I can't be going slow. So I will eventually miss some messages, and I do apologize for that. I don't want to, but... A bear turning into a bigger bear? Yeah, I've said this before. I know I've probably already told this joke, but I, on my Panda Warrior, I'm Night Fae, because, you know, warriors go Night Fae now. And my soul shape form is a bear, so... I always like to say that, you know, I'm a bear because I'm a panda, and my spirit animal is also a bear. And just, it's so stupid that I just enjoy it, and every time I soul shape, I chuckle to myself. And, I mean, let's be real here, nobody else actually finds that funny, but for some reason I find that absolutely hilarious. So, I've kept that as my soul shape for a very long time.
This is how Nemesis is intended to behave. There, protect me, yes?
Okay, let me, Okay, so he just starts it automatically. That's good to know. Read me, yes.
I require a target.
Allow me to show you the way.
An intruder!
Too far away. I must get close.
An intruder!
Okay. Plans on speedrunning Classic Fresh? I'm not speedrunning any Classic thing ever, probably. I mean, to be clear, I don't know if you've looked into Classic Fresh, but the leveling is not going to be that much faster. So, I'm masochistic, right? But I will never do a speedrun that takes days for world record. Like, that is just some next level, you gotta hate yourself to do it type of stuff. So, yeah. Also, I will say, and this is unfortunate because I did say that I would probably play Classic Fresh. I'm actually... I can't say I'm 100% sure if I'm actually going to play Classic Fresh anymore. I've thought about it. And after reading Blizzard's post about they don't want to increase loot drop rates, which I think is absolutely insane, And they also don't seem to be planning on making any class balancing changes. Like, I think they're kind of saying that they might make more minor tweaks, but they're not doing anything else. Like, when I saw Classic Fresh, I was operating under the assumption of like, oh, this is the first set of changes. There's going to be more to come. And I'm like, yeah, if this is the first thing they're announcing, sure, okay, this is a good start. I will say the leveling buff is nowhere near enough. It's still going to be almost the exact same amount of time. So I expected a faster leveling experience, and this is still pretty slow. Now, I'm not expecting it to be retail fast, but I mean, the change is effectively non-existent. 25% increase in quest experience? Like, what the fuck? That's nothing. So, it needs to be bigger. And then, obviously, if it's going to be a much more aggressive pace on getting content, right? They need to make loot drops faster. I don't know how the fuck they think it's acceptable to be like, we want people to have the challenge of going into higher content with low gear. That's not a challenge. That's just not fun. I mean, I guess it is a challenge, but it's not a fun challenge, I guess. It's not an enjoyable challenge. I don't want to go into Blackwing Lair with, like, generic, like, still questing greens on, which, as somebody who still didn't get most of what I wanted in Molten Core after running it for, like, a few months, and I was getting fed loot. Here's the thing. Like, my guild was literally feeding me loot as much as realistically possible because they wanted me to tank for them. And I still barely got any of the gear that I actually really wanted, just because it didn't drop, or if it did drop, it went to like one of the DPS, right? Like when Onslaught Girdle dropped or whatever, it didn't go to me because I was the tank, which makes sense, but that meant that I was tanking with like some shitty blue dungeon belts until the end of Classic because I just kind of gave up. I was bored. So I don't see how it's going to be more fun to have to make do with crappy stuff. That just sounds like torture. Like, the entire idea of Classic Fresh, when I heard about it, is it was basically a season of Classic condensed into a, like a smaller time frame. And when I even said early on, when I was comparing it to Diablo seasons, what is the most fun thing about a Diablo season? It's being able to get all that loot, right? Every single time you do a new Diablo season, like, the most fun part, at least this is my opinion, right? Maybe some people disagree, but I love going through, like, Greater Rifts and just getting all this loot, and suddenly, you know, within a day or two of farming, I'm back up to my full best in slot. And I don't even think it should be that aggressive as a pace on Classic. Definitely not, right? Don't make it so, oh, you get, like, all your best gear that early on. But if you're gonna do a faster paced level of content, you need to compensate people with faster gear. It makes absolutely no sense of them saying they want the challenge to be that you have to go into content with lower gear. Because, like, the challenge is supposed to be, I thought, that the bosses had more health and that the bosses had additional mechanics, which that is a fun challenge. The more health thing, whatever, I guess not really. But the mechanics thing, that's where I was like, okay, this is interesting. But it's like, so they want the challenge to now also be the fact that you don't have good gear? To me, that's not fun. As a min-maxer, I enjoy min-maxing my gear. To me, it's not fun to have to sit there and use suboptimal gear because it just didn't drop and the content had already been outdated. It's just not enjoyable for me. So, I'm going to be completely honest. I would say the chances that I actually play Classic WoW or Classic Fresh right now are below 50. I would say maybe 40-30% chance that I actually play Classic Fresh. Yeah. A lot of the hardcore Classic boys don't want that. I can tell you just by... so I'm going to be doing a video at some point. Sometime next week. Going through the WoW forums. It's going to be more of a comedic video, definitely, about, like, going over the, what people think about Classic Fresh. One thing I can tell you, the most controversial change by far in Classic Fresh, which honestly I agree with, in terms of I think it's a good change by Blizzard, and I think the hardcore Classic Andes are very, very much complaining about this, is world buffs. World buffs are by far the thing I've seen the most backlash about. Right now, if you go onto the Classic forums, there are so many threads about people going back and forth about, this is a good change, this is a bad change, this is a good change, this is a bad change, etc. Now, like I said, I think it's a good change. I don't think world buffs are interesting. I don't understand why people think they're interesting. I don't see what the fun in having to do all of this preparation work before raid to get an advantage in raid to make the boss's face roll easy. I don't get it, right? The challenge in raid should not be the preparation work that you need to do outside of raid. The challenge in raid should be the raid itself. This applies to anything. It's the same reason that I hate when retail makes me grind like Shards of Domination and stuff, and like upgrade them with Stygian Embers and do Korthia to get like my conduits upgraded. Like, to me, world buffs are basically the same type of gameplay as farming Korthia to get conduit upgrades by maxing out Archivist Codex. It's a boring thing that I need to do outside of raid in order to get a benefit inside of raid. And I just don't think that's interesting. I think when you go to raid, your skill should be measured by how well you're actually able to do in the raid itself with what you have. Not how much prep work did I do before the raid so I can run in there with full consumables, full world buffs, full everything, and just steamroll the bosses because I outgeared it or out-prepared it, that kind of stuff. I don't think that's fun, right? I don't think that's interesting. That's my personal take on it, right? People are welcome to disagree with me. But I personally think that's just not a very enjoyable way to play the game. So I think that world buffs being removed is a perfectly good change. That is the one that I've seen the most backlash by far about. Finally, new bracers. But honestly, I haven't seen that much backlash about the loot thing. I've seen a lot of people, almost universally the opinion seems to be, we should get more loot drops, right? The people who hate Classic Fresh are gonna hate Classic Fresh because of the lack of world buffs, right? If they're like hardcore and stuff like that. But most people who actually are on board with Classic Fresh seem to also say, yeah, we should get faster loot. I think that's it. Pots and buff food only? Yeah, I agree. That's what Final Fantasy does, and I think it's better off for it. There aren't that many consumables that you need to prep in a Final Fantasy raid. And in my opinion, that means that Final Fantasy raiding is much more accessible. In Final Fantasy, you literally just, you get basic gear by doing, whatchamacallits, like, I wouldn't say easy content, but not super challenging content. There's, like, buff food and potions that you can get. But other than that, you just head into the raid. Does that mean that Final Fantasy raiding is easy? No, I would actually say it's hard, or harder because of that. It definitely is hard, but I would say that the lack of any sort of buffs or immense prep work that you can do beforehand means that the emphasis in actually killing bosses is 100% on your own skill. Which is why I think less people actually succeed at doing Savage raiding in Final Fantasy, because they can't outgear it. You can't really just overgear a Savage raid boss and kill it like that. You actually need to know what you're doing. That's good, in my opinion. Here we go.
Quickly, we must alert the pole mark.
People who says it's a bad chance gankers who stock people with buffs are the ones doing the logs in raid. The ones who did PvP montages, yeah. I don't think world buffs add anything to Classic. I mean, maybe it's just me, but like, how many stories did you actually hear about Vanilla WoW of people being like, oh yeah, I loved farming world buffs and going into Molten Core and speedrunning Molten Core with all my world buffs. That's how I enjoyed playing Vanilla WoW back in the day. I never heard about that. Honestly, until Classic came out, I didn't even know world buffs ever really existed or were really that relevant. I obviously knew that, like, Rallying Cry of the Dragon Slayer was something that I got every now and then when I walked through Orgrimmar and the big buff popped up. I knew it was a thing that existed, but I never realized that it's something that people genuinely farmed and went into raids with, because I never heard people actually reminiscing about that. I never heard any stories of people saying, yeah, that was something I really enjoyed in Vanilla WoW. It was kind of a thing that I think got popular on private servers, and then when Classic came out, everybody did it there, and like, that's okay. If it existed in the game, it existed in the game. But I don't really think that removing world buffs goes against the spirit of Vanilla WoW, because very few people, I would say, actually did that back in the day. I could be wrong on that, but I do not personally know anybody who played Vanilla who actually ever got world buffs, even if they did do raiding. That was not really a thing that happened. At least to my knowledge. At least to the degree of, like, coordination that people do it now. Where you see people, like, doing the, like, all the coordinating the buffs and stuff like that, and then going in there and, like, logging out to preserve their world buffs, that kind of thing. I never, ever heard about that happening on vanilla. You just got the Onyxia buff? Yeah, I mean, some people did that because everybody had to get the Onyxia head, right? But the other ones, I don't see. Especially because, right, like, you're bound to wipe. If it's your first time ever doing a raid, like, people were still doing progression on these raids back in the day. And if you're doing progression, it's highly likely that you're going to die a lot. So why go out of your way to farm all of these world buffs if you're going to die a bunch of times?
New idea, the sooner you find those parts, the sooner this Colossus can help clear their flyers.
And Goose Comics said a good compromise is to disable them on the current tier. I mean, I guess I think that's a fine change. I personally am totally fine with them just being removed entirely. I don't really see why they add that much that people really need to have them. Because one of the other things is people might still want to go back and get, like, logs for older raids. And let's be real here, world buffs devalue skill. You know? Not everybody's going to be able to get world buffs. Not everybody has a guild that's willing to do that with them. So, does somebody who happens to be in a guild that farms world buffs and does that make them, like, automatically better than somebody else who doesn't have a guild that does that? Obviously, it's classic, right? Like, skill is kind of meaningless because, like, you know, everybody has a 3-button rotation. But, I mean, if I say that, you're going to get people going out there like, actually, Fury Warrior takes a lot of skill to play properly in Classic WoW. You know, I really need to put a lot of thought into my auto attacks, okay? Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I like Classic, right? But, you know, the people who care so much about min-maxing their performance in Classic, that's where I'm, like, a little bit... min-maxing for logs, I should say. Like, I'm fine min-maxing to the point where I can help my raid kill a boss. That's one thing. But min-maxing to get, like, the top log in a game that is heavily reliant on getting good RNG with, like, auto attacks not getting parried and stuff, it's just one of those where you're like, really? That's what you care about min-maxing? You know, your auto attack hits? Avoid the rain of fire and molten core. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, so to me, the Classic is more of a fun experience. I will say, like, obviously, I'm probably not super qualified to talk about this, or at least so people would probably tell me, because, you know, I'm not hardcore like a lot of those people. I don't know what it takes to actually be a Classic WoW raider, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I play Classic for fun. I don't play Classic to min-max to the degree that, like, some people do. I don't really respect that, I guess. So maybe I shouldn't be commenting on it. I'm just saying I think that what they currently have appeals to nobody. That's the main issue. The current state of Classic Fresh appeals to nobody. You know, basically casual Classic players like me aren't going to like it, and from what I've seen, hardcore Classic WoW private server people aren't going to like it either. So, I don't really know what audience they're shooting for with this thing. As a rogue, you can confirm auto attacks are essential? Yeah. And it's fine to say that, like, people prefer that type of combat, right? Like, some people enjoy the more casual, laid-back style of combat in Classic, and that's totally okay. I just think the people that get, like, super overdramatic about it and act like Classic WoW is, like, the best that combat in World of Warcraft has ever been, that is just one of those things where I'm like, no. There are merits to Classic WoW. Its combat system is not one of them. Its combat system has nostalgic appeal to me, but it is not good. It very much feels dated, in my opinion at least. Let me try to do a big pull here. Min-maxing is weird. You enjoy being on top of the boards and doing better than others, but you don't judge people for not doing as well. I would say it depends. So I don't basically, I don't judge other people randomly. I will absolutely be the first to admit that I judge other people in my raid to a degree. Like, if somebody is not performing, like, as well as me, fine, whatever. But if somebody in my raid doing the exact same content as me at the exact same level of progression, if they are basically not putting in the same effort as me or everybody else, that I will absolutely judge. And I think that everybody has a right to judge that. It's not to say that that person is playing the game wrong. I think that's one of the common misconceptions, right? It's one of those things where a lot of people basically act like, oh, if you like min-maxing and you judge other people for not min-maxing, that's toxic. And I would say let's say if I were to go into Orgrimmar and I were to look at this random person and look up their logs and be like, oh, you don't min-max, you're bad. Like, that would be toxic, and that would definitely be like, what the fuck? But if I am in a guild, right? And this is usually the type of environment I like to play at. If I'm in a guild where we're actually trying to clear content, difficult content at a, reasonable pace, and I am min-maxing, and most of the raid is min-maxing, and the general expectation within that raid is that people should be min-maxing to actually clear the content, and there's one guy that isn't min-maxing in that raid, then I think it's perfectly okay to judge that guy and be like, hey, buddy, if you want to be in this raid, you should be min-maxing. Because at that point, it has nothing to do with whether or not min-maxing is okay or not. It has to do with whether that person belongs in your guild. Because if you're in a guild where min-maxing is the expectation, and some guy shows up having done the bare minimum effort, then that's a problem. Now, that person might be perfectly okay joining a lower level guild and, putting in the bare minimum effort. They might even still be one of the top DPS in that lower level guild. If the expectation in some guild is that min-maxing is not really required, and that you're all just there to have fun and play at your own pace, then it's fine. Then yeah, you shouldn't judge anybody for min-maxing. But I've been in a lot of guilds where it is like a serious mythic raid setting, and I kind of bring up, like, hey, this guy is constantly at the bottom of the damage meters, he's constantly holding us back, this is a problem. And then you get the, like, oh, you don't pay my sub, and it's like, well, no, but I'm paying my sub to raid at a reasonable pace, and you're here ruining the experience of 19 other people because, you don't want to quit the guild and join something that's more your speed. That I think you absolutely can judge somebody for. When you are in a raid, you are, at a certain level, responsible for your own performance and responsible for how your performance affects the rest of your raid team. And I think a lot of people who don't like raid, I'm not even saying like super hardcore, but don't raid at like a higher mythic level, don't get that. Because I think a lot of guilds at the lower end are very much like laissez-faire about it, and they're like, yeah, who cares? Like, let people do what they want to do. But if you're progressing through mythic content, there's a general expectation that everybody's pulling their weight and everybody's actually doing what they need to do. And if everybody's doing that and one guy isn't, then that guy is a problem, and you have every right to be upset at them for doing that.
Now that is how you take care of business. He has gone towards the Paragon. You speak to the hand.
It appeals to people who want to experience the feeling they had 15 years ago. Classic didn't really have that feeling because of meta, but without world buffs and bosses. Yeah, that's fair. There's a difference between not doing as well and throwing. Yeah, and here's the thing. Performance is relative, right? Bad performance in one guild may be, like I said, really good performance in another guild. I'm going to be honest, like, I've had times where I'm having an off night, and I'm like, wow, I'm really not playing well, and I'm sure that if I was in a guild that was, like, at a lower tier, they'd be like, what the fuck, how is this guy doing so well, right? Everything is relative. even myself, I hold myself to a much higher standard because I generally don't want to be even close to that person. I never want to be the guy at the bottom. I never want to be even close to the guy at the bottom. I generally do push myself much harder than I expect people to push themselves, right? So, yeah, everything is absolutely relative. Judging people for not doing good damage is fine, but expecting them to min-max is weird. I would say it depends on what you define as min-max. I think everybody has a different definition of what they think min-maxing is. The exact definition of min-maxing, right, is trying to get every last bit of damage. So I would say if we're going by like the letter of the word, then technically speaking, if you expect somebody to min-max in the sense of they're getting like a 95 damage parse and you're like, you should be getting a 99 damage parse, I agree with you there. That definitely is like, come on, just, you know, they're doing more than good enough. But I would say min-maxing generally these days has a much broader term. So I would say min-maxing could in some ways be stretched to basically being like using the right legendary or using the right covenant. So it's all well and good to mess around with different covenants, but like if you're in a high tier mythic progression guild and you're playing Necrolord Hunter, yeah, you probably shouldn't be doing that, right? Obviously, you know, the difference between Necrolord Hunter and like Kyrian / Nightface / Venthyr Hunter is so wide that it's hard to really call it min-maxing, but there is a certain element of like it can fall into that category. At least colloquially, the term can be used to describe stuff like that. I don't know if that really makes sense, but I think probably get what I'm saying. Generally, when I say somebody's not min-maxing, I just mean somebody's not doing research. Expecting them to run some talent they dislike when they're hitting close to the same DPS without using it. Yeah, true. Like, there are certain examples of something that's very close. Like, I would say if you're expecting somebody to gain, like, a 1% damage increase, yeah, that's probably a bit too, like, hardcore. But sometimes people are like, oh, I'm going to run what I enjoy, but it is a massive damage loss. Like, right now, the example I gave, if you're playing Necrolord Survival Hunter on retail right now, it is a massive damage loss. It has nothing to do with whether or not it's something you enjoy. You are just basically holding back your raid as a Necrolord Survival Hunter. But, like, an example would be maybe Venthyr, right? Venthyr Survival Hunter compared to, like, Kyrian or Nightfae could actually fall into the category of min-maxing at this point. There's a very minor difference between them. Venthyr is very close. So, if somebody's playing Venthyr Hunter and they're doing really well, and you're like, well, you could get like 1% more damage playing Kyrian, yeah, I would say that is definitely a bit like, alright, fuck off, you know, who cares at that point? But there reaches a certain level where if you're on a Mythic raid team, you expect people to at least be making semi-logical decisions. Nightfae Ret Paladin? Yeah, like, here's the thing, it's perfectly fine to play Nightfae Ret Paladin for fun. But I'm going to be real here. Like, if somebody on my Mythic raid team was playing Nightfae Ret Paladin, I would be like, why the fuck is this guy on the team? Right? I'm not saying that, oh, I'm judging you because you play Nightfae Ret Paladin. Like, that's perfectly fine to mess around and have fun with that. But I would say if you committed to a team where you're, like, pushing really hard content, and you're playing something that is a massive damage loss, because right now, like, Kyrian for Ret Paladin is such a massive damage increase, like, that would be a little bit trolling at that point, if you were basically making the commitment. But if you're just doing it for fun, like, if you like the transmog, that's 100% okay. It's all relative, right? So, you know, definitely blanket statements like that are never good. One major issue is that it doesn't matter what your opinion is when you're playing a specific class. You have to use that specific talent tree or you won't perform well. Yeah, some people have that opinion. Hello, Lycan. Good to have you here. And here's the thing. There is actually... So, I've had to explain sometimes to people my talent choices. But if I pick, like, an off-meta talent... I never pick it because I'm like, this is something that I think is more fun. I usually have done the work and process of figuring out why this is the better talent. But I would say, like, if you're in, like, a high-level guild, right? So people are saying, expecting them to run some talent. There's usually a best talent build, etc., etc. True and min-maxing can be described as literal glass cannons. So a good instance would be, I guess, here's an example I had to argue a lot. Brambles or Blood Frenzy or stuff. I think most people are pretty content with running Brambles right now, but I remember back in Legion, a lot of people were running Blood Frenzy because they were like, oh, the rage is better. And I remember so many people telling me, why are you not running Blood Frenzy? Why are you running Brambles? And I wasn't running Brambles because I was like, oh, I think it's more fun. I was running Brambles because I genuinely thought it was a better pick, and I would like to think that time has proven me correct over the years. But I had to explain to so many people the ins and outs of why I thought Brambles was a better overall pick than Blood Frenzy, because I basically tried to explain that the extra rage that you're going to get from Thrash doesn't really result in that much, especially in a raid setting. Like in a Mythic Plus setting, you can kind of make an argument for it, but Brambles is still a decent damage increase, whereas Blood Frenzy in a single target raid encounter will basically maybe net you an extra Iron Fur every now and then. And I don't really think it's worth that much. But you had so many people look at it and be like, well, this generates rage. Rage equals more mitigation. That is by far the better pick for tanks, or something like that. And because a lot of top Guardian Druids at the time were running Blood Frenzy, I remember a lot of people would expect, oh, you're trolling if you don't run Blood Frenzy. Even though, when asked, I would be able to clearly explain the exact logic that went into me making that pick. So I would say that is definitely a difference. If somebody has a different talent pick, and they have reasoning behind why they make that talent pick, and they are convinced that this is better because they did the math or testing on it, I would say hear them out, right? The people who basically don't play a class and then or pretend to be experts on that class because, you know, they read like a build that said, or a guide that said like, oh, this is the best talent for this particular class, and they tell you, who mains that class and puts a ton of research into it, no, you're wrong, you have to pick this talent. Those are the people that really piss me off. It was like another great example, Spirit Bomb and Nyalotha. So a lot of Demon Hunters in Nyalotha, when Twilight Devastation was a thing, were running Gluttony. And I did not run Gluttony at all for the entirety of Nyalotha, and I think that was the correct pick. But because a lot of guides basically said, oh, because of Twilight Devastation, you should run Gluttony, a lot of people would ask me, why are you not running Gluttony? Like, why are you playing Spirit Bomb? And there was a reason I was playing Spirit Bomb. I actually did think that Spirit Bomb overall was better, and the reasoning, I guess, obviously at this point it's kind of irrelevant because it's, you know, old content, but my reasoning for why I thought Spirit Bomb was better is because Gluttony basically gave you better high rolls. On the times when Gluttony procced at the right time and you got that really big Gluttony plus Twilight Devastation combo, yeah, you would just get this insane damage increase, but Spirit Bomb gave you consistent damage that reliably performed well across all different pulls. So my argument was that Gluttony did really good on logs, whereas Spirit Bomb did really good on progression. And I maintain that to this day. I think I was absolutely correct about that, and I got a lot of top 5 world parses running Spirit Bomb, even though there were people high-rolling with Gluttony. So I absolutely do still think I was correct about that, but I had to basically explain to so many people why I wasn't running Gluttony. And they would basically look at me like I had two heads, like, what do you mean? But Gluttony's the correct pick. Gluttony is what all the guides say that you have to run. Twilight Devastation, what? What do you mean you don't run Gluttony? And it was really frustrating having people basically question my judgment, and I'm talking like raid leaders and stuff, question my judgment because they read a Vengeance Demon Hunter guide that said Gluttony is the best pick. And despite the fact that I had been playing Vengeance literally since it came out, and I had understood the ins and outs of the class, they didn't trust me because they read some guide that said Gluttony was better. So that's the type of thing where I think definitely don't enforce min-maxing on people if you don't actually understand how to min-max that class. But I would say if it's very easily provable that something is worse, like if there are sims out there that very clearly show, especially for DPS, right? If there are sims that show that one is way underperforming in all scenarios to another, generally you're pretty safe to assume that it's just the worst pick and that the other person should swap. Sorry. I've been talking a lot. You miss rank 3, 2, and 1 Twilight Devastation Demon Hunter. I miss it only in the sense that it was amusing. But if somebody asked me, like, would you want to go back to having Twilight Devastation Vengeance, I would actually say no. I think in terms of, like, skill, it actually heavily diluted the skill of Vengeance Demon Hunter. Basically, you were entirely reliant on procs, and I really hated that. I did not think it was fun at all. Well, correction. I thought it was kind of fun, but I did not think it was enjoyable to try and do competitive, or try to get competitive parses with. And I like my parses, right? Even if they don't necessarily matter, I like going for good parses. And it was impossible in Nyalotha. I still got a 99 on basically every boss, but I think some bosses I got like a 98 or something, just because I can't compete with people's Twilight Dev RNG. It's just, you know, it basically diluted the skill pool. So nowadays, like, when there's no really random factors, I can get a 99 at least on every boss. I have 100s on some bosses. You know, if it's down to skill, I can get a good parse. So I hated Twilight Dev because of that. At the end of BFA, you had like 6 different procs in your Fury Warrior. Yeah, I hate the proc gameplay that World of Warcraft has kind of devolved into over the years. It's frustrating, that's for sure. I can equip some new gear. Actually, is this even better? I don't think it is. I think heirlooms actually scale pretty well. Yeah. Fuck me, heirlooms are good. Okay. You're still going to want to get heirloom rings. As far as I can tell, this is going to outscale it. Especially with the sockets, right? Maybe not, though. We'll have to test. Every other heirloom, though, obviously you have stuff like this. So this, definitely I can use because it's a non-heirloom slot, right? But yeah, so early impressions, heirlooms are good. 50 to 60 heirloom scaling seems very, very solid, which is good. That's a very good sign. Very, very happy to hear that. Or to see that, I guess. Heirloom rings are good now. They aren't. They are better than they used to be, slightly. Heirloom upgrades are still obviously expensive, so I would say, Scott, that kind of depends. I would say they are probably worth the cost if you do plan on leveling a lot of alts. I don't know if I'll be buying them just yet, because honestly, I don't have any more alts to level. So I have no reason to actually do it, but I guess if you're somebody who hasn't really leveled a lot of alts yet, they would probably be worth the cost. For me, I'm probably going to save my gold until, whatchamacallit, the next expansion, to make it easier to level up new alts or something. I don't know. But we'll see. For speedruns, they absolutely are worth it. For speed leveling in terms of raw efficiency, they are now efficient. I think I can safely say that. You're still going to want gear for level 50 because the heirloom scaling at like 49 to 50 is really weak. But the moment you hit 51, they catch up really quickly. So currently it seems I would recommend level 50 crafted gear, possibly crafted rings depending on how good heirloom rings actually scale. But I'm not 100% sure. You have 9 level 60s? Yeah, it's about the same that I have, so. Yeah, I mean, if you have the golds, it's fine to spend it now. I would say in the long term, it's going to be a good investment. I can safely say that now. So, thumbs up for heirlooms from me. In the short term, maybe don't do it, but I would say if you're going to be leveling characters and your alternative is like buying crafted gear, then it's definitely more efficient than buying crafted gear. That much is certain. Why am I doing this? I can fly. Really hard to catch up on messages while I'm trying to focus. Back in Nyalotha, all hunters needed the crit thing. Yeah. definitely was a bit iffy. Why is this? Okay, I can't use this while shapeshifted. So I can grab the weapons, but I can't actually interact while shapeshifted. Okay. That's true. Yeah, actually, time walking, that's a good point, especially with Legion time walking about to hit. That is going to be a really good way for people to upgrade their heirlooms. Because I think a lot of people are going to be doing a shit ton of like Legion M+ and whatnot. And if you do a lot of Legion M+, you're going to get a lot of stuff that you can use to upgrade heirlooms. And the price is pretty reasonable too. So good call there, Goose Comics. Let's see. Okay, we're good. Draka is very slow. Did she just dismount and pull a bunch of mobs? Okay. That's interesting. Thank you, Draka. Very cool. Will Legion Mythic plus time locking drop the infinite dragon mount? That I do not know. I don't really have any way of testing that, because I already have it. And even on PTR, it's already learned, so... unfortunately, I would have to be really lucky to even get it to drop, even if it could drop, right? But because I already have it, it's actually impossible for me to test that. It is interesting to think about, though. I do not know.
Every chosen fight with strength and honor.
I will say, though, Minari Training Amulet is 100% going to be viable again. Or viable still, I should say. Now with the upgrades, so... You're not going to use it a lot, but it's just like, it's nice to have in case you do need a speed boost. Especially because swiftness potions don't work, so... Definitely recommend upgrading that one.
Margrave Praxis is the strongest of us. Show him no fear.
You did well to pull the mortal from the arena. We could not let our enemies take them.
They have shown resilience and strength. Qualities we need.
Azurite neck is still good. I think they nerfed that. I'm 99% sure they made it so Azurite armor is disabled. Oh, are you talking about for leveling? For leveling for alts, it's not an option, right? Yeah. If you're... So, basically, a lot of people used the Heart of Azeroth for leveling up for their first time. And I did too, because if you're on a pre-made character, or that you played a lot during BFA, yes, it's still worth using. But what I'm testing is basically leveling a character from scratch. And only using stuff that you could, like, mail over. Realistic speedrun is setting, effectively. And that much I can definitely say it would not be worth it. What? Took a bit. Okay. Neck works because of the stats. Yeah. Now, you're definitely correct about that, but the base Azeroth, or Heart of Azeroth, is not very good. The time that it would take to get the Heart of Azeroth, even, like, if you do the Nazjatar intro to get it upgraded, the amount of time that stat stick would actually save over the course of your entire run is nowhere near worth doing, right? You would be much better off just using an heirloom neck and walking straight into the questing and whatnot. Maybe it could be argued that before, for like non-actual speedruns where you can prep your gear, maybe it would have been efficient. But now it definitely isn't. Now with the advent of heirlooms, it's not going to be worth it. Especially one nice thing is if you're...
The cycle has brought more orders? What now? Summon Mortanis in this drought? Preposterous! You there! Tell the Baron to scrounge up some anima if he wants.
Did they change the price? Yes, they heavily reduced the price. They reduced it by over half. So, heirlooms for 50 to 60 are much more affordable now. It is better, but not that much better. Yeah, exactly. It's not that much better. And especially when you factor in the amount of time it would take to do all the quests, it ends up not being worth it. It's definitely something to consider. And I guess if you're looking for getting the fastest pure time from 50 to 60, with, like, preparation at, like, 50, so, like, let's say if you hit 50 and then XP locked, and then did a bunch of prep work, that would definitely be something you could do. That's what people did, like, day one, right? But for a realistic speedrun, it's not worth it. Yeah, no, okay, so I can show this later on. Heirloom prices are now 5,000 for armor upgrades, and they are, I think, 7,500 for weapon upgrades. Much more reasonable. It used to be, for the record, 18,000 gold to upgrade a weapon. So, they reduced it by over half the amount. Very, very nice change. Because that was one of my biggest complaints in my 9.1.5 video, the heirloom prices, and Blizzard fixed it. So, you know, that's the thing, right? Imagine prep work, which includes Mythic Nyalotha gear, just for a speedrun. Exactly, yeah. That's why that's not a category. The reason why 50 to 60 isn't a category is because that's the stuff that you would have to do. And that's why, like, there are people out there who are like, oh, players got, like, 4.5 hour 50 to 60 leveling times. And it's like, yeah, the 4 hour 50 to 60 leveling times were on launch day or on beta with people from copied characters that had Mythic Nyalotha gear. If you have Mythic Nyalotha gear and you're, like, one-shotting everything because you could get some insane scaling going, then yeah, you would dumpster stuff. And even then, like, with a very unrefined route, I did about, I think I did 6 hours on launch, roughly, with an unrefined route. And I had to do all of the Revendreth stuff because you had to do the entire campaign, all the way until the very end. So I couldn't do any of the efficient side quests because it wasn't worth it when you have to do everything else no matter what. Darkmoon top hat fell off. Can I use this here? Can't do it right now. And then also I had to compete a lot for tags because, you know, launch day. And I got ganked a few times, actually, because war mode was on. So I had a very, very, very janky day one leveling experience, and I still got 6 hours because I was playing with, like, a fully min-maxed Mythic Nyalotha character. So, okay. Well, Flight Form didn't work there, but at least this thing exists.
For the honor of the blade forged by the Primus. How long has it been hidden in that stone?
I might as well replace it now.
Look, Faramir was once the Primus's apprentice. She might know more about the blade.
Okay, here we go. Them running Freehold for XP at the beginning, yeah. There were a lot of really janky things that people did early on for experience. There was also, like, so the way that the person who got World First level 60 did it on Shadowlands, right, is I think they did it in around 3 hours. And they had a group running dungeons, a 4-man group speed running dungeons. So they would do quests, and then they would get a warlock to summon them to the dungeon right at the very end. I think they spammed Necrotic Wake over and over. So they speed ran Necrotic Wake. They got summoned to the end of the dungeon every single time the group completed it, got the end of dungeon completion experience, and then went back to doing quests. So think about that for a bit, right? That's the level of shit that goes into, like, a day one speedrun, unlike the broken shit that people can do. But that's not replicatable, you know, for a realistic speedrun. That's not something that the average player can do. Hell, I couldn't even get people to help me do that, right? You know, good luck convincing some of my friends to go and, to go and run dungeons for me and whatnot. Yeah, it's super degenerate. The ironic part is I think they actually got at least banned or suspended for a bit. Like a temp ban. I don't know exactly what happened. I think there might have been other reasons that maybe I don't know about, but I do know that the World First 60 did get temp banned. I don't know exactly why. I don't know if it was because of that method, or maybe they were doing something else that was like clearly an exploit. There are lots of other examples about like really broken exploits on day one. Like classic one is, did they get rolled back? I know they got temp banned, so they might have gotten temp banned while Blizzard rolled them back. So that's interesting to know. I didn't hear the follow-up on that. I just know when I was streaming at the time, obviously when the person got World First 60, a bunch of people in my chat were telling me about it. And then like an hour later, a bunch of people were like, oh, did you hear that the person who got it got temp banned? And I was like, what the fuck? So I was getting like updates through chat. I didn't really hear the end of that story though, because I did a 26-hour stream at the start of Shadowlands. And by the end, I was just focused on my own stuff. I wasn't like paying super close attention to what was going on news-wise and whatnot. And I will say for that matter, anytime like a new game comes out, I will be doing like a 24-hour like stream or whatnot. I will need to change it a bit though, so I need to figure out what I'm going to do for Endwalker, because I will be doing a 24-hour or whatever live stream for Endwalker, maybe even more. We'll have to see. But the problem is anything above 10 hours doesn't upload properly on YouTube, so what I'll probably need to do is like turn off the stream at like 9.5 hours and then like immediately turn it back on or something, which kind of sucks. That's one thing that I really dislike about YouTube, that like VODs above 10 hours can't be saved, because it means that, you know, you turn off the stream like that, you're bound to lose viewers. So I'm thinking about how to do that properly, because that would kind of suck. Basically having my viewer counts, probably more, by having to turn it off and back on again, right? But I will be doing that either way, because anytime a new game comes out that I'm like really playing, I do like pretty much that exact same shit anyway. So I can guarantee you when Endwalker hits, I'm going to be playing it for 24 hours, if not more, in a single sitting, regardless on whether or not I'm streaming. So as a result, I might as well stream it. Just makes sense. Probably the same thing when Guild Wars 2 comes out, but we'll have to see. It's really just like MMOs, there is definitely an advantage to getting a head start. It's less so in Final Fantasy, but one of the main things I'm worried about in Final Fantasy is like, I'm really concerned that I'm going to get the story spoiled for me, and I really care about the Final Fantasy main story. So I really want to be like one of the first people to finish that thing, not because I care about like, I guess, being world first. I'm not going to try to speedrun the Final Fantasy story. In fact, I'm going to do the exact opposite. I am going to go through and watch every single cutscene, because that is how I level in Final Fantasy normally. And I am going to be one of the first people, hopefully, to do that, because I don't want anybody to be able to spoil it for me, because goddamn do I love that story, and I'm really curious to hear how it's going to end. Like, I am dying to know what happens. Honestly, I haven't been this excited for the end of a story since Game of Thrones. And, well, let me down the last time. But, hopefully, Final Fantasy XIV won't pull a Game of Thrones on me. But the same energy that I feel when I think about, like, the end of the Final Fantasy story, I feel that, or that's how I felt, like, going into Game of Thrones Season 8. Like, that excitement. So, and then, you know, I was one of the few people who, after Battle for Winterfell, I think what the episode was called, right? Obviously, it was the Battle for Winterfell, but I think that was literally the name of the episode. After that episode, I was still holding on to hope. Like, it was dumb, sure, but there definitely was an element of, like, God, that was fucking cool. Like, say what you will about Game of Thrones, but it was fucking awesome in terms of visual stuff. Like, you know, Game of Thrones Season 8 may be a piece of shit, but it was like the most highly polished piece of shit that has ever existed. Those visuals were just absolutely stunning. Everything about the Battle of Winterfell visually oh, it was so good, especially the soundtrack. Like that, the music in Game of Thrones was just so good. So that kind of made me overlook it a little bit after Battle of Winterfell. I was like, all right, definitely not the best story ever, but hey, that was still a really hype episode. I wonder how they're gonna wrap it up. And, well, as we know, it was all downhill from there. So, by the end of Game of Thrones, I was just sitting there laughing hysterically, and I couldn't take it seriously anymore. Which is unfortunate, because I was really excited for it. But I am hopeful that Final Fantasy XIV won't let me down. Because so far, the story has been insane. Every single time when I've, like, looked at a Final Fantasy plot point and been like, I don't know how they're going to do this well, they shatter my expectations, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, that was brilliant. Like, once again, no spoilers, but Shadowbringers, like, when I heard about the premise of Shadowbringers when I first started it, I'm like, this seems like a weird premise, no way this actually pans out. And it ended up being one of the greatest stories I've ever seen. It's so fucking good. So, I honestly would not be surprised if they managed to recapture that once again, because the writers for that game are just something else entirely. Yeah, sure, I mean, gold doesn't really matter, it's PTR. A complete 180 compared to Season 1? Yeah. I mean, honestly, Game of Thrones was really good for a while. I would even say I was one of the people who thought it was good up until Season 6. Season 6 had its problems, but I even thought, like, all the way until the end, which, like, I mean, I'm not really going to spoil Game of Thrones, because I know some people may still want to watch it. So, if you know what I'm talking about, the ending of Season 6, I thought was a very good ending. It was kind of controversial, not everybody liked it, but I'd say the general perception that people seem to have was that it was still a good ending, still a good show. Season 7 definitely was like, people started to feel a bit iffy. I remember thinking a little bit like, yeah, this definitely is like, not the best, but it was still fine. But I remember already being a little bit concerned when I saw there were only 6 episodes in the final season, because I'm like, how are they going to do all of this with only 6 episodes? That seems a little bit odd. And, I mean, they didn't, right? They just rushed it. So that was unfortunate. But, you know, it is what it is. Remember sitting, or doing Season 1 in one sitting and not sleeping that night? Man, same. Literally, like, whenever I started watching Game of Thrones in high school, I think I binge-watched, like, it was, like, yeah, I did the same thing where I watched the first episode, and I'm like, shit, this is really good. And then I binge-watched the entire rest of Season 1 in one night, and I didn't sleep at all. Then I basically got home from school, passed out, and then woke up and immediately binge-watched Season 2. It was so good. Early Game of Thrones is still so good. I would say, you know, I don't know if anybody here hasn't watched Game of Thrones, and if you haven't, like, if the reason is because you heard about how bad the ending is. One thing I will say for Game of Thrones is that even if the ending does kind of suck, it still is a very good show early on. And I would say it holds up. Like, you can watch most of Game of Thrones and still be like, God, this show is so fucking good. Especially, I think, the silver lining, in my opinion, is that the story technically isn't over because George R.R. Martin hasn't finished it. Like, the way I see it is what probably happened is, I think they've kind of said this, George R.R. Martin probably gave them a rough outline of what he was planning on doing. And he may still go down that exact same route. And I don't even necessarily think it would be bad if it was written properly. The problem is, the whole ending, without spoiling it, was way too rushed. All of the character development that happened in like one episode. You need way more time to let all of those events and all of that character development actually unfold properly. And the writers just clearly did not want to be doing that show anymore, and they just phoned it in. But I still think that when done by a good writer, so George R.R. Martin, when he eventually decides to finish it, I actually think that it's going to turn out well. That's just my personal opinion. I think that's probably what will happen. Did I get the Plaguefall quest? Maybe I need to do this and then finish the actual Plaguefall story thing. Either way. So yeah, I still think Game of Thrones is really worth watching. Like, especially, I forget which season it was. I'm trying to remember. I think it was season 5, I think, had one of my favorite final episodes. Once again, I don't really want to spoil it. I can't remember if it was season 4 or season 5 that had the moment I was thinking of. But I remember just being like, God damn, this show's so good. Like, I already really liked it. But after that, I was completely sold on the show, and I'm like, this is just so good. And yeah, it definitely did go down, but I think it went down worse than anybody could have expected it to. Definitely, if you're thinking of watching Game of Thrones, stop at season 6. You can watch season 6, I should say, but after season 6, don't watch season 7, don't watch season 8. That is definitely where the show starts to go downhill. Season 7 technically isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's all build up to season 8, and season 8 is one of the worst seasons of television that has ever been aired, unfortunately. It is definitely a shame, because I feel like Game of Thrones had the potential to be like the greatest TV show ever created, and all they needed to do was make a somewhat satisfying ending to let it be the best TV show ever created. And now it definitely isn't. It's a fucking shame. Makes me sad to think about what could have been with Game of Thrones. Can't do that well. God damn it. Okay. Get me out of cat form. Oh my god. Worst part is they were offered more episodes and they said they didn't need them. Yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah. Oh, trust me, when Game of Thrones came, or when that season aired, and it was so bad, I did a lot of reading into what the fuck happened. Because I was pissed, just like pretty much everybody else. I'm like, okay, so how the fuck did my favorite show get reduced to this pile of trash? My favorite one is there's like the behind the scenes like interview or something about that one episode, and I get not really, kind of a spoiler if you know what happens, but not really. Where somebody took the clip of the lead writer. I forget which one it was names. I know their names, but I forget which one it was. And he was like, Danny kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet and Euron's forces. And they basically played that clip of him saying Danny forgot about the Iron Fleet over and over and over. And then it cuts back to all of the scenes throughout the season and the previous season where it shows Danny being reminded that the Iron Fleet exists. And it's like, here's like another clip of somebody saying, hey, we really need to worry about the Iron Fleet. You know, that Iron Fleet, it's a big concern, right? And then it cuts back to the, lead writer saying, Danny kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet. I fucking love that video. That is like probably one of my favorite videos ever created. Because every single time I'm just like, God, this... How could they say that, right? How could they say something so stupid that is so easily, I guess, not disproved, I guess, or proven that they had no fucking clue what they were doing. Ah. Just so yuck. Concoction mixed? Okay, there we go. You watched all 8 seasons in a month? Yeah. When I watched it, I think, Season 4 was like the latest that had been out when I first started watching Game of Thrones. So I didn't watch it at the very start, but I watched it like midway through. And then after I fully caught up on Game of Thrones, I watched it all when it came out. Like me and my dad watched it all the time. My dad had been watching it since I think like season 1 or 2. He watched it very early because I think he had read the first book. So he knew that it was good. And then he had been trying to convince me to watch it for a while. And finally I caved and I was like, fine, I'll watch it. And then I just ended up binge watching it. So then from then on, that became like the show that me and my dad always watched together. Okay, I want to make sure I loot these guys. So I want to get the journal pages.
In the Primus's absence,
Nice, page 2. Okay.
Without anima, our work and thus our power has stagnated.
Finally off work so you can actually watch the stream. Nice. Ah. So far, speedrun's going well. I have 4 hours, which should be doable, I think. 4 hours to get about 5 levels. With the fact that, like, later on it should be a lot faster, I think that should be doable. But I do need to make sure I still go at a reasonable pace. The Expanse... Oh, that's another show my dad keeps telling me to watch. That said, right now, the show that my dad has been telling me to watch a million times, to the point where, like, even people on my stream know about this, because he'll say it in chat, too. I don't know if he's watching right now, but I know if I mention this, he's definitely going to pop in and say it. My dad has been non-stop telling me to watch Battlestar Galactica, which is his favorite show ever. And he keeps saying that, like, you know, I need to watch it and stuff like that, so... And then a lot of people will say, oh, yeah, your dad's right, you know, watch Battlestar Galactica. You know, I will eventually. But... I don't have a lot of time to watch stuff right now. That's actually kind of a lie. I do watch some stuff. I don't know. I don't have time to, like, watch a long show. A lot of the shows that I've been watching lately are, like, one-season shows where I can, like, watch it over the course of a week and then be like, yeah, it was enjoyable. But they're also not shows that I'm, like, super invested in. So the problem that I have is a lot of times when I get really invested in a show, I basically want to do nothing but watch that show to see how it ends. And that means it's really hard for me to actually focus on getting work done, including video editing. So I can't, like, get invested in a show yet. But yeah, The Expanse is another show that my dad has constantly recommended to me and told me, like, oh, it's really good, you gotta watch it, that kind of thing. But yeah, right now, like, the show that I've been watching recently, because it kept popping up in my, like, recommended shows on Hulu, and I figured, fuck it, I'll finally watch it, is I've been watching Assassination Classroom, which I heard about. I don't think anybody really told me, like, oh, this is the best show ever, you need to watch it, but it's a show that I've heard mentioned in the past. And so far, it seems alright, but it seems pretty, unremarkable, I guess. Like, not a bad show, just nothing amazing. That was your experience with Beastars? You watched the first episode and then completed both seasons in the next 2 days? Yeah. I still need to finish Beastars Season 2. Because I had the same thing with Season 1. I watched Season 1 when it came out. Or not right when it came out, but like a little while after. And I binge-watched the entire thing. I was like, God, this show's really good. And then I heard about Season 2 and it was like 4 episodes in. And I watched all the episodes in one sitting. And then I was like, shit, I have to wait like another 2 weeks or something. So at that point, that was months ago, and I still haven't finished Season 2 at all. But at that point, I'm like, I'd rather just wait until the entire season's out. I can revisit it then. Grove Protection. Interesting. Okay, 55. I think there's more gear I can use at 55. Definitely gonna clean out my bags.
You like?
Uh, 55. No, all this gear. Oh, yeah, this is 55. But the heirlooms have already outscaled it. God damn, these things are good. Okay, yeah, heirlooms absolutely worth getting. Got here late, 55 in 2 hours? Yeah. I mean, the earlier levels are always a little bit fast, right? And I would say it's probably more like 2 hours and 2.5 hours, right? Because I technically did get the Darkmoon Fair buffs at the start without timing it. It's kind of hard to really include that in the timer because that's something that, assuming this was a 10 to 60 run, I would have done naturally. So I guess if you want a more realistic time, add about 20 to 30 minutes onto the timer. This is more just to test the new strategies and to specifically to test the heirlooms. The strategy so far has been the same, but it's going to change a lot when we get later on in the levels. So pretty much around 56. In fact, I'm not going to do it just yet. Because this, I would say this is still efficient-ish. But I am gaining a good amount of experience. I'm going to do this section. And then I'm going to do this whole section up through, like, the House of Constructs. I should probably finish Maldraxxus, because the end experience for Maldraxxus is pretty good. So I'm probably going to get to, like, 60 or 56.5-ish. And then I will swap to Threads of Fate. And then once I do that, I can get a lot of experience by doing all of the bonus objectives. And then I can do the side quests in Ardenweald, which are still really good. We would still do them later on. And then I do dungeons. That said, I just realized I can't do dungeons. Shit. Right, it's PTR. I can't do dungeons in a speedrun. That's a problem. It's gonna be hard to get an accurate measure because of that. Fuck. I didn't even think of that. Because if I can't do dungeons, I can't really do Threads of Fate realistically. Ooh. How the fuck am I gonna get a queue? Xander, you just stumbled upon the exact same thought process that I had. Anyone want to do dungeons in chat? I didn't think of that. Oh, fuck. Well, I will say that actually would not technically be super unrealistic. If somebody wants to do level 60 or dungeons on a level 60 character, right? I will be queuing as a tank, but I guess if you want to do dungeons, just message me on PTR, right? Move the timer slightly. If we don't get people, oops. If we don't get people, right, I just adapt. In that case, that would actually be good because it would cancel out probably the potential time gain of doing dungeons. But yeah, if people want to quickly do dungeons, not right now, it would be probably like in an hour or two, then I guess let me know. But that would be, I guess, a good way to test it out. I would be still tanking on a Guardian Druid, mostly because I would want to get a still accurate measurement. I would want to still get an idea on whatchamacallit, like what I could do as a Guardian Druid pull-wise with this gear, because I haven't really messed around with that a lot. That is a problem. We are going to have to adapt. But okay, yeah, so hour and a half from now, if possible, I would need people. And frankly, even if we don't have a full 5-man group, you can run the dungeons manually, right? That wouldn't be as good, but it would be serviceable. And it could be argued that the average pug group would be probably equivalent to like 1 or 2 level 60s. Who knows? We'll see. I'll see what I end up doing. But the LFG... I can even throw myself in queue on the off chance that anybody's doing this, but I don't think anybody is, right? So why would anybody be leveling on the PTR, right? Never really thought about that. Because on the Shadowlands beta, I did dungeons. But obviously it was the Shadowlands beta, it wasn't PTR. So, yeah, no, it wouldn't make sense. You know, this is the kind of thing that you don't really think about when you plan a speedrun a day before you actually attempt it. It's also one of the reasons why it's hard to really test this route, and one of the reasons why I don't think dungeons should be included in speedrun routing. But obviously, if we're doing realistic speedruns and stuff like that, are they linked? I'm not sure. You won't be able to find me through /who. I'm on Nobundu. Okay, so yeah, if you guys want to do dungeons in the PTR, typed it in chat just so you know the exact pronunciation. Nobundu that. In theory, you could probably message me cross-realm, but if you /who me on that server, you'll be able to find me.
Make it carefully. Let us begin.
I am out
Set
of
the
range.
crystals in place.
Witch, I will never talk.
Awesome. Okay. So what I'll do is I can't add you to friends. Here, you could also just, I guess, add my my B tag on this, right? That works too. Once again, it won't be right now. So if you're available in like an hour or two, that's when I'll be doing it. Probably about an hour from now, actually, yeah. Basically, when I finish Maldraxxus is when I would be doing dungeons. Huh. Let me, actually, hold on. A
secret ritual. The perfect bait to draw him out. I stand ready. I will await.
Okay. Oh, wait, I hit 55. That means that I can get this stuff. No, that wouldn't be efficient, right? That might be a stat increase, but I don't think it would be worth it. Okay, let's check. Heirloom rings. So this is 55 crit, 31 haste. This is 61 crit, 24 verse. So this one has a bit more in terms of the stat priority, but honestly, it's not that bad. Minus the socket, these rings are kind of okay. You know what? I'm actually just going to go ahead and use heirloom rings. I know, heresy, but I actually think that by removing the primary stat, they fixed the heirloom ring balancing issues. The lack of a socket does still kind of hurt a little bit, sure, but it's not as bad as it used to be. 50 to 60 under 5 hours. I don't know if I'll be able to go that fast. I don't think that'll be doable. We're looking at around 6 hours is what I'm expecting to get. Maybe 5.5. Under 5 hours would be a ridiculously good time. But yeah, you're a local MILF, so did you say that you wanted to do dungeons in the PTR? It probably wouldn't be a ton. Just at least enough to finish off the run. But that would allow me to get a good measurement. If so, you can just add me on VNet. You're good for doing dungeons? Yeah. Just once you get on, add my B tag. Harleton 11303 on PTR specifically. And I suppose if you want, you can add me normally, but that's more just so that if you're on a different server, it can be coordinated. 6 hours is still pretty fast. It took you a lot longer. Yeah, no, 6 hours would still be a good time. That's what I'm shooting for. Like, my really fast speedrun route right now gets around that time. Actually, about 30 minutes slower. Let me actually, real quick. Alright. On release, it took you a week to level, chilling through the questline, and you hated Maldraxxus. I hated Maldraxxus too, so you're not alone there. Okay. Let's see. So I need to kill one more and do the draining thing.
I need to target something first.
Okay, crystal drain. Then I'm gonna eat the fried bonefish. So, courtesy of Nakasadu reminding me to actually use this. Otherwise, I would have totally forgotten. Alright. What? 6. I was hitting the wrong key. Okay. You don't know why you find Maldraxxus to be one of the best zones, followed by Revendreth? I've heard some people really like Maldraxxus. I don't like the aesthetic of it. It's just not for me. The quests are iffy. The only thing I really hate about the Maldraxxus quests are the fact that you need to, like, go into the maw and then immediately come back. It means you need to do some, like, goofy shit with the wormhole generator to make it efficient. Otherwise, Maldraxxus is fine. It's just not my favorite. Nakasadu, you're back. Cool. Nakasadu, obviously, you don't have to if you don't want to. But if you're able, I am actually looking for people to do dungeons in the PTR because I just realized that I'm kind of stupid. And I have no way to accurately test dungeons on the PTR because I don't have anybody to run with. I didn't even think of that. I planned it ahead for Legion time walking, but then I'm like, wait, I can't just queue for a random dungeon on the PTR. You saw that? Honestly, either one is fine, Nakasadu. Like, if you want to make or copy over like a 50 to 59 character for like realism and stuff, that's totally cool. But 60 is fine as well. Especially if we don't have a full group, then it's like, you know, it's whatever. Because without a full group, then we would effectively be losing time from not being able to actually queue from the dungeons. So having level 60s would kind of make up that time by making the dungeons itself faster. It's not a perfect one-to-one comparison, but it does basically allow me to get a working estimate on what things would be. And yeah, regardless on what server you make your PTR character, here, I'll put it in chat. So if anybody wants to do PTR dungeons, for the record, it's going to be in about an hour whenever I finish Maldraxxus. Probably a little bit shorter, maybe 45 minutes, but when I finish Maldraxxus, I'll be doing dungeons. At that point, if you want to do dungeons on the PTR, add my B tag there on the PTR. And yeah, then I'll form for that when I'm ready. You have both copied over? I guess up to you. Which one do you want to pick? Specifically, so I know somebody added me on BNet, right? What I'm saying is, if you want to come, it needs to be on the PTR because basically BNet friends don't carry over onto the PTR. It's weird. Like, there's 2 separate friends lists here. So what I mean is, like, add me here so that I can invite you cross-server, etc. Europe, every single region, I think, actually shares the same PTR. So, yeah, EU and NA and stuff all have the exact same PTR servers. Actually, crap, I forgot something. And yeah, so without a full group, you don't get extra XP from LFG. Yeah, you're definitely correct about that. That's why I'm like, all right, you know, if we don't get the nice name, Nakasadu. If we don't get the full like LFG stuff, then it's not a big deal if people are level 60 because it would balance out, I guess. Faster dungeon times, etc. That thing just despawned? That's weird. Did I already pick up the quest item? No. So it's just broken. You love the 200 ping? Yeah, I'd imagine that's not the most fun thing in the world. Okay, well that quest item bugged out for some reason. Didn't let me pick it up. Oh well. Moving on to the next area. You sent the wrong one. Ah, all good. Yeah, so if anybody else wants to do it, right now I think we have 3 people plus myself, so that would be 4 total. So, request sent. It hasn't popped up yet. I don't know if you mistyped it. I see it on regular BNet, so I see your friend request here, right? But that doesn't carry over to PTR. You take no credit for it, stole it from a person in Kata. Okay, there we go. Now I got it.
Push forward. Break their line with a frontal assault.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Xander. I'll try to get through this as fast as possible so that, you know, I don't keep people waiting. What appeared in my mail? Oh, the quest item pops up in my mailbox. Okay, that's nice. A little bit problematic because it's hard for me to turn that in, but...
And what have you done lately?
At the very least, I got it. Alright. So, your local MILF, yours is the only one that I don't think I have yet, it looks like. But everybody else I think I've gotten. But yeah, okay, looks like we have 5 people now, so that's awesome. I appreciate you guys helping. Basically, the moment I'm done with... Do I have everybody I need? At the moment, it seems that way, yes. Okay, so I need to do the rallying thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we have 5 people, so... Just clicked. We could technically do, I don't know what spec you guys all are, but could either do, like, if want to use a healer, that's fine. If not, then we could just, you know, quadruple DPS it. My survivability shouldn't be an issue. Normal dungeons aren't that hard. And with 4 DPS, everything should melt pretty quickly. Now, I actually wonder, do I need to defend these bombs? I've never really tried to ignore the bombs. So, does it still detonate? So I think you need to kill the mob to actually get it to detonate. It's funny that I've never actually thought to test that all this time. Can come heals and DPS. Yes, Nakasaru, I know what you're playing. Think I can guess that much. You need to install PTR. If you want to, I think right now I have enough people. I do appreciate everybody offering and stuff. If you want to install it and like join then that's you could try, I guess. I'm just gonna, I guess, take the first people that accept. I wasn't even sure if I could actually get 5 people, so I didn't mean to make it like a, oh, you know, exclusive thing. I do appreciate everybody offering help. I just want to make sure that I can get the dungeons done so I can get an accurate measurement. Come on. And it will be in a little bit, so not like at this immediate moment. Still need to do the House of Construct stuff, and then the Ma stuff. So, yeah, just to be clear, reiterating, because I don't want people to misunderstand. I'm setting it up so, you know, doesn't delay. It's going to be in about 30 minutes, if I had to guess. Yeah, about 30 minutes. Whenever I finish Maldraxxus. Now I just empower the soldiers. Also, if we're doing random dungeon queue, then what we could always do is have somebody set their role as healer, and then just swap the DPS in the dungeon if you are all DPS. So honestly, that would be faster, but it's like, I don't know how realistic that would be. It's hard to say. It's a little bit scuffed because it's PTR, but what are you gonna do?
Something to report?
The point is to get a semi-accurate measurement. It's not going to be perfect. Should have worked. Oh, there it is. It didn't notify me. That's so weird. I didn't get pinged. Oh, change your, okay, so obviously it needs to be Horde, right? Make it so... I think you do this. There might be a faction change. If you didn't think people would kick, yeah, that's fair. Obviously, I'm not going to kick you, right? That would be stupid. But I get what you mean. So the way to change your faction on the PTR, it's actually kind of janky. Every time you copy over your character, there's a chance that your character will be assigned a random, like, faction or random, like, service to it. Oh, wait, I need to wait for the RP. Right. So, if I copy over, like, my warrior, like, 5 times, yeah, transfer your character 10 times, you'll eventually get a faction change. Exactly what Nakasadu said.
But we need reinforcements.
Pubs, that is an interesting trick. Did not know about that. Okay. You loaded in the first character you had? Ah, I feel you. Okay, no worries then. Yeah, I know a lot of the files are shared, so it shouldn't take too long. I wonder if Lust helps with this.
Wait, I am not yet a corpse. The others, can you help me find
Take the time walking pill and do it in under 4 hours? Yeah.
Stand together. Fight as one. This way. We must free the survivors.
Okay.
I must get closer.
There we go. Alright, should have enough keys.
Hippocos, what did they do to you? Can you speak?
Nice. Oh, didn't hit me.
Archon.
These monsters will know my
Can you reach
wrath.
the top?
Good. You're still in one piece.
We must persevere.
I'll secure a position outside.
Okay.
Must face justice.
Whew. Let me... refresh Darkmoon Top Hat before I forget. Oh, and I guess while I'm at it, friendly reminder that if anybody wants to do Legion Mythic Plus Time Walking, I will also be doing that tomorrow, and I'm looking for people to do that. So, if you want to do that, tomorrow that will start at 12 p.m. So, it'll actually be around 24 hours from now. Then, just add me once again on the PTR. You know, you can keep me added here. And I'll just be forming a group for that with whoever's available. I know a few people already told me on Discord they were interested in doing that, but if you haven't heard already, I will be doing that tomorrow, so. What's your item level, Nakasadu? I mean, you don't have to be, like, Mythic Sanctum geared, right? I mostly didn't want, like, when I said on Discord, like, you know, obviously if your item level isn't super high, I meant that more as, like, if you're 200 item level, like, if you're a fresh... 224 honestly isn't that bad, right? Especially because you can buy a lot of gear off the vendor. So if you didn't know, there is a vendor in Oribos that lets you buy, like, a lot of trinkets and weapons and stuff from normal Sanctum. So, I would say as long as you're, like, mostly normal Sanctum geared or something like that, basically around 230 item level, and, like, you know how to play your class, that's all I would ask. I want to get an accurate assessment. But yeah, your thesis, just add me on PTR. It doesn't have to be, like, right now, obviously, but... and like message me on Discord just so I know, which is Haraldin #2316. I just want to make sure that we set up a group for that in advance because I will be doing plus 15s. Mostly, I want to test what the scaling on plus 15s are because I want to see how, you know, how much it's changed with the nerfs. And that one I will need to get like a healer and, you know, decent group for, right? You don't know how playable the 200 MS is? That's fair. Yeah, I could see that being a bit difficult. You're welcome to try, though. I'm sure a few people will give it a shot. I mean, to be fair, by the way, I'm not trying to, like, time it, obviously. I'm not concerned about, oh my god, it needs to be the cleanest thing in the world. I just want to get a general idea on how the scaling is, right? So, you know, if we die a few times because, like, people, like, lagged out and died to a mechanic, I'm not going to, like, lose my shit or something. It's more just to get an accurate test on how the dungeons are. Yeah, so, Nakasadu, remember when I was saying that Druid Flight Form really saves a lot of time? This is why. Like, everybody else would have to fight all of these mobs to do this quest. And you just bypass it. It's so broken. It's shit like this that makes it really overpowered. Is this working? There we go. And I'm sure there are ways to abuse it that I haven't even found yet. Especially like, what's it called? The bonus objectives. There's a lot of bonus objectives that you can really, really cheese by using Druid stuff. I'll demonstrate that later on in the run. Okay, so... should pull all three. Ah, only pulled two. Positioning on that can be weird. Let's see, can I get all three this time? Yeah! Alright. Mass pulls and convoke, if it's during threads, would be faster than collecting. It depends. I have tried that. Some of them it is, but there are some that I found where collecting something gives like 8%, and killing a mob gives, you know, 5%. So when you can go around with Druid and just go snatch, snatch, snatch on a bunch of the different things, it's really, really fast, especially if a collection gives more percentage than a mob kill, which in many times is the case.
Stand together. Fight as
I await your instructions.
And yeah, that is also with Convoke and Berserk.
When Stitchflesh returns, he will know that
You've played Legion when it was current? Yeah. I love Legion Dungeons current content. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, obviously mechanics I would explain to people, like if they haven't done it before. It's not necessarily super hard for Legion Dungeons, so I don't think too many people would really struggle, but you know, on the off chance I would be willing to explain it. Campaign now the way to go? Campaign has always been the way to go. The thing that is changing now is Threads actually... Threads is a good complement. So what you're going to see me do is normally what I would do is I would finish all of Ardenweald, and then for the last level, like 59 to 60, I would do Threads of Fate. And now, I believe that Threads of Fate will be best from 56 onwards. They still haven't changed it enough to really make full-on Threads a faster method, but there are more things in Threads that give efficient experience to the point where it's worth it. So I'll demonstrate that soon. Dungeons are still good, at least on your first time. Dungeon spamming is only really effective if you're doing it with like a full 4-stack. It's carrying you, which ironically I will have to test these dungeons, and in theory I could probably get a really fast test by doing that, but that's not what I'm going for here. So I'm going to do basically the exact thing that I would do when leveling a character solo on retail to get an accurate measurement, and that's going to be bonus objectives. The movement on this is really janky. Like, I turn my mouse and then it like slowly pans all the way around. It's such a weird feeling. And that, I don't know what the hitboxes on this are. Okay, there we go. Do I think using a specific class versus your main class is better for a speedrun? Because you can level on a main much faster than a druid, DK, whatever. It really depends, right? Like, my main right now is Prot Warrior. But I also have a lot of experience playing Guardian Druid. Like, I have mained Guardian in the past. So, for me, it isn't necessarily that I'm playing like something just for the speedrun that I don't really know how to play. Like, a good example, I guess, is if you're unfamiliar with the class, it absolutely will lose you time. Guardian Druid, I will say, isn't the hardest to play, but it can be a bit tricky to master, especially the big pulls, if you're not used to it at all. But for me, a good example would be Mage. I am not good at playing Mage. I've never played Mage at all. Now, Mage isn't the fastest class in the world, but it is one of the faster leveling classes. It's been proven by multiple people. But when I've done Mage, I'm really slow. I am not good at all at leveling a Mage. So I cannot do efficient Mage speedruns. Now, as it so happens, the two fastest specs are Guardian Druid and Windwalker Monk, by far. It's been well proven by myself and other people that there's nothing to compare to those two specs in particular. They both have their own niche, and I am very good at both of those. I have played Guardian for years and years and years. I'm not maining it right now just because I've been enjoying other classes at 60, but I am very, very familiar with Guardian's playstyle and its kit and everything like that. I have mained it in the past. And Windwalker is another thing that I have mained at many points in the past. I'm very, very, very familiar with Windwalker. I have not actually played it on a speedrun yet. So I still think that for Horde, Guardian Druid is faster. But in terms of like, you know, speedrunning and stuff, I absolutely could play, what's it called? Could play Windwalker Monk really quickly. I have experience with it. But Windwalker is another great example of if you are not familiar with Windwalker, you will get terrible results with it. Windwalker is one of the harder specs to master in this game. And especially being a non-tank spec and doing a speed run like this is going to be very, very challenging as a Windwalker monk. It's fast, but it's challenging. Because, yeah, spinning crane kick goes burr, right? You can do some crazy pulls with Windwalker and do massive AoE damage, but the thing about Windwalker is it's squishy. You know, it has ways to survive these big pulls, which is why it works. But it is not able to just sit there and face tank stuff like Guardian Druid can. So you basically need to be really fucking good at Windwalker because you need to be able to put out a shit ton of AoE damage and do the rotation like perfectly. Because your goal as Windwalker is to do these massive pulls and then nuke everything before they can kill you. So if you're not familiar with Windwalker, you're really going to struggle doing a speedrun as one.
It is good to fight beside you again, Arch.
Yeah, you can't spam the spells. That definitely is true. That makes it a little bit harder for most people. Level 56, nice.
Hold this ground until we return.
As you command, Baron.
Wait, actually, because of the boot enchants... Oh, wait, no, but I get new crafted gear. Okay. Yeah, so new crafted gear, this is going to carry me through. This requires 57. It's already outscaled that. Yeah, heirloom scaling is very, very good. Very happy with it. Somebody just asked, how is heirloom scaling past 50? Perfect timing. It's really good. It's very, very, very good. So, I actually haven't been using any of the crafted gear I prepped for those slots because of how good heirloom scaling actually is. So, there you go. There's your question. Good timing.
Virus, what happened here?
If you're trying to get a world record, you probably won't get it with a suboptimal class. Yeah, I think, like, obviously world record competition, if you want to get a world record, learn Windwalker Monk or learn Guardian Druid. I would say Guardian Druid absolutely is the easier one to learn. You still need to be really good to obviously get a world record. You need to do everything efficiently. But Guardian Druid has definitely a lower skill floor than a Windwalker Monk, for instance. Heirlooms are a worthy investment. Yes, heirlooms scale really well, 50 to 60. Even the rings. So I think that's the big thing. They changed the stat allocation on the rings. There's no primary stat anymore. And as a result, the secondary stats... The secondary stats scale just as well as... whatchamacallit they normally do. So I know a lot of people have complained that heirloom rings are notoriously bad. They are good now. They are absolutely a good investment now. I think crafted rings might still be, like, for min-maxing purposes, I might still use them for speed runs. Just because of the fact that the socket does make up a decent amount of stats. So that does kind of matter. But if you're not buying crafted gear, heirloom rings outperform any questing greens or anything you're going to get. It's very, very, very good. Windwalker feels easier than Guardian for you. Guess leather heirlooms are a good investment. Yeah, definitely. If you plan on doing like speed runs, leather heirlooms are the way to go. Because guess what one of the other fastest classes is? Demon Hunter. Now, Demon Hunter is weird. Demon Hunter is weird because it doesn't actually fit into the normal category. But I would say Demon Hunter would be tied with Guardian and Windwalker. Or specifically, I would say... It's actually hard to say. Both Vengeance and Havoc are absurdly fast. Havoc's probably faster, especially at lower levels. I think Vengeance might be faster at higher levels. Hard to say. Both are very, very good. I would say both of them are one of the top specs in the game for leveling. But people don't really look at Demon Hunter a lot because Demon Hunter doesn't fall within the 10 to 50 category. It's the only class that doesn't, because... Even Death Knights on allied races start at level 10, so they're viable for the category. So it's just kind of weird. Yeah, Havoc is squishy, but it has tons of leech. Havoc has so much self-healing. That's why, like, at low levels, with the self-healing, Havoc is nuts. Vengeance, when you get Spirit Bomb, is very, very, very good. Spirit Bomb is still nuts while leveling. So, there is that much. I love not having to take out my Shadehound because I can just travel farm in the Maw. The fact that Druids have always been able to mount in the Maw is so degenerate. I can't believe they actually allowed that. I can't believe not mounting in the Maw was ever a thing. It was such a toxic design decision. But yeah, Windwalker is definitely, it feels good to level as if you are comfortable with Windwalker. If you're able to do really big pulls, Windwalker feels awesome. In fact, one of the best parts about Windwalker, in my opinion, is if you're playing in War Mode, which I usually do, I almost always level in War Mode, there's a PvP talent that makes it so, it has like some other benefit, but it's like whenever you use Fists of Fury, you parry all attacks from the front. So you can do these really crazy pulls where you just Fists of Fury a bunch of mobs and parry all of their attacks, and it makes you so hard to kill if you line it up properly. And then basically you just spinning crane kick, roll backwards, wait a second to get the cooldown to come back off, then run in Fists of Fury, parry all attacks, and then boom, you know, you're back in it. It's really, really, really strong, especially if you do that with Storm, Earth, and Fire and stuff. So I definitely think that Windwalker is extremely powerful when done correctly. Definitely one of the fastest specs in the game. But for a new player to Windwalker, like, people already struggle enough to do the Windwalker rotation on a target dummy. I've seen some people who don't understand Windwalker at all. The average player is not going to be able to play Windwalker to a level where they can actually pull off some of the crazy stuff that you need to do in a leveling speedrun. It's actually quite difficult, especially for beginners. Guardian Druid is kind of okay because for the most part you can just like do big pulls, hit Frenzied Regen, and spam Thrash and be fine. There are some really aggressive pulls that I do where I need to, like, you know, layer on Survival Instincts and stuff, get, like, you know, correct interrupts and stuff like that, AoE silence, or AoE interrupt, etc. There are different skill caps and things, even to Guardian Druid. But I would say it's easier for the average player. Probably. Druids needed the travel form? Yeah. But yeah, definitely all good options there. But okay, so what I was trying to say before is you're going to have a much easier time leveling on whatever you're comfortable with, to an extent, right? I mean, if you're... I don't know. Oh, I tagged the wrong mob. My monkey brain just went into like, oh, I need to kill the mob that drops, you know, Stygia, right? Fuck me. Okay, we got this. Nice. Like, that was actually... I could have theoretically survived that pull by doing something that wasn't nearly that fancy. But if you didn't see what I did there, I, like, basically interrupted the mobs, disoriented them, I guess, with, or what is that? Intimidating Roar or In-Cap Roar? Right. So, I basically disoriented all the mobs with In-Cap Roar. Then, after that, I ran away. I popped Emerald Slumber to reduce the cooldown on my Berserk. And then, once I got interrupted, my Berserk was already off cooldown, and then I was able to run back in there and nuke down the mob. So, there are, like, skill-based things that you can do with Guardian, but it's not as important compared to, like, understanding how to play Windwalker. You argue DH skill cap is up there too? Yeah, oh, absolutely. Demon Hunters have a lot of really cool tech. Like you said, basically Vengeful Retreat into Glide. Yeah, that is actually something that even I struggle to pull off sometimes. You're definitely correct about it. Can be really fast. I would actually say it's faster than a Goblin Glider. It's either as fast or slightly faster, but it's really hard to pull off. The timing on it is like mega precise.
Your presence here draws attention. The sort of attention that's bad for my business dealings. No offense, of course.
Go.
I have picked up a few tricks to help me survive here. The jailer.
But yeah, like if you're playing, I don't know, if you're leveling a druid, right? Let's say you main balance, and you want to level a balanced druid to help your raid out. I would say even if you main balance, you're probably still better off leveling as Guardian, because Guardian isn't too hard to play, and you might be familiar with balanced druid, but while leveling, they're not going to be able to do the same pulls that a Guardian druid can. You could still get a fast time with balanced druid, but I would say it's going to be much easier to just swap to bear, then swap back to balance at max level, right? But if you're really familiar with priest, right, and you can't swap to one of the meta specs because every spec of priest is bad, I mean, you know, just do the best you can. You're probably still going to be able to do decent just by, you know, being familiar with priest. To clarify, I'm not saying that priest is a bad class. I'm not saying shadow or any of the specs are bad. It's just for speedrunning specifically. Priests are one of the weakest classes for speedrunning. Just because their AoE potential is really low. I think people have argued that Discipline might actually be the fastest leveling just because of like Holy Nova spam. Even then, it's not a fast spec, it's just the faster one for Priest. Nobody's ever tried to seriously run Priest, though. That's where it's like hard to say. Because everybody has generally accepted that Priest is one of the slowest, and as such, nobody's actually done a run with it. Rogue is another one that nobody, like no serious runner has ever done a Rogue speedrun. I would say every class somebody has run except Rogue and Priest. Shaman I've actually tested. Shaman is not fast. Shaman is one of the slower ones, but it's okay. And I also don't know how to play it well. So if I'm able to get like decent times with Shaman, knowing basically nothing about how to play it, I would imagine a really, really good Shaman would be able to get at least like average times with it. Nothing super fast. But I don't think it's the worst spec, or worst class. But it's hard to say because Shaman is another one that, yeah, nobody has done speedruns with. In fact, I think I'm the only speedrunner who's ever done like a Shaman speedrun, and even I did it just as, I think it was, I put out a poll, and my viewers voted for Shaman. So, that's what I ended up going with. I think it was between a Shaman run, a Mage run, and a Monk run. And then Shaman won that. And then I eventually did a Mage run. And I am not good at Mage, but people have proven that Mage is good. There have been actual speedruns done as Mage, and it's been proven to be very fast. Warrior is another one. A lot of people have done speedruns with Warriors. It's been proven to not be the fastest, but it's a viable option. Warrior is definitely one of the harder ones to speedrun. I would say you need to kind of know what you're doing. And even then, you're not going to get like super competitive times, but you can make it work. And what else? Paladin is good. Paladin's one of the better ones. Nobody has done speedruns with Warlock. That's something I'm forgetting. I have no idea how good Warlock is. Hunter I've done speedruns with. I got the original world record with Hunter. It's no longer the fastest, obviously, but it's still good. Death Knight is good. Death Knight's like definitely above average. And then I've already talked about Monk, Druid, Demon Hunter. Yeah. What spec is the best for Warrior? Either Fury or Prot. Prot is safer. Fury is faster. But you really need to know Fury well. Lightforged Draenei Racial makes Priests not that terrible. Lightforged Draenei Racial works on everything, right? I mean, it definitely helps Priests, but what I mean is, like, a Lightforged Draenei Mage is going to do way more than a Lightforged Draenei anything. Arms isn't bad, don't get me wrong. Arms is just the slower out of, you know, the two. Arms, at lower levels, doesn't have very strong AoE. And it's also, self-healing is another big issue, right? So, Fury has a lot of ways to do self-healing, so it can actually survive, like, bigger pulls like that. Prot, like I said, is the safest by far, just because of how tanky it is. Arms doesn't have amazing, amazing AoE, and it also doesn't have great survivability options. That's the only real problem with it. It's not bad, though. I would say Arms is better than, like, most specs in the game. Like, Arms is probably solidly average, whereas, like, Fury and Prot are both above average, if that makes sense. But definitely not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Pulling a 180 ventral retreat while running is the most satisfying thing to pull off? Yeah, for sure. Tommy speedruns in Classic with Shaman, if that counts. No, I mean, not really. I'm talking about retail. Obviously, Classic speedrun... I mean, Demon Hunter doesn't exist in Classic. Monk doesn't exist in Classic, right? Yeah, it's... whatever. I'm talking specifically about the retail speedrun meta. It is interesting to know that Shaman is the fastest in Classic. I didn't know that. But not the point I was making. But it's cool to know that. You level the Warlock, and it's quite good because the Voidwalker can tank lots of mobs, so you just AoE them down with Malefic Rapture, and Seed. Easy to tag your dots. Yeah, people have told me that Warlock is good. It's just one of those things where I don't play a Warlock. Warlock is the class that I have the least experience with by far. I have never had a max level Warlock. It's the only class that I've never got into max level, just because it's never interested me. So I've never played Warlock at all, so if I tested it, I would know absolutely nothing. I might test it at some point. I've said before that I'll probably try Warlock, if only because I think it'll be interesting to see how well I can do with it, despite it being something I've literally never played. But because of that, I would not be able to get accurate results with it. So whatever time I could put up would not be indicative of what Warlocks could actually do. A good Warlock would be able to get a much faster time than I ever could. Nice, got it. Figured I'd be able to, but it's always good to know that I can beat that timer. There we go.
The seat of the Primus is under siege.
But the other main issue is nobody else plays Warlock. Or no other speedrunner plays Warlock. So there aren't any like high-level speedrunners or whatever that have done Warlock runs. I haven't seen a single person actually do a Warlock run. So that's where it gets like into murky territory where, for all I know, Shaman, Priest, Rogue, and Warlock actually could be really good. I always thought for the longest time that Mage was really bad. And then somebody who was really good at Mage did a Mage speedrun, got a really fast time, and proved me wrong, and proved that if you know how to play Mage, Mage is really good for speedrunning. It's not easy, by any stretch of the imagination. It's not the fastest, and in order to get a fast time, you have to be really good with Arcane, specifically. Low level, Arcane is nuts for speed leveling, as they proved. And I never would have known that. I would have never realized that it was that powerful. But thanks to that person, I learned, and... Okay, return to Oribos. Now, I need to head to Dalaran just to re-enable War Mode. But yeah, so sometimes you learn stuff like that, and for all I know, there's somebody out there who is really good at Shaman, and maybe one day they get like this ridiculously good Enhancement Shaman speedrun. Or, I'm saying Enhancement, but who knows, like Ellie Shaman or something, and they're like, oh yeah, here you go, here's proof that Shaman can speedrun really quickly. It's entirely possible. I don't know, and I'm not going to be the one to do that because I don't play any of those specs. Okay. You try speedrunning, but consumables? I mean, I've kind of proved this in my budget speedrun, right? You can get a good speedrun without all of the really expensive consumables. I would say if you want to try speedrunning, just try, like, proof of concept, like, you know, low consumable stuff. If you're able to get a good time, like, if you can get somewhere within the 5 to 6 hour mark for 10 to 50, with any of those classes, like, if you can get a Rogue speedrun, Rogue, Shaman, Priest, or Warlock speedrun, within 5 to 6 hours, I would say that would be enough proof for me that it would be good. Like, the world record right now is around... It's just below 4 hours for Alliance, but that's also because of Alliance War Mode, and it was also with the Monk. And it's, I believe, like, my record for Horde is 4 hours, 40 minutes. So, I could definitely push the Horde world record a little bit lower. The Alliance world record, I will say, is very optimized. That guy did very good. So he got it just below 4 hours. I got around 4 hours, 40 minutes. That is like world record times. And then the other Alliance times are somewhere in the 4 to 5 hour range. Like 4 hours, 50 minutes, and then I think one has like 4 hours, 30 minutes. So there are definitely, like, you know, really fast times that people can get. But if you're able to get like a low consumable run with like a fresh first try, or not even first try, but like, you know, rough draft type of thing, 5 to 6 hours, that's a good time, right? Most people who are trying to go like relatively quickly will get 6 to 7 hours. And then I would say the average time is more like 7 to 10 hours. Like, if people aren't really trying to speedrun, they'll get 7 to 10 hours. Most people who try to speedrun but maybe aren't super familiar with it get like 6 to 7 hours. 5 to 6 is usually a good time. You know, it's not world record time, but it's good. It's a proof of concept time to show that, yes, this is a viable class for leveling. So, if you're interested in speedrunning, honestly, that might be a good goal to have. Just a thought. Okay, here I need to enable threads. So I'm going to do dungeons shortly. What I will do, though... Make sure I have everything set up. Yep. Okay, I'm just thinking real quick. I'm at 56.5. If I have the Bastion quest, or Necrotic Wake quest. I have the Plaguefall quest. I need to get the Mists of Tyrannus Scythe quest. So I'll do Ardenweald first. Just to get that. Okay.
You are welcome here.
I choose my fate, Threads of Fate, Fates, accept, okay.
The Arbiter sees.
Best Shaman spec is Resto. The spells hit harder than Ellie. I have heard that Resto's good, but people have told me that Resto's really fast, but I've never seen proof of it. Like, it's something that I have been told, but nobody has proven that Resto is, like, good. They've just proven that it's, like, the fastest. But I don't see a universe in which, if Resto is the fastest Shaman spec, if it could actually realistically compete with anything else. Ardenweald.
What might your purpose be?
Okay, so I get my Covenant ability already. Where is it? I should get it. Oh, it's Druid. Okay. So here, then Soul Shape. There. Then I'm going to Wormhole Teleport to Ardenweald. You leveled like 20 of each class, so it's kind of just muscle memory at this point. You'd go for a record. Fair enough. Yeah. I forget where all of the bonus objectives are. It's kind of good to know where every bonus objective actually is. Did I ever get the Shadowlands toy? I did not get the scouting map. I should do that. Probably. Okay, there we go. Now it appears. All right. If everybody is ready, why can't I invite? I'm not able to invite people? Request to join group. Are you guys in a group already? For some reason, it's not letting me invite anybody. Okay, so now that worked. So can I... Suggest invite is grayed out. Okay, request to join my group. I can't send the invite. That's the thing, Nakasadu. I can't. It's not working. It's grayed out. Some weird PTR bug. Have to so I can, okay. Manually invite. Judge Druidy? Come to Oribos? I can't come to Oribos. I just used my wormhole generator. That's the problem. Just start a group finder thing? Oh, that's a good call. Okay, try this. I'll look in the group finder, see if this pops up. That's actually genius. That is so weird, though. I've never seen that bug before. I'm assuming it's just some weird PTR bug. Okay, Nakasadu, just queue as healer. Yeah, random dungeon Shadowlands. Okay, perfect. How much does Legion Time Walking actually give? Legion Time Walking doesn't give bad experience. It actually gives more than a random dungeon. Huh. Interesting. Okay, Plague Fall's good.
So,
okay.
The House of Eyes has finally sent someone to kill me. You're welcome to try. The horrors within these...
That was a very strange PTR bug, though. Never seen that before. Okay, yeah, 4 DPS is kind of good. They buff time walking, so it normally gives a bit more than regular dungeons. That's fair. Yeah, I actually, now that you say it, I remember that change. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, it turns out having... yeah, having 4 DPS, including 2 Demon Hunters, is pretty good. What the fuck?
I am out of range. Intruder, you will be devoured.
Once again, thank you all for helping. I appreciate this.
That was a mere taste of what the plague can do. Once I control it, all of Maldraxxus will pay for what they've done.
I see. People are doing cheeky pulls ahead now, huh? We should probably kill those, right? Yeah, shit. Okay, just stomp the slimes so they don't, like, chase after us. Obviously, we could probably pull the entire dungeon and still cleave it down. Actually, I need to loot this for Poxskin samples. Okay. Got all I need there. pull the other tentacle. Shit, there's explosions everywhere. I don't know where to go. Alright, for here we can just run through the middle. Unfortunately, there is a mild delay, but yeah, so for this, you can basically just kind of burn Dr. Igus. It doesn't really matter about the trash. Alright. And then here, same thing, we can skip pretty much all of the trash.
But at what cost? What vile mixtures now course through your veins? That is the
Normally on Mythic there's tentacles here, but on Heroic there aren't. Or on normal.
festers, destroys everything it touches, even the winter.
Am I getting boosted? Unfortunately, that's the only way that I can actually do dungeons. So I'm not actually going to farm dungeons. Because here's the thing. If I appreciate you guys in chat helping me out, right? Do appreciate it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get an accurate measure at all. But if I just ran dungeons like this over and over, it would, of course, be really efficient, right? And that wouldn't be an accurate measure. So this is more testing to see roughly, you know, how good the dungeon quests are, like how much experience they'll give. And honestly, it kind of balances out because, as I said at the start, the timer is almost like or 30 minutes behind, right? So running dungeons this way, you do 60 in 2 to 3 hours. Surprisingly not, actually. You're looking at around 5 hours tops. It doesn't really give that much experience. That's the thing. It gives decent experience. But there are actually people who do this. And it does not give as much experience as you might think. It gives about enough experience to compete with like a solo threads or a solo campaign route. But I would actually say that it's not really that great. Because, like, look at the end of dungeon experience. When I eventually get it, right? Oh, shit! Did you run in there, Nakasadu? How do I... Shit, where's my B-res? Ah, I don't have it bound? I'm so trash. Where is it? It's Rebirth, right? How do I not have it bound? I guess it is a leveling character, so... But yeah, so look at the end of dungeon experience. It's not bad. It's definitely not bad. But that is not amazing. It's not like enough to get a character super fast all the way there. Plaguefall is also one of the faster ones doing this method. Necrotic Wake's also pretty fast. But like Mists, you have like some forced RP and stuff like that. Let's queue for Legion Time Walking. Look, I would love to do Legion Time Walking. That is tomorrow. Right now, I still want to get an accurate measure. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm not... trying to remember. I'm not going to be... queuing just immediately. I'm going to be finishing all of the stuff in Ardenweald real quick. Then I'm going to do Wormhole Generator over to... blanking. Over to Bastion. And then after I generator over to Bastion, then I'm going to queue for another dungeon to let the cooldown start to tick. But that is like the ideal way to do it. So as much as I would love to test Legion Time Walking XP, that is actually something I should be able to do tomorrow. Right now, I want to make sure that I'm getting an accurate estimate of how much this will actually give. But that said, I mean, I have said before that basically running dungeons with a 4-stack helping you out, or I guess 5-stack in this case, before people carrying you, would actually be really fast. I stand by that. If anything, that dungeon should demonstrate what I'm talking about. But if you actually try to do that yourself, and you try to have like friends do that for you, you'll realize that it's fast, but it's not fast enough to actually compete. Not to mention, it's against the speedrun.com rules. So, once again, this is done for testing purposes only. This is not an official run. It's not even a category. I'm just trying to test to see what the fastest route would be for 50 to 60. And that would include queuing for random dungeon finder, which is 100% allowed within the speedrun.com rules, and is something that I think the average player would be able to do. Okay, ah shit. 1% off, I can do this. Nice. Oh wait, yeah, I can use the renown item. Broker's Market Distinction. Cool. That's a lot of anima. Nice. If you're fast, you can interact with these things, but it's quite difficult. These ones have a much smaller interaction range than a lot of the others. So this one I found you actually do need to pull everything. So I'm going to go over here, pull this too. Might as well pull this. Problem is these fears can be really annoying. Wait, Nakasadu, did you just say that you've had no luck with raid mounts? I literally saw you link Bim's head in Discord earlier. Or is that like... Okay, I see. Nice. Hell yeah. It's the only one you've gotten, fair enough. Okay, that was actually much faster than I managed to do it before. So this one, in theory, I should be able to interact with... okay, yeah, here we go. Anima cones. So, can grab anima cones and interact with these seeds over here. Okay, yeah, this is definitely the fastest way to do it. So, anima cone, and then wild seed. Okay, so now I need to find some wild seeds over here. Anima cone again. Should be able to just spam wild seeds from here. And this one. Shit. Yeah, I have more than enough anima cones. I can just wild seed spam at this point. This one. It's not working. Okay. Here we go. Okay, and this. Nice. And is that the one I think it is? That one actually might be efficient if it's the world quest I'm thinking of. Hold on, let me check this one out.
We need to get the Gorm infestation under control. Perhaps some of my magic can help you do it.
No, I'm thinking of a different quest. Okay. But yeah, this should be efficient. I'm not sure if there's anything I can collect on this one to speed up the process, but I know I can do a big pull. Let's see. There are little interactable objects. Drained wild seed. I think this one I should probably just do really big pull and then clean up the scraps after the fact. Okay, this. Oh, that finished it? Holy shit! Okay. That was fast? Wow. Okay, now Bastion. All right. Fingers crossed for something good, I guess. Bonus experience. Oh, Necrotic Wake is nice. Completes one of my dungeon quests. That actually, yeah, that was exactly what I needed, come to think of it. Because I needed to be able to get Necrotic Wake and turn it in beforehand, otherwise I would have lost a bit of time. So there's still an element of RNG to this, because you need to get the dungeons in the right order, but you still need to queue for them with random dungeon queue, because that gives you bonus experience. That is a big swing. Holy shit. What happened to it? Huh. Also, I will still be doing the regular dungeon route, even if we could theoretically do a massive pull and AoE things down, because I want to get the travel time and general routes. You macroed Big Red Ray Gun. Interesting. Never thought to do that. Oh yeah, so you guys know the route. Cool, cool. Immediately going for the orb. I feel that. Here, I'll do a big pull, pop the orb when I pull all these together. Okay, they should all be stacked up. Nice, his immunity got dispelled. Perfect. Okay. Oh, you're saving it? Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I usually single orb there, and then single orb on the second floor. Mostly because I don't trust anybody else to actually do it properly. I haven't run Mythic Plus in a structured environment in a very long time. I've done entirely pugs. Yeah. No, I like your logic. I like your logic. That definitely does make sense. Okay. Oh, nice job starting the RP. I didn't even think about that.
Then I shall answer in kind.
Yeah, I'll grab the second one.
Paragon, there is nothing you can do to stop us.
I'll have to try out the turn speed thing that you guys are talking about. Obviously can't really do that right now. What the hell? Okay, I was about to say, if you managed to nuke it that quickly without like a javelin or something, I would have been baffled. Because even on normal, that thing died fast. God damn, though. It's crazy damage. Alright, big pull. Poor Nakasadu. Feral Druid's one weakness. Massive AoE pulls. True, true. I would say overall the single target is probably more important here, so you're definitely making the correct call. Because with 2 Demon Hunters and a Windwalker Monk, I think our AoE is kind of covered already. Running through the 90s needed for these dungeons? Yeah, true. Okay, so let's not kill this really quickly. Good, okay, everybody's on the same page. Nice. What the fuck? Okay, there was a javelin in the mix. That was fast. Holy shit. Alright. Oh, wrong button. Alright. Well, that died really fast. Holy shit. I think actually it'll be faster for me to leave the dungeon here. I think. Oh, okay, it doesn't actually work that way. Right, never mind. That's weird. Okay, aid the aspirants. So this is the one where I could do a big pull, or I could just pick flowers. Can see why dungeon stacks are so good? Yeah, exactly. It's pretty nuts. Honestly, I'm considering maybe just doing that at one point just to demonstrate how efficient it can be. But it's not practical for a speedrun, right? I literally wouldn't be doing this unless I had no other options because, you know, PTR. But it can be a very, very fast way of leveling. Invalid target. Oh, I need one more. Fuck it. Excuse me. You're at work? I didn't expect you guys to be working, but either way, thank you. I mean, if you're actually helping me at work, I mean, I almost feel bad about that. It is a Saturday, so I figured most people wouldn't be working, but I guess a lot of people still do work on Saturdays, obviously. Oh, you work from home. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. My dad also works from home, and he's, like, always working pretty much, so... I'm gonna do another big pull here. Work graveyard at a casino. Just got back from work. Nice. That's a fair point, yeah. It's probably easier to get things done when, like, there's less people actually working. I could definitely see that. Oh, shit. Actually hitting quite hard. I didn't need to do a pull this big, as it turns out, but oh well. Appeared again. Haven't found any information about it, so I can ask, are the AoE changes on the PTR? They absolutely are, yes. AoE cap nerfs are definitely testable on the PTR right now. They have been for a few weeks, I think. So there is a bonus objective over there. Interesting. Wait, you actually can't buy the Horde mount? I actually didn't know that, Nakasadu. I figured there was a vendor that sold it for people who didn't get it at the time, but it's really weird. You can't buy the Horde one? That's so odd. Oh, I guess people can't see chat, so for context, specifically what Nakasadu was talking about was the motorcycle mounts. So apparently, I didn't know this, you can't buy the Horde motorcycle mounts. I actually was not aware of that. I mean, I've had it because I played during WoD, which is when it happened, but that's really silly that there's no way to buy it. You would think that Blizzard would want to add more gold sinks to their game, but evidently not. Yeah, I'm gonna cap my pull here. How did you get it on accident? Like, you accidentally logged in during that time frame and it gave it to you? Okay. Actually, that's better. Almost pulled the rare again. I was watching out for it this time. I did keep it in mind. So this is interesting. You can actually double dip on this. I knew that this bonus objective was available while doing the campaign, but I actually had never tested to see if you did it on campaign, would it be available again in threads? And the answer is yes. Actually, you can double dip on this bonus objective. That's really good. This one is not the fastest, but it's still efficient. So that's actually really, really nice. Logged in during WoD, unlucky. Hey, now, WoD was actually fun. I will maintain that I thought WoD was a fun expansion for some people, right? For people who didn't enjoy raiding or dungeons, WoD was not fun. Which, you know, unfortunate. But I actually had a lot of fun during WoD. It was a bad expansion. I'm not going to sit here and say WoD was a good expansion. Definitely not good. But for what it was, I actually enjoyed it. To me, the main difference between stuff like WoD and like BFA and Shadowlands is I could log in any day in WoD and have fun. Because I enjoyed just playing my class and I enjoyed challenge modes. So that actually was really enjoyable for me. But in BFA, it didn't really matter. I was just never really having fun. Same with Shadowlands, kind of. I mean, like, outside of raids, I'm not having fun, I guess would be a better way to put it. So that's the only real problem.
Our enemies carry many burdens.
Lay their fears. Oh, World Quest. Okay, I thought that was a bonus objective.
All that you need.
Cast Swen, Pandaren Firework Launcher, Judgment of Mechagon. Oh, so that's why the Judgment of Mechagon thing popped up. Ah. That's interesting, though, macroing, like, toys to your macros. Or adding toys to your macros. I guess it's redundant to say macroing toys to your But yeah, macroing toys to your spells is what I meant to say. That definitely is an interesting concept. Haven't really messed around with that one much, but the only thing I did is at one point, my guild leader back in Nighthold was being a dick, so to piss him off, I macroed Slash Dance to my Thrash, and then every time I press Thrash, which is a lot, as Bear, it would throw my character Raccoon starts dancing or something in chat, and he was just in a really shitty mood that day, and he was always, you know, being a complete dick. So I decided, all right, I'm just going to piss this guy off doing something really dumb. Like, it wasn't even creative, right? You know, slash dancing every Thrash. It's like the most uninspired thing you can do to troll somebody. But for some reason, it really pissed him off. And he lost his fucking mind at me spamming slash dance. I think because he was, like, trying to read something in chat and he couldn't. Because, of course, a bear spamming slash dance every time they hit Thrash is going to flood the chat log. So definitely made that guild leader like get a few gray hairs, but he deserved it. That guy was an asshole. Shit. Wrong button. Oh well. All right. Used to have autographed Hearthstone card bound to charge. Oh, that's evil. I'm trying to think if it's worth doing some of these world quests, because I'm almost done with aiding the Kyrian. I guess until we get Mists of Tyrna Scythe, I might RNG into Necrotic Wake again, so...
The beasts of Bastion lack the discipline of the Kyrian. Perhaps you...
Jesus, yeah, that gives a lot of... Ooh. Okay, here, idea. I'm gonna do this. This is a really fast world quest. So I can complete Aid the Kyrian by doing this thing. Bind roll 50 macros to roll the bones. Oh my god. Yeah, that is evil. Holy shit. That floods chat even more than my idea. Okay, Thrash has no cooldown at this point. God, that's nuts. Okay. I'm already at 90%. I could have just pulled a few of these. Oh well. Okay. Adopted puppy crate and Brewfest Chowdown trophy with a leg sweep. God damn. Alright, bolstering Bastion, this one's done. That was really fast. Wait, I just realized. Because I did that bonus objective twice, it actually double counted it. Like, it didn't just give me, like, experience twice. It double counted it for the Oh, that's so broken. Holy shit, that's nuts. Okay, next will be Maldraxxus. Right. So head over here. Crack the code for more XP? Yeah, no, that's a genuine strat. It double counted it for help in Bastion. Yeah, exactly, Nakasadu. That's nuts. That's really good. Like the Flame of Challenge. That one's not going to be super good. Mist of Tyranus Scythe. Come on. Yes! Holy shit. If only I got this luck in an actual speedrun. That is crazy good. Yeah, this we can definitely do a big pull. I see the fireworks going off still. Nice. I have to convoke on Trash just so I can actually, like, hold aggro. Yeah, we could skip the buffs. I don't think it's gonna matter that much. Default UI is cancer? Hey now, I love the default UI. I have no problems with it. Your game just crashed? No worries. All good, Nakasadu. We're gonna keep pulling, but, like, you know, it shouldn't kick you out. You should be able to just get back in whenever. Okay, she went through the middle. I actually need to pay attention to the maze. Ugh. Okay. Hollow leaf with a circle. Hollow flower with a circle. Hollow flower without a circle. Damn it! Here, I'm actually gonna try to figure it out. So, it's this way. Full leaf. And I'm 99% sure we just go this way. Yeah. This one we actually need to do, so hollow leaf with a circle. Hollow flower with a circle. Full leaf. Okay, it's left. This one. Okay, hollow flower, no circle. Full leaf, no circle. Full flower, no circle. Or full flower with a circle. Okay. Okay, hollow flower. Full flower with a circle. Full leaf with a circle. Okay. And now we go to boss. Crashed from an FLT overflow. Interesting. Boss room, yeah. At that point, it's always boss room. That pattern I vaguely remember. And, like, by the end of it, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure I know which pattern this is, but you always want to make sure. Holy shit. Ah, barely. It's a flower. Almost one shot. That was nuts. Did they change anything when it comes to leveling in 9.1.5? A lot of stuff, yeah. One of the main selling points of 9.1.5 is the leveling changes. So that's what I'm testing. It is Threads of Fate, yeah. So the main change they've made to Threads of Fate is they made bonus objectives a lot faster. And that has improved threads. So the main issue before is you either did entirely Threads of Fate by dungeon spamming, or you did entirely campaign with like a little bit of threads at the end. Now, because you're actually able to get a good amount of the zone completion by doing the bonus objectives because they're efficient, it's actually viable to do a hybrid route, which is what I've demonstrated here. So right now, what I've been doing, or what I did, is I hit level 56. I finished Maldraxxus, basically. And after finishing Maldraxxus, I swapped to Threads of Fate. This is what I'm testing that I think is going to be faster. But it's entirely possible that it's even faster to swap to Threads of Fate earlier. And that maybe you just finish Bastion, and then you swap to Threads or something. I don't know. We'll have to find out. But so far, it definitely is faster swapping to Threads of Fate at level 56. That's nuts, right? Okay. I think that might be the last dungeon I'm going to do. How much time do I have? 2 p.m. We're doing these in less than 3 minutes. Yeah, these are really fast. I will say for now, definitely next 10 minutes, I'm going to do bonus objectives. Corpses marked for harvest. That might be efficient. Feral is very balanced. Yeah. Single target Feral is crazy. Yeah, I'm going to do this. And what I'm debating is I might actually test out some other stuff after finishing. Because at this point, we're looking at... Probably. I'm expecting another 30 minutes. 30-45 minutes to get to level 60. So we may actually get a sub 5 hour time, which is gonna be crazy. That is actually, I even said earlier in the stream, I don't think we're getting a sub 5 hour time. At this point, I would be surprised if I didn't get a sub 5 hour time. Yeah, monk leveling is very, very fun. Would definitely recommend it. Bonus objectives used to be a pain in the ass. They're so much better now. Just look, when I kill all these mobs, look at how much percent I'm going to get from all this. Look at how quickly this bonus objective goes down. 72% already. 82%. And here's the thing, the moment I kill off this mob, I'm going to be able to loot these guys, get the keys, open up 2 cages, and boom, it's done. And some of them are even faster. I've timed some bonus objectives where I've gotten it done in like around 30 seconds for an entire objective. It's boom, done. That was what, like 1 minute for that bonus objective? So fast now. Haven't read up on the new patch other than gear and Torghast. Now, Torghast leveling, admittedly, I have not tested Torghast leveling at all. Not true, actually. I tested Torghast leveling. This quest isn't worth it. I have to actually kill the mobs. I can't just fly around. Is it inefficient, though? We'll see. I'll test this one. I do need to get the Maldraxxus zone quest done. I think this might be just a good way to get progress towards that. Well, Torghast leveling used to be really bad. Like, before the buff, which they just did, I can tell you even the daily was not worth the time it took. Because the daily that you got was not good at all. So Nakasadu is correct that they did increase the end of run experience, and they also made the daily easier. Now you only need to do 1 Torghast wing to get the daily completed, not 2. I am curious to see how good it is, but I don't know if I would say it's better.
It is not ready yet.
Okay, so I can flag up to 5 corpses at a time. You can level in island expeditions. I don't know how fast that would be, though. I don't really think that would be efficient, especially considering, like, the beginning of the leveling process is pretty fast. Yeah, I remember people saying that islands were not super efficient. You're excited to do bonus objectives? I mean, it is actually a fun way of doing it. I honestly agree that I think bonus objectives are definitely a more fun way to level, just because you just kill shit, right? It's nice to just be able to murder things and get completion. Okay, that wasn't actually too bad. That gave me 10k. So that's the problem, right? Look at a bonus objective. Bonus objective gives around 18k experience. That was with bonus experience as the reward. It gave me 10k. And that took about twice as long as a bonus objective, which gives almost twice as much XP. You're just glad there's more ways to level? That's a fair point, yeah. Having more options is always a good thing, so I do 100% agree with you there. Could form a group for the Torghast mission? True, yeah, you could.
I must get closer.
Can I just interact with the injured vanguards and do it that way? Oh wait, you can break the siege ballista? Islands were alright XP back in BFA. You have to remember though, BFA questing is terrible. So what a lot of people like seem to misunderstand is a lot of people are like, why don't you do Spires of Iraq? Because Spires of Iraq used to be good. Well, Spires of Iraq was a good zone, but it's like, now that everything scales to the same level, you can basically mix and match your options from 10 to 50, right? So all that matters isn't necessarily what the fastest thing is. It's, that was fast. It doesn't matter what like is fast in general. It is like literally what is the fastest. Sorry, I botched that. So point I'm trying to make, right, is island expeditions were faster in many cases than BFA questing, and BFA questing is slow as fuck. So everything's relative. Island expeditions are still a decent source of experience, but they're not like super fast. Alright, House of the Chosen attacked. A lot of mobs here.
I am out of the range.
I may have fucked up. I'm curious to see how much this elite gives. Okay, I'm gonna lust. Second charge, convoke. My convoke got silenced? That's not good. Okay, this elite is definitely way too much. Unless she gives, like, so... Yeah, but I'm already at 94%. Oh, yeah. Okay, so not worth it. Definitely not worth it. I can burn her down, though. Wondering how Guardian Druid or Vengeance can solo islands? I'm sure you could get good progress with that. And yeah, definitely, that is a good point in terms of being the fastest doesn't make it fast. 100% agree with that. It depends. I understand what you're saying, though. Okay, so... I have to turn in the Plaguefall one, and then... This depends on how the scaling works. Yeah, I'm not sure how islands scale past level 50. Mid-40s in Silverpine Forest or Lochmadon for Alliance, yeah. Like, both of those zones are absolutely nuts. I mean, even the WAD intro is really, really good.
The cycle has brought you to...
Someone else is leveling on the PTR right now. Interesting. Aid the House of Plague survivors? Okay, so this says I need to aid the House of Plague survivors, but it gives me percent for killing them. So is this one of those things where, like, the best way to help them is by giving them a clean death or something? Because if so, that's kind of fucking dark, Blizzard. Does this actually give me... Yeah, I actually get credit for this. Okay. You never knew that you could skip the WAD intro? The WAD intro is so good, though. Ah. I couldn't imagine skipping the WAD intro. I'm not saying it's fun, but like XP-wise, nothing compares to the WAD intro. It's such efficient XP. You are helping them by freeing them from the pain of living. Yes. Apparently. Okay. Emerald Slumber. And yeah, Nakasato, you're correct. It's on Timeless Isle. Definitely, yeah, there's a cave on Timeless that lets you skip into Gorgrond. Let's see. I think I might be short for Maldraxxus completion. Not sure.
Congrats share our ire for the House of Rituals. Such rage can make for a powerful weapon.
Okay, I can interact with stuff. This is probably going to be the fastest way if there's enough of these things. Okay, there's one here. Now the question is, can I get this done while doing the mushroom quest? Because if so, it might be faster. Or at least it might be faster in the sense that I can double dip. Otherwise, I'm not so sure. Let me try. A fungret mushroom.
We offer greetings.
Revenge for fungrets. Okay, it does not double dip. This quest isn't too slow. And I think it might be efficient to do some world quests. Now, this is one of those weird cases where I would probably just queue up for dungeons again. But I don't know. I don't want to do another dungeon because I feel like it would be so efficient that it wouldn't actually be giving me an accurate measure. So I guess I can balance it out by doing inefficient world quests to give a more accurate measure of what the time would be. So instead of doing this, if you're actually leveling on retail, just queue for another dungeon while you do all this, and let that give you completion over time. In fact, now that I look at it, I think it might honestly be better to just do more dungeons. Okay, so you can still get some progress by interacting with stuff as you go. I'll have to test this again. I mean, it's actually nice to know that the route is so much faster. Makes my life a little bit easier. And I do still have a level 50 Guardian Druid on retail that I can just copy over. So that will give me a good benchmark for, like, tests going forward.
Be you well?
God. The mushroom noises are so strange. Okay. 1 or 2 more should do it. Oh, it teleported me back up. Crap. Gave me some credit. I still need to just do a big pull here and finish this off. Okay. They're basically the leaf monsters in Shadowmoon Valley? Yeah. Pretty much. Okay, so I'm at 83% for Maldraxxus. I might need to do the world quests. Could do the side quest line. Yeah, sure. One of those is actually really quick. I can do it really quickly. Derp. I don't know if I'll be able to finish the Night Fae thing. I mean, honestly, I'm going to hit max level before I even get to do the Ardenweald side quests, and those are really good. So I think... How do I want to handle this? Maybe you just don't do Maldraxxus. I think you might start this at 54, and just not quest in Maldraxxus, because Maldraxxus questing isn't that good. Is this a wanted quest? Yes. I probably should have picked this up earlier. Okay, if I pick that up, yeah, before... I'm trying to figure out how I would want to route this. There's a lot of really... I've always liked the idea of threads, because threads actually opens up so many possibilities for routing. There's a lot of cool things that you can do with it. I'm really glad that it's finally becoming a viable option, because this means that I can theory craft like some interesting like strategies and stuff that otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do. Ah, shit. Whatever. Okay. Darkmoon top hat's about to fall off. I'm just gonna refresh it. Refresh Moonfire. Threads needs more options, but glad they have not forgotten about it. Yeah, I mean, Torghast is a good addition, for sure. I definitely think they should add more to threads. They need to buff world quests, for starters. World quests still feel really bad to do. But Torghast is definitely a good addition, assuming it's actually fast. Which I'll test. I'll test that after this. They should allow conduits and threads? Yeah. I could see that. That would be cool. Speaking of Torghast, you still need to do 6 to 8 layers of twisting corridors? Ah. Well, best of luck with that. They added a PvP leveling daily? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely good that we have more options now. Okay, so I can hand this in. Then there's one other really easy quest around there. There's also another item that you can buy. So if you didn't know about this...
Looking for spare parts?
Scroll of Teleport, Theater of Pain. That's something you can buy. You can't mail it over. But I guess, in theory, what I could have done is swung by this guy, grabbed that scroll, and then teleported back. And that would have saved, like, 30 seconds. You're slowly progressing through twisting corridors, but in no rush. That's fair, yeah. Okay, 80%, 87%.
You look oddly hale today.
Gun bore. Yeah, so these ones are easy. They just have a lot of RP. Yeah, I feel that, Nakasadu. Forgetting to loot Phantasma is like the bane of my existence whenever, like, twisting corridors or on an alt character.
Report. Dismissed. Speak up, soldier.
Can I not? I guess I can't be in flight form for this. Ah. Shit. Okay, so I can't be shapeshifted, but it doesn't actually block it. But I can use speed increases like Minari Training Amulet. This doesn't give me a lot of progress. How much does this give?
Everything is negotiable.
Ah, this isn't efficient though.
I offer only the finest.
What is it? Necessary enhancers. Okay.
What can you do for me?
Stampeding Roar on Shapeshift? It's possible, yeah. Okay, 94%. One more world quest should do it. So Light of Challenge, honestly, this might be enough. I think. There are faster ways to do it than this, though. Like, this is already... It's not super fast, but it's, like, decent. All because at the end, when I turn in Rallying the Necrolords, 87k is a lot. That's a pretty hefty chunk of XP. So, that's going to be really good. But right now, what I could do is take the Wormhole Generator to Revendreth, do those bonus objectives, and that would honestly be enough. Right? I haven't even turned in the Mists of Tyrna Scythe quest. It's crazy. It's actually crazy how fast this is. So, how would I want to do this? What I should have done is set my Hearthstone to the Heart of the Forest. Because if I had done that, then I could Hearth there, do the turn in, and then Wormhole around. And yeah, I think the Stampeding Roar thing in theory would have worked, so definitely not a bad idea. Problem with leveling on islands is they don't give you any gear. You end up with 60, you end up at 60 at item level 65 or something. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you're leveling with heirlooms, though, it would scale with you. So now that that's an option. Okay, there we go. I got completion. It's crazy that you're going clockwise and not counterclockwise. Is it faster to go counterclockwise? I figured it would be around the same speed. I've always just done it that way. I never really thought about which one's faster because I've never really done a speed run by doing that world quest. And hello, Micronus. Good to have you here. Yeah, that's a huge chunk of XP. Not yet. No, I shouldn't do that yet. Honestly, I'm just going to head to Revendreth and finish it out there. I think that's it. That's like the fastest way. It's the same speed. Gotcha. Huh. It's supposed to be a bonus objective right here. There we go. Took a bit. You can play as an Among Us character in D&D. I'm sure you could play whatever you want as long as your dungeon master allows it, right? You left for some food and I'm almost 60 now. Yeah, I told you the end speeds up a lot. In fact, I actually think that I should make the jump earlier. What I'm thinking is maybe doing threads at 54 is what it's looking like. Because I'm actually going to basically have a lot of stuff unfinished. Like, I won't have the reinforcing Revendreth and support the court stuff finished. And I also haven't even turned in the Missive Tierna Scythe quest. So... Oh, there's an actual official character that looks like Among Us. That's interesting. Oh, no. 420, yes. But yeah, so I will probably, if I do another run of this, which I'm not 100% sure if I will. I might. We'll see. I think I've already found all the information I need, but I would swap at 54. So at level 54, that's when I would make the jump to threads. I think that would be probably the right way to do it. You also do need to remember that this is with the Darkman Fair buff. So I would say, realistically, if you want what would be like a realistic time for a speedrun without the Darkman Fair buff, and I guess to account for the fact that I had, like, you know, basically stacked dungeon groups, it's probably going to be like add another hour onto the run. Just to be safe, add another hour. But I would say that still goes to show that it's a lot faster. Very significant amount faster. And then with the changes that I'll probably be making, that does add up to a lot. So without Darkman Fair, I might do another run. We'll see. But like, that's the thing. Look at how fast that bonus objective was. It's crazy good. Crazy, crazy good. Light defense is really fast. I might just do that one. Race Day in the Ramparts is another really fast one. You always do it anti-clockwise? Interesting. Why does the Turbulent Cinders say it's like destroyable? This is weird. Okay, I can interact these guys. Okay, now this. I think one more. Yeah, so one more aerosol. Okay. Fuck me, that's almost completion. That should do it. That last bonus objective over there. There's an item that lets you destroy the twisters? Ah, I see. Makes sense. Yeah. You've heard with the new Torghast buffs, the daily might be worth doing. I'm going to be testing that right after this. So immediately after doing this, I'm going to do a quick Torghast run on my Brewmaster alt. We'll see how good the XP is. But either way, like 4.5 hour time is nuts. And I honestly think this route can be improved. So obviously this was a bit faster, right? I have Darkmoon Faire, so that speeds it up. But I had Darkmoon Faire for the other runs. I had, you know, the nice people here help me. So thank you, all four of you guys. And also thank you to the people who did offer to help, but I did already have others. So everybody who offered to help with the dungeons and stuff, I really do appreciate it. But even then, I don't think that's enough time to account for, like, you know, a huge difference. So we're looking at maybe this would arguably be an hour slower if you account for all of that. That's still really, really fast, right? So what I can say for sure is that leveling is significantly faster. And heirlooms are very good. So, thumbs up there. Oh, come on. I'm so close. Ha. Shit. How much do I need? Like, almost nothing. Fuck it, I'll do race day in the ramparts. I have to fly a bit, but the more time I add on to the run, the better at this point. Because this is actually so fast because of all the other stuff that I want to lose a little bit of time here to make the timer a bit more realistic. So that people aren't like, oh my god, that's like 4.5 hours. Because that is a ridiculous time. Kill some mobs. I could kill some mobs, but race day in the ramparts is like super fast. So, yeah, whatever. Alt catch-up is saved. Yeah, well, to be fair, heirlooms do help a lot. Like, heirlooms are doing work. This is higher... Exploration XP! Nice! There we go, stop the timer. Not how I expected to ding, but, you know, it works. Wonder what renown I'll end up with? 56 renown. I have less renown on some of my alts right now. That's actually not bad. So I got up to 56 renown just by leveling. The best way to finish? Yes. Huh. Quest turn-ins? Yeah. You're actually right about that, Nakasadu. I can turn in the quests and get an additional renown. And if I'm doing this run correctly, I would want to make sure that I got both of these completed. So that, yeah, it's actually... Oh, whoops. If you do the campaign skip, you should still do the actual campaign itself, because the quests give guaranteed renown, so it's a really good way to farm renown. So what everybody... Yeah, did I buy the 40 renown token? Yes. So this is with the 40 renown token plus whatever renown I got. So I guess I got like 16 renown by doing the bonus objectives and stuff. But that's actually really fast in terms of catch-up. So that's like 2 birds, 1 stone, right? You get your character up to max level, and it's already super caught up for renown. And just to be clear, this is the 40 renown token, plus the stuff I got, which you can use the 40 renown token while leveling. And also, something I think people might be confused about, the token that you buy at max level does not give you 40 renown. It sets you to renown 40. So, or if you are not already. So, it doesn't like add 40 renown points. It's not like you can farm it and then use it later on. You want to use it at level 50 or whenever you're able to. And then you want to farm renown while leveling. Okay. So I think, yeah, that's it. That said, I mean, I still have tons of experience here. You can't really see how much it would be, right? But that would be a lot. The stuff I would get here. And I didn't do that because I swapped too late, honestly. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that you would want to do 54 to 60 in threads. I actually was probably a bit too conservative with it, because Maldraxxus is not that fast. And if there's so much experience to be had here, and I could have just done dungeons for the rest of it, that definitely has to be the faster method. Yeah, that's crazy. The bonus objectives are a game changer, honestly. They are so fast. And that lets you get basically 50% of each of these bars just filled up automatically. Yeah, I agree. I think that under 5 hours could probably be doable in a normal speedrun if you're really, really fast. I definitely agree that should be achievable. Now, what I am going to test, so thank you all 4 of you for helping. I'm going to do Torghast solo just because I want to get a good benchmark, because I did solo Torghast on my other video where I showed it off, and I want to make sure we have a good benchmark for what Torghast actually realistically gives. So it always does this thing with the camera every time. So this quest is still bugged. Where is it? It's the Traversing Torghast. Yeah, this one. Because it should not be 2 wings. It still says 2 Torghast wings, and that's not what it should be. So that's a bug, I think, because Blizzard said it was down to 1 Torghast wing. Wow, then it's only Bastion with side quests to 54 and then Threads bonus quests plus dungeon queues? Yeah, no, that's what I think the route will be. That's what I think it'll turn into. Is it offered here? Maybe it's just a visual glitch? It's possible. Either way, I think what matters is the XP on this is... Okay. Assuming this is still the same quest, which it looks like it is, 17k for 1 Torghast wing is not worth it. I don't care how quickly you can do Torghast. This is literally the exact same amount that I'm getting for bonus objectives, and that is for an entire Torghast wing. You would have to be able to do the Torghast wing in 5 minutes, and even then, I don't think it would be worth it. The bonus experience would probably bring it up to like 20k. Either way, we can see. But let's test this. So, Skuldus Hall. What I really care about is how much the actual Torghast wings themselves give. Like, are they worth running? So, we'll see here. Hope for corrosive dosage. Stroke of elegance, sure. Okay, everything's just gonna melt. Did I skip the Ma intro? Yes. Ma intro is not efficient at all. Definitely don't think it's worth doing it. I've seen some people make the absolutely asinine claim that the Ma intro is still efficient. Like, people have compared the Ma intro to the WAD intro, and they've been like, oh, you know, people recently discovered that the WAD intro is still efficient, and the Ma intro will be the same. No, it fucking isn't. The Ma intro is nowhere near comparable to the WAD intro in terms of how much experience it gives. It absolutely is going to be something you're going to skip. It's not efficient at all. So, mark my words on that. Definitely better to just skip straight to Bastion. Alright, I suppose I don't need to do all this. I could just run to the end. I probably should just run to the end. Sure. Final boss is over there. Alright. Oh, I should say, unless you do a Torghast run in 1 minute 30 seconds like that DH on YouTube, even then, I mean, first of all, that guy did it because it wasn't while leveling, right? And that's, I think he did it upper reaches. Upper reaches is a notoriously fast Torghast, like, wing. And you need to have good RNG on the layout to get upper reaches done in 1 minute 30 seconds. And once again, geared Demon Hunter. So. 900 XP per soul. Was it that much? Your math is roughly correct on that, yes. Was it actually that much experience per soul, though? I actually didn't look. If it was the way you saw it, then that would be definitely correct. Is there a campaign skip? Yes. Once you've unlocked... Oh, thank you. My dad brought me coffee. Yeah. Already finished the speedrun, by the way. Really fast today. Yeah, just doing bonus testing after the fact. So, still 4 o'clock we have to leave, right? Yeah, I get it, I get it. I mean, we have over an hour and I'm already done with the run, so shouldn't be a big issue. In case you were not here earlier, the reason why I started my stream so early today is because I do have to leave, yeah, you're right, 975. Definitely we're correct in that. Yeah, so that actually isn't terrible experience. I mean, here's the thing, though. If you're farming Torghast, you wouldn't want to run around and rescue every soul. But that is actually a good point. I think, if anything, that goes to show how bad the end of Torghast, like, daily is, rather than how efficient souls are. But yeah, so, Orner, there is a campaign skip, and there is a way to get the 3rd soulbind. If you've already gotten the 3rd soulbind, you can, like, on a main or something, you get the 3rd soulbind automatically on your ults. So, basically, any single tedious, like, farming thing that you have to do in Shadowlands, they're making it, like, account-wide. Which is nice, because there's so many different bullshit grinds that we've had to do. Your dad is nice. Every stream he's always bringing pizza or coffee. Yeah. He has helped me a lot. I can't thank him enough. And then when he has time, he pops into chat and he, like, makes fun of me for not watching Battlestar Galactica or something. Anyone who gives you coffee is the best? Yeah. I agree. Oh, shit. Can my dad get you pizza? I don't know. You'll have to ask him about that. Sure, I guess. Feel like the Ma intro is sizably longer than WoD and gives significantly less XP? Yeah. Oh, for sure. The problem with the intro for Ma is there's so much RP. Like, if you look at the WoD intro, there's almost no RP going on within it. Well, yeah, I just said I shouldn't be rescuing souls, and then I did it anyway. WoD intro has very, very, very little RP. There is still some, right? But it's way, way smaller. And the Ma intro, I would say, takes about 30 minutes, whereas the WoD intro is much shorter. And the WoD intro is super quest dense. There's a lot of different quests, even for, like, very basic things, and they all give full experience. It's one of those things where it's hard to really understand until you've actually compared the two multiple times, but having done the WoD intro a million times and the Ma intro now quite a lot, I can 100% guarantee that the WoD intro is much, much faster and much, much more efficient. Actually, I wouldn't say much faster. In terms of time, it's only about 5 minutes faster. It's really just the quest density. Main issue with the Ma intro, right? In almost every scenario, there are... there's like one quest, right? It's one quest where it's like get from point A to point B, or one quest of do XYZ. In the WoD intro, a lot of times you'll get like 2 to 3 different quests at the same time that all give the same experience. So it's the same length, and you're doing effectively the same amount of stuff, but you're getting more experience overall from the WoD intro. Ah! Ah, Ring of Peace. Okay. My keybinds on this Brewmaster are all fucked. It's like not the same keybinds that I actually use on retail, so it's throwing me off. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Okay. Sure. Did the campaign skip give rep, or did it let you just get the rep from any catch-up? The campaign skip, all it does is it means you don't have to do the campaign again. It doesn't complete the quests for you, which is why it's really nice to still do the campaign. Because if you do the campaign, you get the renown, you get all the rewards, but now it's no longer required. So you're not forced to do it to get the renown, but you can do it if you want, because it is still a good source of renown. Meant to type renown, not rep. Ah, gotcha. I figured that's what you meant, though. Wow. Okay. I'm also so used to having Charred Passions that I'm doing the Charred Passions rotation, even though it's not technically the optimal way to play right now. Praise be to Haraldad, yeah. Can you skip Chains of Domination campaign? I am not actually sure about that. I don't think you can, unfortunately. At least last I checked, you couldn't. The arena honestly isn't that slow. It's definitely slight RP. It's probably the slowest part of the actual route, but it's not that bad. I would say people tend to overreact to the arena. Okay, let's see. End of completion. How much is it? Definitely better. That's not bad. The problem is, you have to remember, I am full Mythic Nyalotha gear. So, this is a Brewmaster Monk. Brewmaster maybe isn't the fastest, but full Mythic Nyalotha geared Brewmaster Monk. And that still took me a little bit of time. There's definitely an element of RNG. You could theoretically get it done faster. I could have gone a little bit faster overall. It's not a bad amount. It's about as much as I probably would have expected. The main issue that I have is, like, this doesn't feed into anything except the daily quest. And I have a hard time seeing this being really efficient. Let me do the other wing just to see. So we'll test it. You have to click on Jaina in the damn cave like 4 times. Yeah, that is the quest that I think is really egregious. My intro has way too much downtime with talking and walking. Yeah. Hello, Medias. WoD intro is much more efficient. It's about the same time. You can get over 1.5 levels, whereas the MA you get at most 1 and some change. Yeah. And also, it's worth noting that 50 to 51 is a much shorter level. It has a much lower XP requirement than, like, other levels comparatively, because they want to give you the illusion of progressing. So, if you make the players gain 1 level really early on, it means they're going to be like, oh wow, I'm already, 1/10 of the way there, when in reality the XP doesn't amount to 1/10 of the total. If that makes sense. It's kind of like how in Classic WoW, right? Classic WoW takes days, but in a few hours you can get like up to level 20 in Classic. And then, you're like, oh wow, I'm already 1/3 of the way there. No, you're not. It's a lot more. You still need to farm for days and days, because just 50 to 60 in Classic WoW has way more experience than all of the others. So that's why it's a little bit deceptive. That level that you get from 50 to 51 is actually less experience total than the WoD intro would give comparatively with its 1.5 levels, right? Ah! Can you make a video where you do the Ma intro speedrun and show how much XP it actually is, like versus Bastion questing? It's a good idea, actually. That's a really good idea. I wouldn't need to actually re-record the Ma intro because I've done it so many times. But what I could do is I could take the footage of me doing it in one of my speedruns, and then I could basically compare that footage to the to like another run. I would say this one would probably not be a good example, but I could give like a fresh, no buffs or anything, 50 to 51 through Bastion questing type of thing. Now I get corrosive dosage. I guess it is at the start of this new run, which is nice. But pubs, that's actually a very good idea. I might do that. I think that actually would be helpful for a lot of people. Sometimes it's harder for people to see that, like, the forest from the trees. So if you break it down and you demonstrate, like, yes, you can see here, this is very clearly faster. If you show them, like, each part of the run is faster than the older one, they might begin to realize, right? Like, people were skeptical about my route, and then once they actually tested Silverpine Forest for themselves and realized, wow, this is really fast, I think they realized how when you chain it all together, each zone individually is much faster, and that's why overall it was faster than WAD. So I think, yeah, that could accomplish a very similar effect. So good idea on that. I like that. Probably will do that. God, corrosive dosage is such a broken power. Kind of glad they've never nerfed it, though. Torghast would be a lot more boring if corrosive dosage did not exist. In fact, it's so broken, I could just run to the ends. Because it doesn't matter, right? Run to the end, everything's gonna die anyway. Alright, Vivify. Vivify. Gonna bump this in so I can kill it. Another corrosive dosage. Alright, sure thing. Sometimes you get really fast Torghast runs, right? Like, this is way faster than the last one. And the boss especially is gonna melt. Even this, like, storeroom is so much shorter. Okay. Such a broken anime power. I know what you're saying. I know what you meant to type. But I love anime power. It just... that phrase, even if it is a typo, is still fucking hilarious. Yeah, I know what you meant, right? But it's a funny typo. Oh, damn it. Actually broken. Whew. WAD will always be go-to for me because there's a side quest with Thalen where you can make... Oh, I see what you mean. You're talking about the WAD intro gunpowder barrel. Yeah, definitely that quest is good. They should allow you to do the skip and automatically get the rewards. I could see that. Yeah, that would be cool. Oh, wrong gun. Now this one is so easy. I also got the easiest final boss. Like the moment it splits, now Corrosive Dosage does triple damage because it's hitting all of these guys. Now Corrosive Dosage does like 5 times damage. And Touch of Death. Okay. Yeah, so that was fast. If you can do every Torghast run that fast, I don't know if it would actually be efficient. Like, I don't know if it would be world record levels of efficient, but that is definitely a solid method. That was actually a lot of experience. That bonus experience was very good. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's assume that this is just a bug, and the end result, because it's what they stated in the patch, the end result is that they want the Torghast daily quest to be only one wing of Torghast. That is a lot of experience. I could genuinely see one Torghast wing with that big XP chunk as a turn-in. That might be worth it. Maybe. Possibly. Would be cool if they allowed you to make a low level at legendary for alts. I agree, that would be sick. I think you should be able to use legendaries on alts while leveling them. They said you can skip 9.1 campaign after Renown 80. Oh, that's good to know. I did not know that. There's really fun Windwalker powers where you can click more than one button. Yeah, that's fair. Your friend told you that apparently you had to farm a currency to do horrific visions. Is that true? Yes. I forget. I probably have some in my bags because I did this. Yeah, it was coalescing visions. You needed 10k coalescing visions to do a horrific vision. I have a shit ton, right? Because I did a lot of Nyalotha. I had 3 different characters geared in Nyalotha, and this was one of them. So every single time you wanted to even attempt a horrific vision, 10k entry cost. Now, you did get, it was like, I think once per week, you got a free one of, like, the vessels or whatever that let you enter horrific visions. So it was like 10k to buy one if you wanted another attempt. And then every week you basically got, like, a free attempt. But that was still really, really punishing. So, yeah. It also limited the amount that I could actually sell or help people with. Because if you were running with somebody else, right? If you wanted to help somebody with a horrific vision, every single person had to pay 10k of this coalescing vision thing. So, let's say that somebody needed help getting their, like, their alt through a horrific vision, then you better be goddamn sure that you can carry that alt, because you're basically investing your own currency in that run. You got like 23k each week. Yeah, you got a bunch if you farmed it and you did all the dailies. But that still took time. I mean, obviously I did it, right? I have a shit ton of these things. But it was still kind of cancer. Then people who had to grind 100k coins so they could buy the mount. Yeah, I never really farmed corrupted mementos. Never really something I did a lot of. I never cared for the mounts. Well, I did farm a lot, but I bought it for, I think, mementos were the things you used to buy the sockets, right? So I'm pretty sure I spent all of mine on sockets. Because obviously for me, performance is everything. So all I cared about was actually socketing my gear, etc., etc. They buffed that even more. The turn-in was buffed more than last time. Yeah, they definitely buffed the turn-in quite a bit. That is a daily and not repeatable quest. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, Torghast, for actual leveling, this is still not an efficient way of leveling, which I don't understand why they're so against making Torghast an actual viable way of leveling. It's strange to me, right? Because why not? What's wrong with Torghast? Why should Torghast not be available as an actual leveling method? It seems like it would be a lot of fun. But hey, what do I know, apparently? So, yeah. It definitely might be as like a one-time thing, though. I could see a one-time Torghast completion being good. Mail Muncher was the only reason to do Horrific Visions. Changed my mind. I think I have Mail Muncher, right? I'm 99% sure. Yeah, I have Mail Muncher. Forget when I got it. I saw a lot of people in my guild get Mail Muncher. Because I ran a ton of Horrific Visions. I ran that shit all the time. So I got Mail Muncher. A bunch of my friends got Mail Muncher when I was carrying them, etc. Definitely saw a bunch. Demon Hunters moonwalking through visions on carries. Oh man. Horrific Visions as a Demon Hunter. A lot of people didn't seem to know this. Like, obviously, Havoc was broken for carrying it. But one thing that I did for my carries that a lot of people didn't know about is you could jump on the rooftops. So I would basically break out of bounds from Stormwind and jump across the rooftops to hit all of the objectives really quickly. And you could bypass so much trash. It made it so much easier, so much faster. There was, like, some weird bugs that you could get if you didn't do it properly. Like, for the Mage Wing, or Mage Quarter, or whatever, if you didn't activate the entrance before going in, it wouldn't give you credit, and you would soft lock yourself. But if you activated the entrance, you could hop up on a rooftop and then jump across. It was really fun. Yeah, BFA Demon Hunters were something else. Banned for going out of bounds. It is kind of a shame that Horrific Visions aren't like a recurring form of content. Obviously, I don't think Horrific Visions should be something that you need to farm for currency. Absolutely not. That was terrible. But I would say once I started doing Horrific Visions, not for the currency, not for like the sockets, but just for fun, like when I just tried to create cool strategies and I already had all the max upgrades, I actually had fun with it. And that's where I think Blizzard has this problem, right? They feel the need to force you to do every sort of like content so that you can get all these upgrades and stuff. But once I actually had farmed everything in Horrific Visions, I realized, wait, this is actually kind of fun. If they had just released this system as something that people could do for fun, for like a cool solo challenge, I would do it. And I think a lot of other people would as well. But because of how cancerous they made Horrific Visions, because they needed to make it this like weekly grind type of thing that everybody had to do, they ended up ruining their own potentially really fun system because they just couldn't get their fucking greedy hands off of it. And that's the problem that we have with Torghast. Like, Torghast could be really, really good. Torghast has the potential to be a really fun system, but I hate it because I have to run it to get Soul Cinders. I have to do it every single week, and it's such cancer when you have to do it. It's just frustrating. Like, they have the potential to make all these great systems, and they just throw that potential away. And I don't know why they keep doing it. I don't get it. It seems just crazy to me and counterintuitive. Don't force me to do something. Just make it fun. I'll do it over and over again. Yeah, like I said, people complain about WoD. I loved WoD. Why? Because of challenge modes. I already got all my golds, and I still ran challenge modes all the time. Because I just thought it was fun. I got absolutely nothing out of challenge modes except for gold sometimes when we sold carries for it. But a lot of times we just did challenge modes for fun. We tried to like push the time to get like a faster run or something like that. And that was just enjoyable for me. I didn't need special rewards or anything like that. It's whatever. Now I will say I've run out of stuff to do on the PTR right now. Real quick though. Before I hop off the PTR, I'm not ending the stream, so I think because I've been sitting here, maybe some people thought I was ending the stream. I have another hour, and I'm going to be using at least part of that hour. I'm not doing anything special, I guess. Tomorrow on stream, starting at the normal time, right? So noon, I will be doing, I don't know if you heard that, got a random pop-up on my computer. Yeah, so I will be doing Legion Mythic Plus Time Walking. And right now, I don't think I have a full group for that, but if you want to join my Discord, Haraldin #2316 is my Discord tag. Just send me a friend request, message me, ask to join the Discord. And then if you also are interested in doing Legion Mythic Plus Time Walking, just shoot me a message tomorrow, or today, or something, after stream. I'll get around to it, is what I'm saying. And then I'm basically putting together for groups tomorrow, on tomorrow's stream. Not ending it just yet, though. Only got about an hour left in stream, just because, I think what I was saying earlier, forgot to finish talking, is I am actually going to a John Mulaney concert I don't know what you would call it, like a comedian's performance. I guess concert is the closest thing I can think of. But my dad got tickets a while ago, but he forgot to tell me what day it was. And then, of course, you know, I stream on Saturdays, and it's basically, it would have been right when I was streaming. So I had to schedule today's stream 3 hours early to basically mean that the stream wouldn't be super short. It's still going to be a shorter stream, but all things considered, it's actually not too bad. And now here's the problem, right? I have all of this stuff for leveling on my main. So we'll save all this for a rainy day. I don't even need to use most of this now. So this is a lot of wasted gold, but is what it is, I guess. I'm basically flat broke at Belganis now, though, so I need to start doing callings again to start making back money, because I have fucking nothing right now. But hey, such is the price of speed leveling. I've said before, and I'll say it again, speed leveling is fucking expensive. There is a lot of gold that goes into this prep work. This run cost me about, I want to say like 50k, all this preparation. So this I don't want to mail. Actually, wait, no. This is my actual consumables. I need to keep this. Right. Oh, I can, I don't need the bonefish. So this I can mail. This stuff I don't need. And this. Okay. You liked my 5k gold leveling series? Yeah, no, as a series, I think that was definitely interesting, and I liked doing that. The problem is, it's just not practical for actual world record attempts. And what I was trying to do today was to make a benchmark. It was basically to figure out what is the fastest way to level, right? Okay, yeah, I think that should accomplish what I was going for. Yes. Islands had potential, could have been a very fun PvP format. Yeah, Islands I thought looked really cool, and then they just ruined it to make it like this Azerite grindfest. That's another great example. John Mulaney's sketch show, or performance. Yeah, actually, very good, good words for that, Nakasadu. That's probably more accurate. 50k isn't bad. I mean, 50k isn't terrible, but it's still pretty fucking expensive. I don't like to have to do that on the daily. And I honestly didn't have a lot of gold remaining, so that definitely did wipe me out a little bit. But I'll make do. I will make do. Worthian armaments. Okay. Think I'm good now. Just gotta actually reorganize all my stuff. My bags are a complete mess now. Drums were here. This was there. What did I have down there? I don't remember. Okay, seems good. If you're leveling a lot of characters that way, it does get expensive. So if I leveled multiple characters, I would definitely do budget speedruns. I actually enjoy doing the budget speedruns because it gave me an excuse to do cheap leveling runs on my Hunter and my Death Knight. Alright. I have a lot of stuff stored in my bank. I'll have to check, though. I don't remember how much I have left over. I'm definitely cutting into my reserves here. Most stuff there. Out of crit food. Pretty much out of everything except Shadow Core oil and armor kits. I'll need to mail over gold or something. Whatever I have left. Probably have something on my alts. I'll figure something out. Wasn't practical, but it's fun to... I definitely think it's practical for, like, average players. Like, the point of that run is it's a practical run for the average player to do. It's not practical for world record speedrunning, but that is something that basically anybody could do, and anybody can replicate. Yes, I love my Panda Warrior. So this is my main. Definitely love this character.
Can't complain. Now, let me see. I need to go back to Heart of the Forest and check my missions and stuff. Right now, for the record, I'm not doing anything special. This is literally just me doing daily Korthia bullshit because I have to do it at some point. And, you know, I don't really want to end the stream early, so at least this gives me a way to, like, interact with chat and stuff like that. But nothing super serious going on from here on out. What are called to Bastion? I was hoping that one of them would be Torghast, but unfortunately not. Oh well. Once a week, it would sustain itself for more callings. Yeah, I hate having to do callings. It's just not fun for me. I should probably do... I think Challenges in Bastion is the Elite World Quest, right?
I trust your hunt goes well.
Yeah, defeat the powerful foes of Bastion is what that is. So, mission table. I've almost gotten my first follower to level 60. I might actually do that today. I'm not sure how close I am. I guess we'll see. You haven't done callings on any of your characters for like half a month? Yeah, I feel that. But yeah, my Dreamweaver is like level 59, I think. So I think if I get an XP item from one of these, which, yeah, this one has an XP item, I might actually get Dreamweaver to max level, which would be kind of sick. You only do callings if all three can be completed in the same zone. Yeah, that's usually the only reason I do it. At this point, I just kind of need the gold. Can spam space in the adventure table? Shit, you're right, Nakasadu. That does actually speed it up significantly. Okay. Shit. Well, this isn't enough to finish leveling Dreamweaver, but I'm really close. That's, like, almost there. Another thing, though. So I'm 75 renown. I think if I do... Yeah, if I get this, I can level up Dreamweaver. So I'm not going to send any of my followers out. I can do Rescue Lost Souls. I might as well do Bastion, right? I have time. You've been doing Pet Battle World quests on multiple tunes. You've been trying to farm as much as you can for 10k charm pets. Ah. Yeah, I've done a lot of Pet Battle World quests, but I don't farm them. I'm not like a big pet collector. I enjoy pet battling. I think it's fun. But it's not the type of thing that I try to collect the different pets. Like, I don't try to catch them all, I guess. Even like in Pokemon and stuff. I was never a big collector. Like, I would have my team, and then once I was satisfied with my actual team, that's all I would do. I would just have that team of Pokemon, and that's what I'm good with. So, in pet battling, it's the same thing. I have pets for, like, every scenario. Wow, that's... Wait. 223? Okay, hold up. That's actually significant. Fun fact, Instructor's Divine Bell is up for another 30 minutes on North American servers if anybody wants to get it real quick, right? I don't need it, it's not good for me, but it is worth noting, I suppose. So with the World Quest rewards buffed, that affects drops. And if that affects drops, would that affect the Ardenweald Theater drops? In Titanforge? No, this is just, yeah, it's from the Renown upgrade. I'm not saying I don't know how it got that. What I'm saying is the possibilities of it being that high item level, I did not expect it to be 223. That's a high item level. Like Nakasadu said, that's almost normal Sanctum item level. And there are certain World Quest trinkets that are really, really good. So what I'm thinking now is At that item level, is it possible that some of the really good World Quest trinkets would actually compete with Sanctum gear? It's honestly not unreasonable to think that they might. Let me see. Okay, well, that one's going to be really quick. Then I'll be able to just double dip over there. So I can hit the engineering one, then head over this way. The main thing I'm thinking of is like Hymnal of the Path, right? So Hymnal of the Path, if you don't know, is a very, very, very powerful trinket from World Quests. It's harder to get if you're not Kyrian. The rare trinkets, yes. 207 Divine Bell does compete for some classes. Exactly. But Nakasadu, what if you manage to get that trinket at 223? Right? Imagine that. If 207 is already, like, competitive, 223? That's nuts. So, the possibilities, if it can go up to that high, that's kind of crazy. I thought it was only up to 210 as well. But here's the thing. No, like, this is 223. That is a world drop item at 223 item level. I don't know how else to explain that other than it can just drop at that item level. Maybe not off a world quest, but it clearly can have a 223 drop off a rare mob. So some of these things, like, okay, for instance, what I'm trying to say, right? Where is Bookkeeper Nemesis, or whatever? That's from a rare, not a world quest? Yes, but it still benefits from the item level. And there are others that actually drop off rares that are really good. So, I'm trying to think of an example. Some of the ones that drop from World Quest mobs are actually very, very, very good. Let's find this guy here, if we can. Ah, somebody killed it. Okay, we can't test this one. I'm trying to think of a good example. Right, the Ardenweald Theater guys. So, if you go to the theater in Ardenweald, there are some trinkets that have a chance to drop from this. So, Dapperdo, I don't know which one this is. But, okay, let's look up real quick. Trying to remember. I'm just going to Google Ardenweald Theater. Ardenweald's a stage. Gul'dan Slain. Murmurs in the Dark. Right. So, look up Murmurs in the Dark. This thing is basically a copy of Whispers in the Dark, which was a broken trinket back in Legion. And it still effectively works exactly the same. The only problem is, it's only on an Ardenweald rare that spawns every few days, and it doesn't always have a chance to drop. But if you could get that at 223, that could be really fucking good. Toth, this is live servers, just to be clear. This isn't PTR. I'm on retail right now. This was a 223 that I got off a rare from live servers. So 210 may be the cap for world quests, which, you know, fine. But there are still items that you can actually get from rare mobs that are really fucking good. So what I'm thinking is Murmurs in the Dark, which is basically the copy of this Gul'dan trinket. I can't show the actual item because I don't have it, but yeah, that Toth. This is retail. I'm on retail right now. I got this 223 off a rare in Bastion, just generic rare. So where is it? This thing. All classes. If you remember this trinket, your damaging spells have a chance to grant Nefarious Pact, increasing your casting speed, and then basically it increased your haste, effectively. This was BIS for so many people all the way up until Antorus, when Blizzard had to nerf it because people were still farming it because it was just so goddamn good. this trinket was broken. And Murmurs in the Dark is effectively the exact same thing. So, it's been a World Quest trinket, or effectively World Quest trinket, a rare mob trinket, for such a long time that hasn't had a competitive item level that nobody's ever really considered it. But what if? What if you could get it at 223? It might actually be good. Remember the Arcano Crystal back in Legion? Yeah. For sure. Arcano Crystal just had a very good stat budget, to be fair. But, yeah, if something like that existed, it would still probably be really good for a lot of people. But there are other things. I'm trying to think of the examples, but there are certain rare mob trinkets. Like, what I'm thinking is Book Borrower Identification. So, what is it? Book Borrower... if you remember during Castle Nathria, a lot of Boomkins were running the trinket off Bookkeeper Nemesis, right? This one? In theory, if this can be replicated, this 223, that would stand to reason that you could get a 223 Book Borrower Identification. Now, I don't know, but I think that would be really fucking good for Balance Druids and other classes that really want, like, you know, big mastery stat sticks. What's the fastest way to level from 58 to 60? Probably Threads of Fate. I would say Threads of Fate dungeon spamming. Probably. It also depends on how far along you already are in the campaign. I'm telling you that you can get a 223 Instructor's Divine Bell. Okay, so this is what I need to check. First of all, we don't know if this is only rare mob drops, and if it does actually apply to, like, World Quest drops, that could be really good. I don't know for sure. But I don't think that anything drops Instructor's Divine Bell. So Instructor's Divine Bell is... Wowhead's taking a while to load. It's contained in Tribute of the Paragon. So I don't know if that would actually work, right? It's possible, though. It's hard to say for sure. I don't know. All I can say for sure, based on what I'm seeing right now in front of me, is that certain rare mobs have a chance to drop 223 items. That's all we know for sure. Now, what I'm doing is basically using that to infer, possibly, are there other items that you could get at 223 that would actually be really good? So yeah, Shu, you are correct. It's World Quest or Mission Table only. It's also a random drop from the Bastion boxes. So Tribute of the Paragon, so actually this thing right here, it has a rare chance to drop from this Emissary box. So that is another way that you could potentially get it. Okay, I got 76 Renown. Nice. Wow, it's 75k. I actually don't want to use that on Dreamweaver. That would actually waste most of the experience. So, obviously, I think it's up at 207 right now, but I'm not 100% sure if you would actually be able to get it at 223 from a World Quest. I don't know. Basically, there's no basis to prove that. All we know is that this thing is 223, right? And that's kind of insane. Now, it's possible that if it drops off Tribute of the Paragon, it could be up to 223. Do I know that? Absolutely not. I have no proof to say that. This is just me guessing. I'm saying that it is possible, because if some items can drop at 223, it stands to reason that others can as well. I don't see why they wouldn't. Nothing. And nothing. It's fine, though. I just wanted golds anyway. I just tried to shift into flight form. I'm still coming off my druid muscle memory from the last run. Sadly, you're in Threads of Fate. I would say just do dungeons then. Dungeon spamming should, you know, be pretty good for you still. Karain or Nia. I would say using this on Karain is probably a good idea. 55, nice. Now, let's see, what could I send these guys off on? I definitely want to get these 2 missions completed, so this one could probably be done with a bunch of Ardenweald trappers, and then Tazan, yep. Bingo. This one, probably same thing. Let's go 3 Ardenweald trappers, then Coda, and... yeah. This one I'll send my really overpowered group on. Okay, yeah, can I swap? Yeah, that's better. Alright. I don't really care about the rest of these. I guess, can I throw something together that can beat this comp? Duskleaf, sure, and then I can give... I just got, like, this new follower. I don't know if it's actually good, but I'm going to try to level him up. And let's go with Diafir Returns is usually a pretty easy one. Can go Shaylor, Spore Marasmius, Meatball, and... oh, let's do this one. Pride of the Forest. And then what about... I love how you can beat so many Night Fae missions just by removing actual followers and putting in just the... what's it called? This thing. Ardenweald Trapper is just so broken. It's so overpowered. Makes Night Fae missions a complete fucking joke. Treasures are affected too, like the Warglaive from Ardenweald. Really? Huh. Are there any good things from treasures?
The crowd is unusually rowdy tonight.
Oh man, this is actually... okay, Xavius. So let me double check. What does Xavius give? Anything good? Xavius has a chance to drop a cheat death trinket. Wait, that's actually good. Falling below 20% health puts you asleep for 2 seconds and restores a big chunk of health. That... so that's a cheat death trinket with a 2-minute cooldown. It's not amazing. And it's below 20% health, so it's technically not a pure cheat death. But that's actually decent. Didn't they nerf the Night Fae Trappers? They did. They're still broken, yeah. They are still super broken. So, obviously, we don't know 100% if I'm going to get this trinket. But it would be really cool to have it. Dreamer's Mending is great. You have a 148 one, and it comes in clutch at times. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. I would say you probably need to find the right place to use it, because I don't think it's universally going to be a really good trinket. But it's like a soft cheat death trinket, by the looks of it. So that actually wouldn't be terrible to have as just like something, especially if it's high item level, right? Like, presumably, it would be almost a full heal if it was at a higher item level. We'll have to see the exact scaling on it, though, if it drops. Didn't drop. Ah. Unlucky. Now, let me see. Can Wowhead scale the item level of this? So, Dreamer's Mending. I'm going to do this every day now, just for a chance. Wowhead doesn't have item level scaling anymore. Oh, wait, I can scale it up. So it would be 220, roughly. So according to Wowhead's natural scaling, it would restore 25k HP, which, you know, not the worst. Definitely could be worse. Anything good off world quests? I definitely think it's worth checking every world quest from now on, just to make sure. Like, 210 is definitely solid. Sparkling Anima Seed, Anima Conductor, Tierna Scythe. That's, let me check Anima Conductor real quick. I wonder if that gives anything. Anima Conductor. So, Night Fae Anima Conductor Guide. Valfear the Unrelenting. Right. Does he drop anything special? It's not Biss all the time? Yeah, for sure. Might try to get that cheat death trinket to work in Torghast. To be fair, I mean, if you want a good cheat death trinket, Sun King Salvation is really good. Those who hunger, just wing it. It is worth noting, these quests have a chance to have, like, good rewards, like trinkets and stuff. So if you have the Anima Conductor maxed out, it's actually a good idea to check the quest rewards. Highly recommend that people do that, or get into the habit of doing that. Let's see, anything good? Doesn't look like it. I am curious, though. I want to see what the Kyrian ones have. So, usually you can see it across. Haste Leaf Trinket would be nice. Yeah? Yeah, I could see that. So, let's check back in Bastion real quick. What's up today? Okay. Nothing good off that. Obviously, Divine Bell. Now, I haven't fully maxed out my Renown, so it's going to be at a lower item level. But I'm curious to see what's available from these quests over here. That would require doing Nathria? Yeah, for sure. And doing Nathria without, like, a pre-made is really hard right now. So I'll give you that it's not 100%, like... Wait! Divine Bell. There you go. There's another Divine Bell available from this quest. Huh. Wait, what is my current renown? I would have to farm so much renown. So, if somebody wants to check, if you're on North American servers, check these quests from the conductor. I am curious to see how high this bell is scaled. It is entirely possible that this scales up to 210. Now, it is the same scaling as this one, but you never know how it's going to be affected. But, there you go. If you happen to miss this Divine Bell, because it ends in 13 minutes, if you have this area unlocked on the Anima Conductor, there is a Divine Bell up on the Kyrian quest today. At least for me. It might not be that way for everybody. I think it would only do that if you're also a monk, because it's usually class-based. 69, yes. Which tank would I recommend for somebody that wants to get Keystone Master? Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid is a very, very safe and easy tank to get KSM with right now. It's good. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a powerful option. But it's also very, very, very safe. Like, Prot Paladin is very powerful, of course. Demon Hunter is very powerful. But I would say it's easier to learn how to tank dungeons as a Guardian Druid than it is to learn Demon Hunter or Prot Paladin, for instance. If you're already more familiar with one or the other, then just stick with what you're comfortable with. But my personal recommendation would definitely be Guardian. And that's coming from a Prot Warrior main, right? So, I'm not just saying Guardian because, oh yeah, Guardian's what I play, I think it's the best. I main a Prot Warrior. I am most comfortable tanking dungeons on a Prot Warrior. And I would never recommend Prot Warrior to anybody because it's fucking terrible. At least in dungeons. I love the spec, but, you know, it sucks balls in dungeons. That's just kind of how it is, unfortunately. Okay, let's see. I wanna... see the rare here. Wait, what the hell? What is this thing? The Mystic Rainbow Horn? I don't think I've ever killed this thing before. There are currently no groups in Group Finder? Yeah. DH Vengeance is great in OP when it has cooldowns, and when you don't, you kind of flop over. Yeah, that's the thing. Vengeance is very powerful. Like, I'm not saying Vengeance isn't good. Vengeance is extremely powerful. But the question specifically was, what is a good tank for somebody who just wants to get Keystone Master? Like, by that I assume, for somebody who's looking to pick up a tank and get into tanking for the first time to get KSM. And I would not recommend that a brand new beginner tank pick up Vengeance Demon Hunter. It's good, but it will require a bit more practice and learning to really get the most out of it compared to a lot of other tanks, right? So it's something to keep in mind. But it is good, right? It is very, very good. Brewmaster's good too. Prot Paladin's good too. Oh, I got a soul. Cool. Didn't have that one, I guess. Thought that was a normal side quest for a second and not the Anima Flow one? Yeah, definitely the Anima Flow one. That's where it's from.
Welcome to the wheel.
Okay, so I want...
I trust your hunt goes well.
I want to summon this rare. After this RP, it should spawn. Vengeance is easy, just press the Spirit Bomb button. I don't even think Spirit Bomb is meta in dungeons right now. Right? Don't you run like full Fiery Brand builds? I could be wrong. Don't pick up Vengeance if you're just starting out. Guardian's the better choice. Yeah, okay, fair, fair. Hello, freaks. Good to have you here. I'm trying to find something to replicate that. I would like to get a good item. Like, that trinket isn't terrible. It's definitely something that people could get some success with. Let's see, what else could I get that would be good? If anybody has suggestions for like a really good trinket that you can get from a Worlds thing, let me know. Not seeing any here. I don't know of all of them, I'm sure. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like something that I don't know about that's really broken. Doesn't seem like there's any here. How's the leveling going? Leveling's already done. This is the time, by the way. 50 to 60 in less than 4.5 hours. It was very good. Right now, I'm just like, you know, I have a few things to do before I have to leave. So I figured I'd just keep the stream going. It's either this or I turn off the stream and do this exact stuff. But figured this would give me a good chance to, like, you know, talk to people and whatnot. Spear Bomb can be run. It's more aggressive, a little squishy. Yeah. I definitely love Spirit Bomb. Don't get me wrong, I'm not like advocating against it, but I think most people tell me they don't like to run it these days. Heavenly Drum. I would like to test out the Book Borrower identification. I want to get that rare. Hard to say, though. Anything else good off these? Leveling is good fun when you get into the groove, but getting back into it is hard. Yeah, for sure. Aegis of Salvation. I still need that transmog. That one's pretty good. Now, none of these trinkets are good. It really is just Book Borrower. If I could prove that that drops at 223, that would be pretty nuts. I'm going to go and camp that while I check this other stuff, because I would like to get a kill on that. Just because proving that it's obtainable is actually kind of good. I think that would help a lot of people if they knew that that was something that they could get their hands on. Because this trinket, or where is it? This trinket, yeah, really, really good. Really, really nice catch-up trinket. Potentially even competes with Heroic Sanctum items. So I could see that being really nice for a lot of people. They're looking for a way to catch up on alts. So I think that could be useful. Maldraxxus. Can drop from here. There's a lot of weapons and armor, which obviously may be good catch-up, but isn't great in terms of, like, endgame things.
An intruder!
What's up? Nice.
Access to the witness is currently restricted. Excuse me while I
didn't drop. Here, let me swap to my monk and see. You're pretty sure Divine Bell competes with some mythic trinkets for high damage? Yeah, for sure. So that is definitely a good option, but I think that Book Borrower is also a really, really strong option. I remember a lot of like really good balance druids were running this at a low item level going into Castle Nathria. This character, right. So I'm really curious to see if this can actually be replicated. Or if it was just a one-time thing where it happened to drop at that item level. I really hope it can. Let me check Maldraxxus. Flame of Battle from Bloated Lootfly. Wait, can Flame of Battle drop from that? Oh shit. I know it's from World Quests. Flame of... You're right. It can be dropped from Bloated Lootfly. That's actually huge. Wait, it can also be contained in all of the chests? That's actually a really good one. Yeah, there are a lot of characters that scale really well with Verse. No, that's actually a really good suggestion, Nakasadu. I'm going to test that after this. Great suggestion. No, that actually makes a lot of sense. I believe that. Unfortunately, Divine Bell can't. So Divine Bell may be the one that actually can't scale, which would really be a shame, you know? I assume the rare's probably still dead. I think it's probably on the same shard. So I might need to wait here for a little bit, but I can check other stuff while I wait. Doesn't look like there's anything. Yeah, let me think of other trinkets. So, Flame of Battle is a really good one. Let's see. I'm going to check contained in Tribute of the Duty Bound. I'm going to check the tribute boxes. What do these things drop? Flame of Battle, Vial of Caustic Liquid. Let me check this one. Can that drop from other stuff? That's actually a really good trinket. So, Vial of Caustic Liquid, I've actually seen people use that on logs because on ad fights, if you get a really big explosion from that, it can actually be really good. You used it on your mage last season? Gotcha. That's good to know. So it is useful for some people. Rejuvenating Serum, I don't think that's gonna be very good. What else? This is all conduits. Right. Yeah, conduits. I assume that's all it is. Okay, and now what else? So Tribute of the Paragon. Tribute of the Paragon can drop Instructor's Divine Bell. It can drop Misfiring Centurion Controller. Wait, about that. Hold on. Have I done these quests? I just realized something. Caustic Liquid is also off Loot Fly. Oh, shit. That actually could be really good. Have I done this quest? I never did this. Okay, so this does not get upgraded. Quests do not actually count for stuff like Centurion Controller. So that's good to know. So not everything gets affected. It's only the daily quests that get affected, not just side quests. What else? Hymnal of the Path. That's a big one. That one I need to check. I'm going to park myself here, wait for the rare to spawn again so I can test that. And then I think that's it for... Okay, let's see. Tribute of the Wild Hunt. Contains Wakener's Frond. Yeah, so Wakener's Frond is the on-use haste one. Withergrove Shardling. Yeah, I was about to check that one. Withergrove Shardling. Let's see. There's one more. Queensguard Vigil. Yeah, that's the other one. Okay, and then it would be... There's the Revendreth one. So Tribute of... And then... Why is it not showing up properly? It's Tribute of the Court, right? Tribute of the Court. The Revendreth one isn't showing up properly. I don't know why. Is there a C also? Callings. Favor of the... That's so weird. So every single thing, Tribute of the Paragon scale up, it looks like it does. Yes, I think it does. That's what we're looking at. So for some reason, the Revendreth box is named Favor of the Court instead of Tribute of the Court, which is weird. Very strange, but all right. Let's see. It contains nothing. Okay, so this is... Am I looking at the wrong thing? The Revendreth one does not seem to be working properly on Wowhead, which is problematic because that means I can't get accurate data on it. What are the fucking, what is it? Venthyr trinkets, right? It's Anybody know? I know there's the one that leeches life. And I forget all of them. Yeah, Wowhead doesn't have information on it. Crap. Training in Revendreth. Or, yeah, so a call to Revendreth. Let's see, what does this give? A call to Revendreth rewards Tribute of the Court. But there isn't proper data on this. No, it's challenges in Revendreth, right. Challenges in Revendreth rewards, yeah, favor of the court, but once again, this one doesn't have proper loot stuff on it. Damn it. This doesn't help me. Crap. Okay, let's see. Venthyr mission table. Sinfall Guide to the Venthyr Covenant Sanctum. Wowhead's just a mess for this. Maybe WoW database? Yeah, it might be on there. I have to go soon, unfortunately. Covenant Adventures? Maybe, I know they dropped this stuff, so maybe it's in the rewards section, if it has it there. It doesn't have information on it. It just talks about the mounts. Let me check the new world quests. Maybe one of them happened to pop up there. No. Damn. I don't know why it doesn't have information on it. That's odd. Wowhead, you're letting me down here. Okay, nothing new off these world quests. I know. I'll be up in a minute. Or a few minutes. Yeah, I know. Items. There's no way to sort by... Yeah, there's no good way to sort this. Just got a 203 Dreams Mending from the stage. Ooh. That's actually really good. Okay. Oh, you just linked it to me. Yeah, that's sick. That's really, really sick. Okay, so the Wowhead scaling seems correct. I could see that being good. How do you want to sort it? I'm just trying to see if I can find items that drop in Revendreth. But that's a very broad way to sort it, right? Just... Either way, I can check the other ones. So I'll look into it. I'm basically... I have a 2-hour car ride ahead of me. So I guess if you're interested to see the results of all this, add me on Discord if you haven't already. So, you know, I'll put it here in chat. That's my Discord tag if anybody wants to add me. I have like a 2-hour car ride ahead of me. Like I said, I need to go really, really soon. So I will be basically scouring the Wowhead database while I drive. While I'm in the car. I'm not going to be driving, actually. So yeah, Vial of Caustic Liquid you can find. Instructor's Divine Bell is only off world quests and missions. Misfiring Centurion Controller, same thing. Okay, so all of the Bastion items can only be obtained from world quests, missions, or the Tribute of the Paragon box. Interesting. What about Ardenwields? Ardenwields, there are multiple ways to get it. So there are actually treasures in Ardenweald that drop Wakener's Fronds, Withergrove Shardling, yep, yeah, 100%, and Queensguard Vigil. So if this holds up, in theory, you would be able to get this off chests in Ardenweald. Now, the question is whether Revendreth follows the Bastion pattern of the chests don't drop the trinkets, or whether it follows the Maldraxxus and Ardenweald pattern. It's unfortunate because the best trinkets are actually the ones from Bastion. So that's a bit unfortunate. But I'm going to have to test that. Throw a link into my DMs. Thank you, Nakasato. I appreciate it. But yeah, okay. So that said, I do actually need to go. If I keep this going any longer, my dad's going to fucking kill me because we are going to run late if I take too much time. So I am going to stop the stream here. Already went a bit longer, right? But thank you all for watching. This was a really fun speedrun, and, you know, it was fun getting to experiment with all this stuff after. At first, I was just going to do some world quests, and then we stumbled upon this whole, like, scaling thing, and that's consumed, like, the past hour. But yeah, that was really cool. Anyways, I'll talk to you all later. Thanks for being here. I will catch you tomorrow.